Chapter 31. Promotion. A few days later, Yeshan received a promotion order at the headquarters of the Konoha camp. After the envoy who delivered the promotion order left, Yeshan handed the promotion order to Hatake Sakumo with an inexplicable smile on his face. Hatake Sakumo took the promotion order and glanced at it. After roughly understanding the content, he threw it on the desk, squinted his eyes, sat on the chair with his hands folded on his chest, and his face was obscure. After a cup of tea, Hatake Sakumo clapped his hands, and immediately a ninja covered in a cloak jumped out, formed seals with his hands, and opened a soundproof barrier. "What do you think?" asked Hatake Sakumo. Frowning, Hayama tapped his thighs without any rhythm, and said, "It's obvious that the higher-ups are suspicious of your motives, so they're considering promoting me to a jonin." "My motive? What is your motivation for teaching ninjutsu?" Feeling that everything was confusing, Hatake Sakumo simply waved his hand and told Yeshan to just say whatever he wanted to say and not to waste his brain cells by hiding anything. Yeshan felt quite helpless. There was nothing he could do about Hatake Sakumo's poor political sense. He always insisted on killing you with one blow and would not give you a chance to talk nonsense. He made a living by his strength, not by his mouth. This matter seems simple, but if you look deeper into it, the purpose of the higher-ups is very interesting. He was promoted not earlier or later, but right after Hayama publicly performed Hatake Sakumo's secret technique for the first time. It couldn't be a coincidence, so there was only one possibility. Thinking of this, Yeshan opened his mouth and uttered 3 words, "Uchiha." When Hatake Sakumo heard this, he shook his head repeatedly, completely denied Yeshan's guess, and slowly said something that shocked Yeshan. "Yeshan, I know what you are thinking. You have climbed up from the bottom and think that we family ninjas are only interested in profit." He stretched out his hand to interrupt Yeshan, who was about to speak, and continued to speak his own thoughts. "Your heart is full of resentment. You resent your origins, the war, and the cold-bloodedness of the higher-ups. Of course, you have the right to resent, but when a ninja's heart is filled with only resentment, resentment will breed into revenge. Over time, the resentment in a ninja's heart will all turn into revenge, and the power will get out of control, and he will start to enjoy killing. This is very dangerous." After a pause, Hatake Sakumo took a sip of water under Yeshan's gaze and said, "I'm not exaggerating. You are still a child to me. Although you hide well, it will inevitably be exposed after a long period of contact. You should learn to love and accept. Love everyone who helps you, even if he has utilitarianism, accept your own insignificance, accept your mediocrity, and accept this unfair world. Only when your heart is full of love can you become a truly strong person." A so-called ninja is not a person who masters powerful ninjutsu, but a person who can still accept the weak after having strong strength and try to change them with his own abilities. After listening to this, Yeshan fell into deep thought. After coming to the ninja world, he was indeed full of resentment for everything he had suffered. He only loved his mother and himself. Apart from that, he did not really trust anyone. Yeshan could not remember when he, who liked to invite a few friends to drink and chat in his previous life, became silent. He could not remember when he, who lived at the bottom of society but was always able to be content with poverty, became utilitarian. Maybe it was when Yeshan killed a vicious bandit for the first time and watched him stop breathing in his arms. It could also be when he cried helplessly while holding his companion's body during the first mission. It could also be when he betrayed his conscience for the first time in order to survive and watched someone die without helping. In any case, Yeshan could not remember anything. He was like a shark that was still in the mother's womb. In order to gain life, he ate his brothers and sisters without hesitation. The most terrifying thing is that Yeshan thinks that everything he has done is right. In order to survive in this ninja world, he believes that he only needs strength and does not need love in his heart. Ninjas are tools for killing, and Yeshan has always believed this. But Hatake Sakumo's words awakened the dormant humanity in his heart, and he began to torture his soul, wondering if he was really wrong. In this cold world, can there be love between cold ninjas? However, Yeshan's mature mind allowed him to discover the fatal flaw in Hatake Sakumo's words. In this ninja world where missions are paramount, too much love will become a steel knife hanging over one's head that may fall down any day. Hatake Sakumo noticed that Yeshan's eyes were gradually becoming firm, and knew that his persuasion had failed. He said, "The deal between the Uchiha and me is very simple. They asked me to assign a jonin to guide you in your ninjutsu training. But Yeshan, I see the shadow of my youth in you, so I taught you the secret technique. I said this not to win you over, but to tell you that I, Hatake Sakumo, am not a profit-seeking person. I will not treat you as a tool, that's all. No matter how the people in the village look at me, I have no regrets. Go away, and we won't meet again. Yeshan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. He could only silently bow to Hatake Sakumo, who had his back to him, and then walked out. From that day on, Hatake Sakumo and Byunyashin really never had any contact again until that incident happened. Two completely different worldviews make it impossible for Yashin and Hatake Sakumo to continue to get along with each other. This is the sadness of adults. They can get along with each other with a smile every day, but it does not prevent them from breaking off their friendship because of their different obsessions. Two different obsessions determine that Yeshan's path is destined to be different from that of Hatake Sakumo. He is still himself and will never change. What he wants to do will not change in 10,000 years. The promotion to Jonin did not bring any joy to Yeshan, but instead made him extremely sad. The souls from the other world had not been understood until now, but he had no way to confide in them, and he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Yeshan returned to the tent and fell asleep. He needed to return to the peaceful world he had missed for a long time in his dreams. Even if he had to pick up a knife and kill people as soon as he opened his eyes, he didn't care at all. The careful Minato noticed Yeshan's abnormality, said nothing, and walked out of the tent quietly, leaving Yeshan with a quiet space. Yeshan, who had slept from the afternoon to the next morning, opened his eyes. The long sleep made his eyes slightly uncomfortable when he first saw the light, and it took a long time for him to adapt. The former spirit returned to his eyes. Yeshan was ready to go out for morning exercise, but he was stopped by hunger. He had no choice but to eat first and then do morning exercise. Days passed by as Yeshan ate, slept, and fought against the Sand Ninja. From that day on, he became even more cold-blooded and ruthless. Every Sand Ninja that died in his hands was killed with one strike. Gradually, Yeshan, who worked with Minato to kill the enemy in an instant, was given the title of a cold-blooded killer, which made him laugh and cry. Can a ninja still be called a ninja if he is not cruel? These people should do propaganda. Being a ninja is a waste of their talent. In the Sand Village, a meeting on how to end the war is being held. The third Kazekage sat at the head seat, with a young red-haired ninja standing behind him. Cho and her brother sat on the left side of the Kazekage, with her son and daughter-in-law standing behind them. These people were the top brass of the Sand Village, holding absolute power in the Kingdom of Wind. Cho glanced at the gloomy face of the third Kazekage and signaled her younger brother to speak to break the awkwardness. Ebizo curled his lips helplessly, cleared his throat, picked up a report and said, "Lord Kazekage, this is last month's battle report. I'm reporting." The third Kazekage waved his hand impatiently. He was in no mood to listen to reports that deceived the lower-level ninjas and daimyo, so he said directly, "Everyone present is well aware of the current situation of the village. The Sand Village has reached the time to end the war no matter what. But how to end it, Cho, you tell me." Cho, who was named, said, "I suggest organizing another large-scale battle to gain an advantage in the negotiations." Chiyo's words were exactly what the third Kazekage wanted. Negotiations after a defeat and negotiations after a victory were two different things. Although the Sand Village was forced into a desperate situation, it could still fight again. But when his eyes swept over the two people standing behind Cho, his heart couldn't help but become gloomy. In the Second Ninja World War, the Sand Village successfully captured most of the territory of the Rain Country at the beginning of the war and defeated the Konoha ninja army twice. The situation was very good. However, due to his greed and recklessness, the Sand Village was at a disadvantage and even lost the Rain Country that had not yet been digested. This made the condemnation in the village grow louder and louder. Even the daimyo sent an envoy to hold him accountable and threatened to replace him after the war. The third Kazekage felt a sense of crisis. He looked around and found after careful screening that only Chiyo's son was qualified to inherit the position of Kazekage, which made him murderous. Thinking of this, the third Kazekage said, "After the war, I will resign and let the younger generation take my place. In the next final battle, please go all out and show the glory of Tsunagakure." Chiyo's face flashed with joy, but she quickly calmed down and said calmly, "As a member of the Sand Village, it is my duty to fight for the village. My son will lead the puppet troops to participate in the battle. Please rest assured, Master Kazekage." Hearing that Cho didn't mention a word about his abdication, the third Kazekage sneered inwardly, "If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. It's just a borrowed knife to kill someone. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen used it, I can use it too. After the discussion, several people walked out of the meeting room with smiles on their faces, showing a picture of unity among the top management. Filth is not unique to Konoha village, under the temptation of power, it is everywhere. Chapter 32. The large-scale actions of the Sand Village could not be hidden from the eyes of the Konoha side. Both sides tacitly contracted their defenses and accumulated strength, waiting for the day of large-scale combat. The daily fighting in small teams also stopped. The ninjas sharpened their swords in the camp, preparing for the final decisive battle. One night, the third Hokage quietly came to the Konoha camp under the protection of the Anbu. The command naturally transferred from Hotaki Sakumo to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would participate in the war as an ordinary ninja. Hotaki Sakumo had no objection to this arrangement, or rather, he dared not to have any objection. The big boss personally took the credit, although it was a bit ugly, but you dare to say something? Power makes one so willful. Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to personally lead a victory to consolidate his ruling position. War is an extension of politics in other directions, and the fundamental purpose of war is to serve politics. This was a battle that Sand Village had no chance of winning no matter how you looked at it. However, due to the instigation of those with ulterior motives, the pressure gradually grew on the ninjas on both sides. Yeshan was young but a veteran of the battlefield. He didn't care about the changes in the camp. He didn't feel any emotion when he knew the decisive battle was coming. He slept, ate, and practiced every day. Although it was extremely boring, Yeshan enjoyed it. However, the false peace will eventually be broken. The purpose of Konoha village to support such a large number of people in the Wind Country is not to let them change the environment for training. In fact, these violent elements are clamoring to attack the hometown of Sand Ninja every day. They have no other intentions, but simply want to wear a desert-style turban. In the staff headquarters of the Konoha camp, the Minato team half knelt to listen to the lecture of the Supreme Commander, the third Hokage. As a good young man who grew up in the spring breeze, Yeshan didn't want to do this, but when he saw others kneeling naturally, his legs couldn't help but kneel. Although men have gold under their knees, when people wander in a foreign world, they have to adapt to the local customs, right? Konoha village was founded 41 years ago. I was still young at that time, but I deeply understood what kind of changes its establishment would bring to the entire ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly recounted the past with a look of reminiscence on his face. Wow, Yeshan called you an expert. Why don't you start from the Sage of Six Paths? It would be easier to just sit and talk without any pain in your legs. It was a very long time later, so long that Yeshan's legs were numb, before he heard some really useful information. Namikaze Minato, Shirakumo Hayama, Akimichi Tou, and Inyazuka-e. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in a deep voice to the kneeling people. Yes. As the Supreme Commander, I order you to defeat the medical team of the Sand Village and kill as many enemy medical ninjas as possible. Minato's pupils shrank, but he and his teammates obeyed the order solemnly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, as if he could see the reluctance in Namikaze Minato's heart, and he talked about the importance of the mission again. Medical ninjas are important targets in combat. This is all knowledge taught in the ninja school. You are all excellent ninjas in the village, so I don't need to elaborate on this. At this point Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, took a long puff of cigarette, feeling the comfort the smoke from the burning tobacco brought to his lungs, and continued speaking. For the sake of peace and the development of the village, sometimes we have to make some inhumane choices. Konoha ninjas with the will of fire must always fight for the interests of the village. I hope you can keep this in mind. Yes. After accepting the mission, Minato and Hayama came to the rest tent and prepared for the upcoming battle. Yayama, is everything we do meaningful? Minato asked. Yeshan gently wiped the dagger given by Hotaki Sakumo. He stopped when he heard Minato's words, looked at Minato's somewhat childish face, sighed slightly, and began to speak. You want to ask if this is the right thing to do, right? He gestured to interrupt Minato's words, and continued, there is no so-called right or wrong way in fighting. Those national justice and ethnic justice are pure nonsense to me. I don't know if this is right, but it is the duty of a ninja to complete the mission. Since it is a mission, you must put away your pity, otherwise, you will be the next to die. I understand. Minato was feeling a little depressed. Yeshan's evasive answer did not give him the answer he wanted, or rather, he failed to get Yeshan's approval. If you want to change all this, wait until you really become Hokage one day, and then consider whether this matter is right or not. It's useless for you to think about it now. Yeshan said this when he saw that Minato was insincere. Minato's eyes became determined. Becoming Hokage was not only his dream, but also a necessity to change the ninja world. He had too much to shoulder and would not allow himself to fail. Yeshan looked at Minato Namikaze with a determined look, and felt a little complicated. People are just like this, even if they do something wrong, they can find a bunch of reasons to convince themselves. Saints are also like this, not to mention ninjas who fight and kill all day long. There was no conversation that night. The sun of the next day was not late because today was destined to go down in history. It emitted its light on time, trying to dispel the darkness and bring light to all things. In fact, it never rains in the kingdom of wind, and the rainfall can be accurately calculated in millimeters. However, it rains all the time in the kingdom of rain, which is only separated by a mountain range, and the atmosphere is not very harmonious. Based on the geographical knowledge that Yeshan learned in his previous life, he speculated that the rolling mountains blocked the clouds containing a lot of water vapor, resulting in the two countries having completely opposite climate environments. This morning, there were no ninjas doing morning exercises as usual in the Konoha camp. Knowing that the second day of the war was approaching, they chose to rest for a while and adjust themselves to the best possible condition in order to have more hope of survival on the battlefield. Yeshan lifted the curtain and walked out of the tent. The cool fresh air in the early morning refreshed him. Looking at the sun that had not yet fully risen, like a shy young wife, a smile appeared on Yeshan's face. It's another beautiful day, starting with killing someone. After greeting Minato who hadn't slept well, the two walked side by side towards the cafeteria after he came out. Along the way, many ninjas they knew greeted the two, and Yeshan responded with a smile. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Yeshan's face was a little stiff from smiling. It was customary to have a big meal before a war, and today was no exception even though it was breakfast. As soon as he opened the canteen of his combat squadron, he was almost blinded by the golden and fragrant roasted whole lambs lined up. Although Yeshan had fought in wars for many years, it was the first time for him to eat desert-style roasted whole lamb in the canteen, and he couldn't help but salivate. But the eye-catching roasted whole lamb is only the main dish. Other dishes such as barbecue, seafood sushi, ramen, four-color meatballs, etc. are also very tempting. Yeshan strolled around the cafeteria, as if he had come to the Konoha village. All the specialties of the village were available here. A sense of familiarity came over him. If there were dumpo pork, BJ roast duck, crystal pork elbow, and young Joe lion head, Yeshan would probably squeeze out a few tears like a small number of homesick ninjas. Unfortunately, there were no dishes, so Yeshan saved a few tears because he couldn't cry. The rich food didn't make Yeshan eat more. After he was 80% full, he stopped. He was going to do a lot of physical activity, so he shouldn't eat too much. Yeshan still had some self-control. After the meal, the smiles disappeared from the faces of the Konoha ninjas, replaced by seriousness and murderous intent. The ninjas stood neatly in the gathering place, and the Konoha standard vests on their bodies added a lot of green to the barren land. After saying a few polite words and explaining the true meaning of the will of fire as usual, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was not good at talking, waved his hand, and kicked off the last group operation in the Second Ninja World War. The location of the battle was chosen in the middle of the front line camps of both sides, which was perfect for this war that was not aimed at annihilation. When the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the front of the queue accompanied by Hotaki Sakumo, some noise inevitably came from the Sand Ninja side. Hotaki Sakumo was no stranger to the Sand Ninjas, and many of them died under his sword. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's participation in the war disrupted the plans of the Sand Ninjas' top leaders. The third Kazekage, who had originally planned to perform a show of turning the tide, could no longer hide. The Sand Ninjas gathered behind him, and the whole person was like an angel with black wings, suspended in the air, which made the Sand Ninjas feel at ease. Shadow vs. Shadow. The last time this happened in the ninja world was when the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage died together. But that was a small-scale fight between the two of them because of a personal grudge, while this time it was the largest-scale fight in the ninja world. No matter how many doubts there are in the village about Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability to govern, it is undeniable that at this stage he is the strongest person in Konoha village and even in the entire ninja world. Being able to fight side by side with a strong man will undoubtedly make the Konoha ninjas feel a sense of pride and security from the bottom of their hearts. If Yeshan could stand in the position of the third Kazekage and look down at the entire battlefield, he would be surprised to find that the combat vests worn by the ninjas on both sides divided the entire battlefield into completely different colors. The Konoha side was green, and the Sand Village side was earthy gray. The two colors abruptly changed the original color of the terrain, which was shocking. War has come again with the company of the god of death. No one dares to pat their chest and guarantee that they will be able to return alive, not even Sarutobi Hiruzen. Those who said they would return home to get married after the war were destined to be cuckolds. The steady Yeshan could no longer be steady, adrenaline was madly stimulating his nerves, making his heart beat abnormally. Yeshan knew that killing a medical ninja was inhumane, but compared to being killed, he still preferred to send the enemy to see the Sage of Six Paths. Only living ninjas are qualified to talk about humanitarianism. Dead ninjas only deserve to be commemorated on memorials, right? Chapter 33. Time passed in silence between the ninjas of both sides. Everyone's pupils became bloodshot due to the combined effect of complex hormones in their bodies. A desire for killing surged up on the field, scaring the dormant animals into trembling. When a cloud slowly floated over the skies of both sides, casting a shadow, the battle began. As the chief of Konoha village and the highest commander on the front line, Sarutobi has the power and obligation to launch an attack at the first opportunity. While flexing his muscles, he also sets an example for a group of violent elements and tells them how to kill the enemy efficiently. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his middle and index fingers together and held them upright in front of his chest. After a puff of smoke, a huge special shuriken appeared in his arms, and then he swung it out. The shuriken whimpered and flew towards the sand ninja. During the flight, 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and it increased exponentially, and soon formed an overwhelming rain of shuriken, smashing towards the sand ninja. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shuriken with a wide range and great power did not cause any harm to the sand ninjas. A thin sand iron wall firmly protected everyone. The third Kazekage did not come to the battlefield to show off, he came to kill people. But before he could release his bloodline ninjutsu, the unethical Sarutobi Hiruzen also arrived with the next wave of attacks. The extremely long distance between the two sides did not limit Sarutobi Hiruzen's release of ninjutsu. When his hand slapped the ground, he still accurately hit the sand ninja with his unparalleled chakra control ability. Earth Escape Yellow Spring Marsh. The hard land turned into a swamp under the impetus of the omnipotent chakra. Before the third Kazekage could cast a spell to save it, flames flashed through the swamp, and then a huge fire broke out into the sky. The trapped sand ninjas let out painful howls, which penetrated the barriers of space and reached the ears of every ninja present. Yeshan looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who killed more than 100 sand ninjas as easily as drinking water, and pursed his lips. In his heart, he slapped himself in the face for sleeping in class in his previous life. There is methane in the swamp, and methane will explode when it encounters fire. Every student who has received 9 years of compulsory education knows this, but Yeshan has completely forgotten it. From this we can see that poor students are not worthy of becoming strong people and are destined to be a background board for life. The old rogue Sarutobi Hiruzen seized the opportunity when the morale of his own ninjas was boosted, and rushed towards the sand ninja army like a sharp sword. Hatake Sakumo was the first to react. With a flash of lightning under his feet, he followed with a determination to sacrifice his life for justice. In fact, he was helpless in his heart. His mission today was to be the supporting role of the third Hokage, to highlight the might of the third Hokage. To put it bluntly, he was someone else's personal bodyguard. Swords have no eyes on the battlefield. If the third Hokage was tricked by someone and died on the spot, the village would be happy to change the village chief on the one hand, and on the other hand, the Hatake clan would be exterminated and buried with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although there were only a few people in total, who would like to go to hell together with the whole family. The Konoha ninjas looked at the third Hokage who was breaking through the formation like a god of war, and burst into huge cheers. They picked up their weapons and rushed over, and the scene was extremely chaotic for a while. The third Kazekage was feeling extremely frustrated at the moment. The unsportsmanlike Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed over without giving him any time to perform after showing off his muscles. He was so angry that he quickly called out to the somewhat dazed sand ninja, picked up his weapons and chopped them off. The two ninjas collided under the gaze of the clouds, leaving behind a large number of broken arms and limbs and dying cries. The first batch of ninjas that came into contact were almost all killed in an instant by the impact of the opponent's ninjutsu. Then came the second batch, the third batch, until one side was exhausted or timid and collapsed. The pungent smell of blood burst out almost as the two sides collided. The god of death hurriedly put down the scythe in his hand, gathered the souls that had lost their flesh, and enjoyed the long-lost feast. The Minato team with a special mission did not join the battle at the first time, but stood where they were with hundreds of Konoha ninjas, watching the shocking battle for free. The bloody scene made Inuyasukai's ninja dog lower its head, and made many ninjas turn pale. The strength of an individual seems insignificant in a large-scale group fight, except for the shadows of both sides. Every attack of the third Hokage would take the lives of several or even dozens of sand ninjas. His powerful ninjutsu that could be released continuously allowed him to move freely among the enemies like cutting melons and vegetables. The ninjutsu machine gun could perfectly describe his heroic posture in combat. The same is true for the third Kazekage. The magnetism-style bloodline limit gave him the attribute of large-scale harvesting. If the third Hokage is a ninjutsu machine gun, he can be crowned with the title of precision strike missile. The ninja world is a world that doesn't care about appearances. It always favors bloodline limits. The pinnacle of regular ninjas is likely to be the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the pinnacle of bloodline limit ninjas is the man who is called a god Senju Hashirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to his senses and stopped his personal killing show. He found an opportunity to knock the third Kazekage out of the war with one blow and started a cage-level battle. Hatake Sakumo, who had been working silently, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. It's not easy to be a supporting role, and it's not easy to lick the leader. Ninja life is not only about the present, but also about the future. After casually killing a few sand ninjas who had lost their minds and attacked him, Hatake Sakumo could not help but feel bored. When there is no monkey in the mountain, Hatake is the king. After the monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Hatake Sakumo became the coolest ninja on the field. He attracted the attention of a large group of people while spinning and jumping, including Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Chiyo's son, who had long wanted to ascend to the position of village chief with Hatake Sakumo's head, secretly launched his own attack. Densely packed thousand bones shot towards the jumping Hatake Sakumo, but with lightning flashing on his body, Hatake Sakumo once again easily took away an unlucky sand ninja, and the thousand bones didn't even touch him. Just when Hatake Sakumo was destined to become a background figure, Hayama and a group of Konoha ninjas who did not participate in the battle quietly disappeared from the battlefield. They had only one target, the Sand Village's medical ninja unit. In the regular meeting of the Jonin of Konoha village held not long ago, Tsunade Senju proposed to build a complete medical ninja training system, vigorously develop medical standards, and strive to achieve the strategic goal of assigning one medical ninja to each team, which shocked the top leaders of Konoha. According to Tsunade's statistics, the survival rate and endurance of ninja teams with medical ninjas in wartime crushed those without medical ninjas. During the entire World War II, thousands of excellent ninjas died of injuries and illnesses because they failed to receive timely assistance. The existence of medical ninjas can increase the survival rate of ninjas by 30%. The research report written in black and white was immediately sealed up, and the third Hokage issued a gag order on the spot, prohibiting the leakage of this data, which shocked the ninjas in the village. The exhausted Konoha village was unable to complete Tsunade's strategic goals, but after the war, it would certainly attach great importance to the training of medical ninjas. At present, what Konoha can do is to block this data and then madly attack the enemy's medical system. You know, the resources spent on training a qualified medical ninja are enough to train 2 to 3 combat ninjas. The medical ninjas of Sand Village have become the primary target of this battle. Under the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen, more than 100 elite Konoha soldiers above the level of Chunin did not engage in fighting on the battlefield in order to destroy the medical system of Tsunagakuer. Yeshan had no idea about the meeting in the village. He only knew that if they failed to complete the task today, they would be faced with the anger and accusations of the higher-ups. The wartime hospital of Tsunagakuer was set up 5 kilometers behind the battlefield. Although the war had just started, a large number of wounded had been sent here. The whole hospital was busy, and the sound of glassware being knocked over and broken could be heard from time to time. Ikegami Seiya, who was stationed here, was a well-known strongman in the Sand Village. He was fully armed and was listening to the report from the Perception Ninja with a gloomy face. After learning from the Perception Ninja that the guard team was wiped out, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and think. A moment later, Ikegami Kinjian's order was heard by the Sensing Ninja. He was startled and formed seals with his hands. Then he transmitted the order to every stationed ninja through ninjutsu. Order: leave 5 teams to continue defending, and the rest of the teams to build a protective network in front of the hospital and strive to annihilate the enemy. The well-trained Sand Ninjas dispersed under the leadership of the team leader. Ikumi Aoki stood quietly in place, waiting for the Konoha ninjas who broke through the protective net to come and die. According to Ikumi Ayanobu's idea, the number of interference troops sent by Konoha would not be too large. Attacking medical ninjas is a common practice in the ninja world, but out of humanitarianism and practical circumstances, everyone chose to kill them on a small scale instead of completely annihilating them. He believed that the protective net he set up was enough to stop the Konoha ninjas. Even if they could rush in, there were still 5 teams to give the invading enemy a fatal blow. This is why Qi Shangqinjian was able to serve as the commander. It is always right to be cautious. The mindset of considering defeat before considering victory is a must for a qualified commander. Soon, the ninjas in front started fighting. Unlike large-scale group fights, the ninja squad system once again became the main theme in small-scale combat. In June of the 41st year of the Konoha calendar, the young Byun Yishin changed his career and became a member of a special group of ninjas, medical ninjas. Chapter 34. Yeshan grabbed Minato Namikaze, who wanted to rush into the sand ninja's protective net at the first moment. Under the strange looks of his teammates, he just stood there and watched the fierce battle in front of him, without any intention of joining in. "What are you doing?" Minato questioned Yeshan's motives dissatisfiedly. His feelings are understandable, because in such a short time, there have been casualties. Minato's kindness does not allow his companions to die in front of him while he stands indifferent behind. He is eager to join the battle and use his ninjutsu to open a gap for Konoha. Yeshan didn't say anything, but nodded at several teams that had already hidden around him, and Minato immediately understood his intention. In terms of numbers, the defending sand ninjas are roughly the same as the Konoha side, but their overall combat capabilities are somewhat inferior. In a melee between more than 200 ninjas on both sides, the difference in individual strength and quality will be infinitely reduced. After all, neither side has a powerful ninja who can change the situation instantly. Hayama is not good enough, and neither is Minato Namikaze at this stage. The mission was clear, to kill as many medical ninjas from Sand Village as possible. If Konoha threw all of its efforts into this defense-breaking battle, even if it could defeat the other side, the mission would end in failure. Medical ninjas are also ninjas, but their combat capabilities are not strong. They all have legs, and only fools would not run away and stay where they are to die. The mobility of ninjas determines that once they are determined to escape, it is difficult to be completely wiped out without being blocked. The purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen sending them here was not to annihilate the Sand Village's guard forces, but to severely damage or even wipe out the medical ninjas. Thinking of this, Minato's eyes became determined. He silently hid his body, avoided the battlefield, and moved towards the Sand Village wartime hospital. Those who cannot give up anything are destined to get nothing. When faced with a mission, ninjas can be used as tools, even if this is not in line with the concept of the will of fire. After successfully reaching the outskirts of the hospital, Minato did not launch an attack immediately, but looked at the calm Yeshan. Under the gaze of several people, Yeshan smiled slightly and made gestures to explain his battle plan. Yeshan's battle plan was very simple. First, several other Konoha teams that had also sneaked in would launch an attack to attract the firepower of the remaining sand ninjas. Then he would use the high explosive power of the lightning release secret technique to rush into the hospital and throw out Minato's special kunao, striving to kill most of the medical ninjas in a very short time with the two of them. A smart person will not put all his eggs in one basket. The commander of Tsunagakuer must be a smart man, so there must be some Tsunagakuer ninjas left in the hospital. As for the perception ninja of the sand ninja, Yeshan did not take it into consideration. Knowing the enemy's intention in advance is one thing, and whether you can prevent it is another. Yeshan is very confident in his speed. Strength plus stability equals success. This is his creed. Minato nodded gently, fully agreeing with Yeshan's plan. What he didn't realize was that his moral integrity and bottom line had been lowered by Yeshan without him realizing it. Before long, several other Konoha teams launched their own attacks. In the enemy's territory, hidden weapons such as kunao and shuriken lost their maximum effect, and combined ninjutsu became the eternal god. Fire escape, the art of fierce flames. Wind escape, big breakthrough. The huge flames encountered strong winds, becoming even hotter as if they were poured with gasoline, and they roared towards the Sand Village wartime hospital. However, how could the Sand Ninja, who were well prepared, allow the flames to hit their own hospital? A mighty stream of water gushed out under the joint release of several Sand Ninjas, extinguishing the powerful fire-style combination ninjutsu. A large amount of water vapor spread out, and several impatient Konoha ninjas rushed into the hospital in an environment with obstructed vision. Short sounds of iron collision and screams were heard. After the water vapor dissipated, the situation at the hospital entrance was revealed. The bodies of several Konoha ninjas were lying on the ground, and of course there were also bodies of sand ninjas, but the first exploratory attack had obviously failed, and the still warm bodies were the best proof of that. The furthest distance in the world is not that I love you but you don't love me, but that the door is right there but you can't get in even if you die. This is likely to be the end of an unsteady person, where the body will be destroyed after death. The ninjas of Konoha village in the land of fire are best at other attribute jutsu. Fire jutsu can be used for fun, but to really kill someone they have to rely on chakra of other attributes. Earth release split the earth and turn the palm. The favorite ninjutsu of the rock ninja of the land of earth was used by several Konoha ninjas. A huge crack spread from the ground, and the wall of the sand village hospital collapsed in the shaking. The hospital building was exposed like a peeled banana. Then, the irritable Konoha ninja continued to release the next combination ninjutsu. Water escape broken current. Thunder escape earth walk. Faced with the high leaping water jutsu carrying electric light, if the sand ninjas don't want to be electrocuted, they can only use the earth jutsu to resist. An earth wall blocked the sand ninjas in front of them, blocking the water flow and also blocking their vision. As I said, the lack of vision in battle often leads to unexpected consequences. The damaged hospital wall became the best point of attack. In addition, the sand ninjas' vision was now obstructed, so when would they attack? About 20 Konoha ninjas picked up their weapons and rushed in an instant, but Yashan still didn't move. Be steady for one hand, then be steady for 5 numbers, and after 5 numbers, it's Yashan's performance moment. Yashan made a few seals, and lightning surrounded his body. The occasional playful lightning made Minato Namikaze grimace and he hurriedly moved away. After counting to 5, Yashan exerted a little force on his feet and shot out like lightning. The perception ninja of Tsunagakuer changed his expression and shouted, "Stop him!" However, the sand ninjas, whose attention had been distracted by the first group of Konoha ninjas who rushed in, had no time to stop Yashan. They could only watch him rush into the hospital building, where hundreds of medical ninjas were treating the wounded. Ikegami Kinjian roared, trying to force back the 2 Konoha jonin who were besieging him and rush in to support him. But how could the Konoha jonin let him do as he wished? The sharp weapon in his hand kept hitting the vital parts, and the fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries made Ikegami Kinjian exhausted, and he was powerless to deal with Yashan's sudden attack. All this happened in a flash. The secret technique of lightning gave Yashan a speed that broke through the limits of normal ninjas. He covered a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant. As he broke into the door, 2 Kunao stood in front of Yashan, wanting to rip him apart. Yashan, who had everything under control, was not panicked at all. The brain cells in his body were extremely active under the stimulation of electric current, which indirectly improved his reaction ability. With a stomping of his left foot on the ground, Yashan crashed into the arms of the sand ninja and at the same time stabbed the Kunao into his throat. The huge impact force caused the weapon in Yashan's hand to cruelly cut open the entire head of the sand ninja. Then Yashan also used this force to rush to the second floor of the hospital. Yashan, standing upside down in the corridor on the second floor of the hospital, was like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. He looked at everything around him with bloodthirsty eyes, but did not take action directly. Instead, he input a little chakra into Minato's specially made kunao. The next second, Minato, who was well prepared, appeared here. The 2 looked at each other and said nothing, but dispersed, hoping to kill the medical ninja as much as possible in the shortest time. Curses, screams, and wails echoed in the building. In front of Hayama and Namikaze Minato, medical ninjas were slaughtered like ordinary people. The smell of blood became stronger in a short period of time, even covering up the smell of disinfectant. Soon, Yashan reached the last room on the 3rd floor. The blood spurting out in the narrow space dyed his ninja vest red, and a lot of blood was also splashed on his face, which was dripping down. Yashan kicked the door open roughly and walked in expressionlessly. The snapping sound of his blood-soaked ninja shoes with every step made the people in the room tremble uncontrollably. But the scene before him shocked Yashan and made him stop killing. 5 medical ninjas in white coats were seen surrounding the bed, with 10 hands on a comatose sand ninja. The sand ninja was severely burned, with a ninja sword piercing through his body, and he was dying. However, the green light representing life lit up from the hands of the medical ninjas, slowly repairing his damaged cells, and pulling him back from the hands of death bit by bit. Yeshan watched all this expressionlessly. He was deeply moved by the professionalism and perseverance of the Sand Village medical ninja. Thinking that the mission was almost completed, Yeshan slowly turned around and walked out with the short sword in his hand. Finding the dazed Minato Namikaze on the second floor, Yeshan sighed, patted his cheek gently, and prepared to retreat after he came to his senses. All of Sand Village's medical ninjas were slaughtered by the two in a short period of time. Hundreds of experienced medical ninjas died tragically, which meant that Sand Village's medical system was on the verge of collapse. The order given by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was perfectly executed by Hayama and Namikaze Minato. The mission of killing had been completed, and the only thing left was how to retreat safely. The reason why he chose to let those medical ninjas go was because Yeshan still remembered what Hatake Sakumo had said. He had been reminding himself not to become a monster who enjoyed killing. The iron-blooded nature of the ninja's mission prompted Yeshan to raise his butcher knife without hesitation when facing the medical ninjas who were saving lives, but the kindness and love in human nature made him let go of those doctors who were not related to the overall situation. One thought leads to heaven, one thought leads to hell. At this moment, Yeshan has not completely fallen into hell. He can still be barely called a strange creature called human being. Chapter 35. In fact, Yeshan, who was in the inhuman state of Xianglaisha, could defeat this group of medical ninjas by himself, but he brought Minato with him. It was not because he had good things to share with the captain, but because he needed Minato for the subsequent escape, or to be more precise, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. The steady Yeshan had already planned an escape route. A cautious ninja like him would not take the lead unless he was absolutely sure. So, when the furious Tsunagakuer commander rushed to Yeshan and prepared to punch him in the head, Yeshan was not panicked at all, and even had time to admire the other's yellow teeth. Tisk tisk, the Tsunagakuer commander was a bunch of rough guys who didn't even brush their teeth and had a terrible personal hygiene. Yeshan really couldn't learn the Flying Thunder God technique. This technique not only tests the user's ninjutsu talent, but also tests the mathematical talent. Some things can be learned by hard work, but if you don't know how to solve math problems, it's useless no matter how hard you try. But Minato knows the technique that Yeshan doesn't know, and that's enough. Ikegami Kinjian watched the two damn Konoha ninjas disappear in front of him, and his body was rushing too fast and couldn't stop, so he crashed into the wall. A human figure was knocked out of the concrete wall. Ikegami Kinjian came quickly and left even faster. In front of the ninjas from both sides, they demonstrated what speed and passion were all about. Yeshan had already returned to the outskirts of the hospital. If the two had not been covered in blood, Chudeo Tangdong would have mistakenly believed that the mission had failed. After all, the time was too short, so short that he could not even finish the dry food in his hand. The wind is strong, hurry up. Yeshan quickly called on his teammates to retreat. The mission had been completed. If this place was not too far away from the Konoha camp, Yeshan would have wanted to fly back using the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, yesterday, Yeshan and Minato repeatedly calculated the distance, not the distance from the Sand Village Wartime Hospital to the Konoha camp, but the distance to the front line. The conclusion was that the distance was enough, but it would fly into the arms of the Sand Ninja. In order to avoid being beaten up, Yeshan had to give up this idea. The Konoha ninjas who had been keeping an eye on Yeshan saw his clean and neat escape, and while they exclaimed in their hearts that he was such a genius, they also retreated after forcing their opponent back. Those who can be sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to perform special missions are all smart people. Regardless of whether Yeshan has completed the mission or not, it is time to retreat. If he delays any longer, he will definitely be surrounded by the Sand Ninjas who come to support him. He only has one life to live. If he doesn't run now, when will he run? The angry Sand Ninja had no choice but to follow the Konoha Ninja, waiting for their companions to come to support them from the front, so that they could wrap up this group of people and torture them to death. The Konoha Ninjas who were well trained and neat when they came, showed their true colors when they ran away. They all scattered, and it was guaranteed that there were several people running away in every direction, as if they had done something wrong, and they ran very fast, just wishing their parents had given them a few more legs. Ikegami Kinjian was so angry at the hooligan behavior of the Konoha ninja that he vomited blood. He waved his hand helplessly, signaling the others to chase separately, and he chased in the direction of Yeshan's escape. He was not a vengeful person. Over the years, he was used to taking revenge on the same day and would not wait until the next day. Of course, Ikegami Kinjian did not let his anger get to his head, and called 2 sand ninjas to chase together. In Qi Shangqinjian's mind, the death of the medical ninja is dead, and killing the yellow-haired and black-haired brats is the top priority. These 2 brats are young ninjas that Konoha village has focused on training. They have become powerful. If they are not killed in time, it is unknown how much loss they will bring to the village in the future. Public hatred and private resentment became the driving force for Ikumi Kinjian to pursue vigorously. Even if the end of the ninja world has come today, he must kill those 2 little devils before the world is destroyed. According to the agreed escape route, Yeshan and his companions almost ran to the land of rain before they stopped. It was not impossible to continue running, but if they continued running, their chakra would not be able to hold up. In the wild, ninjas must ensure that the amount of chakra in their bodies is more than half, otherwise it will be very dangerous to encounter an enemy. The Minato team ran nearly 100 miles, and it was a high-intensity run that required them to release chakra at the soles of their feet and legs at all times. At such a long distance, even the sand ninja would have no means of communication, so Yeshan and others dared to stop to meet the enemy. It's not that Yeshan is unstable, but it's not long since Konoha and Yugakure stopped fighting, and the 2 sides are unhappy. Now running in is just a pure act of giving yourself up. On the contrary, the territory of Wind Country is relatively safer. At least the sand ninjas are fighting Konoha on the battlefield, and they won't be able to spare any manpower to support for a while. Besides, since Yeshan learned the secret technique of thunder escape, his strength has improved qualitatively, which has made him a little arrogant. Even if you can't beat others, you can always run faster than them. Don't use the flying thunder god technique as a tool for escape. Yeshan swallowed a Bing Liang pill and stood shoulder to shoulder with Minato, preparing for the next battle. Akimichi Tangdong took out a special lunch box, the kind that was enlarged and widened, and ate it voraciously. After a cup of tea, Ikumi Kinjian stood opposite Yeshan and others. After looking at them carefully, a sand ninja whispered something in his ear. Qi Shangqinjian showed surprise on his face, put away the little contempt in his heart, and said coldly, I didn't expect that even one of you was included in the Anbu's special killing manual. Since. Before he could finish, Yeshan interrupted him by spewing out a huge flame. Come to think of it, if you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking nonsense? If you don't talk, no one will think you are dumb. The standards that Yeshan always adhered to did not allow him to talk nonsense during a battle. Perhaps after all the enemies were dead, he would take advantage of the warm corpses to say a few heartfelt words. At that time, whatever he said would be the final word, and no one could interrupt him. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Faced with Yeshan's rude behavior, Ikumi Kinjian became even more angry. Without saying a word, he formed a seal, intending to teach the rude Konoha ninja a good lesson. But his idea was doomed to fail, because behind him, another Yeshan jumped out of the soil and stabbed him in the heart with a knife. Qi Shangqinjian sneered. His own perception ninja had already reminded him that there was a flashy person hidden underground. In front of absolute power, any tricks would be in vain. One hand grabbed Yeshan's neck, and then twisted it hard, and the sand ninja lived up to expectations and got a handful of mud. Yeshan, who had learned something, also gave a few detonating talismans behind the clone to help the sand ninja clean the mud on his hands. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the sand ninja jumped away in time to avoid the detonating talisman given by Yeshan. Although he was not injured, he was still angry. You look young and have all the necessary limbs, how come you are so smart, like a smart guy? Several kunai were thrown out by Minato Namikaze and landed around the leading sand ninja. Just when Minato wanted to fly over, Hayama grabbed his arm and stopped him. When the enemy has seen through the ninjutsu, it would be meaningless to rush in and would instead be risky. Although the sand ninja didn't say much, the meaning he revealed was enough for Yeshan to infer useful information. At the moment, it is best to use medium-range ninjutsu to test a wave. It is always better to be safe. Anyway, Yeshan still has a lot of chakra. If you are poor, you can use tactics to intersperse, and if you are rich, you can use firepower to cover. Now Yeshan's ninjutsu reserves are rich. Earth Escape, Earth Lung Continuous Gun. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. The sand ninja was very fast, and Yeshan's small combo didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Yeshan narrowed his eyes. He kept calculating in his mind, analyzing the strength of the sand ninja. Judging from his evasive movements, the opponent was undoubtedly an elite jonin. Yeshan was not unfamiliar with the strength of jonin. Thinking of this, he decided to use a more difficult dodge technique to test it again. Thunder escape pseudo-darkness. Lightning shot out from Yeshan's mouth, and then formed into a gun shape in the air, shooting towards the sand ninja. This technique is the fastest conventional attribute escape technique that Yeshan has mastered, and it is also very powerful. As the lightning flew out, the seals in Yeshan's hands changed, and the next ninjutsu was released in a short time. Fire style, Sukiyaki technique. Just as the sand ninja dodged the lightning, several pillars surrounded it, leaving only one exit facing Yeshan. The fire attribute chakra in Yeshan's body poured into the earth house, and under his urging, it instantly ignited. The relatively closed space plus the burning of flames can quickly create a high temperature, oxygen-deficient space, causing irreversible damage to the enemy. Although this is a fire escape ninjutsu, it requires the caster to have both earth and fire attributes. The cast is very difficult and powerful. But if a powerful ninjutsu cannot hit the enemy, it is a pure waste of chakra. Yeshan grasped the perfect timing to cast the spell and indeed trapped the sand ninja, but he could not stop the opponent from releasing ninjutsu to fight back. As long as a ninja's hands can still form seals, he will always retain the necessary conditions for victory. The violent wind blew out the fire escape, cut the earth house into pieces, and formed dense wind blades visible to the naked eye that pressed towards Yeshan and Namikaze Minato. After the roar, the two sides were still confronting each other unharmed. Yeshan's ninjutsu combo failed to test the true strength of the sand ninja, but instead consumed a lot of chakra in vain. A ninja needs not only strength in battle, but also needs to collect intelligence about the opponent in order to formulate an ideal battle plan. From this point of view, Yeshan failed. The sand ninja's combat proficiency and strength are beyond imagination. The test of ninjutsu has lost its meaning. The next battle will become a close combat. Both sides are well aware of this. Namikaze Minato took out a special kunai from his ninja tool bag and handed it to Hayama beside him, and then he took out a piece of talisman paper and held it in his hand. Except for the word seal in the middle, the pattern of the talisman paper was almost the same as the detonating talisman, but it was the sealing talisman that Minato treasured. From the moment Minato took out the sealing talisman, the battle turned into a sticker war. As long as this piece of paper was stuck to the sand ninja's body, he would be dead. Chapter 36. Minato Namikaze is a genius among geniuses. Born as a common ninja, he was spotted by Jiraiya and accepted as his apprentice because of his mature thinking and one-in-a-million talent. Unlike the ordinary Hayama, he was born to be the protagonist. Minato's talent is not only in ninjutsu training, but also in sealing techniques. Thanks to this, many powerful enemies have been killed on the spot by the strange and unpredictable sealing techniques. And Yeshan, who cooperates well with Minato, of course knows the combat methods of this system. Yeshan bent down slightly, shifted his body weight to his lower body, and then his chakra exploded under his feet, and he rushed towards the sand ninja. Close combat is the romance of men. A simple straight punch hit the sand ninja's chest. The moment he got close to him, Yeshan threw the kunai in his other hand behind the sand ninja's back like throwing away garbage. Chi Shang Kinjian only felt his back sink, and 2 feet stepped on his back. He couldn't help but feel a sudden shock in his heart. He didn't care about the slash of the black-haired kid in front of him, and began to make seals with his hands. After making a few seals in an instant, a strong wind gushed out with Chi Shang Kinjian as the center, directly blowing away the 2 Konoha ninjas who were attacking him. The well-informed Ikegami Seiya naturally recognized the seal in Minato's hand. No matter how powerful the seal was, he would not risk his life. However, just when Ikegami Kinjian was about to use his trick, Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared behind him without any air fluctuations. Ikegami Kinjian was shocked. According to the introduction in the Anbu manual, the opponent relied on special kunai to move in space, but how could he get behind him without a kunai? Without time to think about it, Ikegami Kinjian suddenly twisted his body, opened his mouth, and several thousand swords shot out of his mouth. The senbon hit Minato's neck directly at close range and then turned into a puff of smoke. This is the shadow clone. Before Ikegami Kinjian could breathe a sigh of relief, a kunai fell from the smoke, followed by a flash of yellow light, and Minato appeared in front of him again, but this time, in his real form. A sealing talisman representing danger was placed on his side under Chi Shang Kinjian's horrified gaze. The sealing talisman was triggered instantly, and tadpole-like runes spread out and crawled all over his body. Chi Shang Kinjian only felt that the chakra flowing in his body seemed to solidify and became extremely slow. Then a cold light flashed before his eyes, and a kunai cut towards his neck. Even though his chakra was suppressed, Ikegami Ayano, as one of the strongest men in the sand village, naturally had good reaction speed and physical skills. He turned his head to dodge in time. Although he did not avoid it completely, he changed the fatal attack into a harmless cut on his face. Then, Qi Shang Qinjian's right hand gathered all the chakra that could be mobilized in his body and grabbed the sealing talisman. Qi Shang Qinjian knew very well that this sealing talisman could seal the chakra in the ninja's body, but it was supported by the talisman paper after all. As long as the talisman paper was torn off, there would be nothing to be afraid of. But after going through so much trouble to seal the sand ninja, Minato had no reason to let him escape easily. He took a step forward and stabbed the sand ninja's wrist with the kunai in his hand. A trace of determination flashed across Qi Shang Qinjian's eyes, and he stretched out his left arm without hesitation to block the kunai. He thought clearly that as long as he could tear off the seal, even a little injury would be an acceptable price. But Minato was not fighting alone. Just when Qi Shang Qinjian's right hand had just touched the sealing talisman and had no time to exert force, a bolt of lightning from the ground hit his leg. The unique paralyzing effect of the lightning chakra caused Qi Shang Qinjian's movements to pause. Minato seized this opportunity, flicked his wrist, and changed the direction of the kunai, stabbing at the sand ninja's throat. In the critical moment, Ikegami Qinjian, who grew up in the barren environment of the Wind Country, showed astonishing ruthlessness and determination. While tearing the sealing talisman with his right hand, facing the deadly kunai, he chose to turn his head and meet it with his side face. Minato's specially made kunai cut Ikegami Ain's cheek, and the huge force even cut off half of his nose, but he also successfully tore off the sealing talisman. The solidified chakra exploded instantly, and a powerful aura spread across the field, making people tremble with fear. The first thing that the furious Ikegami Qinjian did after escaping from the predicament was not to rush towards Minato for revenge, but to distance himself and stop the bleeding. The nose is a soft tissue of the human body, and a punch would be extremely painful, let alone being cut in half by a sharp blade. Despite his strong endurance, Qi Shang Qinjian still had a runny nose and pain, and before he could start to take revenge, the screams of his companions were heard first. Yeshan coldly pulled out the short knife from the sand ninja's chest, rubbed it on his clothes a few times, then called out to his stunned teammates, came to Minato's side, and prepared to retreat. Qi Shang Qinjian seemed to have discovered the intention of Yeshan and others, but he did not stop them. His current condition did not allow him to continue fighting. After all, blood was constantly flowing out. If he was not bandaged in time, he would most likely die from excessive ischemia. The two sides ended the pursuit with restraint and parted ways. In general, Yeshan's side gained a great advantage. Not only did they leave irreparable wounds on the leading sand ninja, they also killed a perception ninja, and finally all of them used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave in a chic manner. There are two main reasons why we did not choose to pursue the victory. The first was that Inyazuka-e and Akimichi Tou were in bad shape. The high-intensity running and fighting consumed most of their chakra, and Akimichi Tou had lost a lot of weight. If they continued to fight, there would inevitably be casualties, and it was not a pleasant thing to see casualties at the end of the Wind Country War. The second reason is that the sealing talisman did not achieve the expected miraculous effect and failed to kill or seriously injure the sand ninja during the time he was sealed. Therefore, the subsequent battle will return to the scope of traditional ninja combat. After all, there is only one sealing talisman. Anyway, no matter how you calculate it, the Watergate team won't lose money, and the first choice is of course to avoid fighting. There is only so much subsidy per month, why fight for life, and there is no bonus to be earned. That evening, Minato's team returned to the battlefield, but saw only countless corpses and no one alive. It was not until they met the wounded that they realized that everyone had followed the third Hokage into the heart of the Wind Country to pursue the defeated Sand Ninja. There was no choice but for Minato and the others to follow without taking a rest, wanting to witness the final chapter of the Second Ninja World War with their own eyes. In the 41st year of the Konoha calendar, Konoha won a great victory in the Wind Country and completely defeated the Sand Village. Konoha Ninja Village once again proved that even if it lost the Senjo clan, it could still dominate the ninja world. Sand Hidden Village, Kazekage's office. The third Kazekage stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the raging sandstorm outside, wondering what he was thinking. The knock on the door woke him up from his daze, and after slowly sitting on the chair, he said, "Come in." A red-haired young ninja pushed the door open and walked in. It was none other than the third Kazekage's right-hand man, Raza, who possessed the magnetism release bloodline limit. Raza, the sand village has failed, what do you think? Asked the third Kazekage. Luo Sha, who had prepared a plan before coming, said, Sir, the most urgent task is to sign a ceasefire agreement. Only after the ceasefire can we free up our hands to develop and build the village. Luosha used the word development and construction instead of reconstruction and restoration, which was obviously to save the leader's face. In fact, the sand village was on the verge of collapse. If the fighting continued, it would have to be announced to be disbanded. The third Kazekage nodded and continued to consider, Konoha will definitely ask for an extremely harsh treaty. What should we do? I suggest ceding Akihabara. What? Luo Sha's words shocked the third Kazekage so much that he stood up and stared at him, as if brewing dissatisfaction. But Luosha calmly analyzed the situation and tried to convince the supreme ruler of Tsunagakure in front of him. Instead of ceding the few iron ore mines to Konoha for mining, it is better to hand over Akihabara, the granary. Tsunagakure can lose the food-producing area, but it cannot lose the raw materials for making weapons. The third Kazekage paced around the room like a trapped beast, feeling extremely reluctant, and said, Can we not cede the land and pay the compensation? From a practical point of view, compensation is the safest method. The Sand Ninja, who possesses the bloodline limit of magnetic release, is a natural gold digger. At worst, he can just live in the desert and work for Konoha every day. Luo Sha shook his head slowly and said coldly, The humiliation suffered by the sand village is not enough. We need to lose our rights and humiliate our country to arouse the blood of the ninjas in the village. The third Kazekage stopped pacing back and forth and stared at Raza for a long time, his admiration for this fellow ninja growing stronger and stronger. As an old hand at political intrigue, the third Kazekage had long planned to cede Akihabara to Konoha, and he was just acting just now. Family matters are known to family members. After Chiyo's son died, only Raza could carry the banner of Sand Village. It's not that he is the strongest, but that he is cruel enough. After the defeat, the Sand Village does not need a gentle and affectionate rule. What it urgently needs is to arouse the bloodiness in its blood, remember the shame bestowed by Konoha, and bite back with interest one day. The people in the desert are extremely tough, but they have a drawback of being in awe of the strong. What the third Kazekage has to do is to use shame to cover up the village ninjas' awe of Konoha, like a group of desert wolves, brave enough to challenge powerful animals. Those in power will never give up because of temporary setbacks. They are like the alpha wolf that rules the wolf pack. In order to continue the survival of the species, they will not hesitate to bite off their own flesh and blood to repay the parents, even if it is their own flesh and blood. Chapter 37. The Wind Country's plan was not brilliant, and was seen through by Sarutobi Hiruzen at a glance, but it was irresistible. The wealthy Konoha would not refuse the land that was offered to them, even if it might lead to deeper hatred and a more brutal war. These days landlords have no surplus food, so it would be a waste if you don't take it. As a result, the content of the armistice agreement was successfully reached, and the next step was to select the signing location. For various reasons, the third Kazekage requested to sign the treaty in Kikyo Castle, the largest city in Akihabara, but the old fox third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected this proposal and unilaterally announced that the signing ceremony would be held at the border of the Land of Fire. Although he was very dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's hooligan behavior, the third Kazekage still agreed to it. He had to bow his head under the eaves. After all the preparations were completed, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to consider selecting ninjas to escort the daimyo of the Land of Fire to sign the treaty. In name, the daimyo is the head of state, and the entire territory is under the jurisdiction of the daimyo, but it is only in name. In fact, the daimyo of the Land of Fire only has economic and administrative power over the territory, and the most important military power is in the hands of the Hokage, which is equivalent to a disguised relationship between a thug and an employer. The Land of Fire daimyo provides Konoha with a huge amount of military expenses every year, while Konoha village is responsible for protecting the territory. The two are independent and do not interfere with each other. Although the daimyo has the power to hold a meeting to replace the Hokage, no daimyo has dared to do so in the past 40 years. After all, the minds of violent groups cannot be shaken by ordinary people. The daimyo who dares to challenge them may be gone tomorrow. As for the escort, Sarutobi Hiruzen would of course choose from his 3 disciples. Would he give it to the red-eyed Uncle Yu in Tuanshan Hutong? No way. This lucrative job of getting closer to the relationship would be the turn of the Hinata, not the Uchiha. Among the 3 disciples, Tsunade is no longer on the same side as Sarutobi Hiruzen because of the Senju clan, so she is ruled out first. Orochimaru is powerful and calm, but he is too cold and will scare the daimyo, so he is also ruled out. Finally, there is Jiraiya, who is rough but delicate but a little lustful. It seems that there are many beautiful women in the capital, I wonder if it will cause trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows in distress, feeling frustrated. The successors he had been training since childhood were more outrageous than the last. Could there be anything worse than this? After much deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to send Jiraiya. Even though Jiraiya was lustful, fond of alcohol, careless and outspoken, he was the tallest among the short ones, and he was the only one among the 3 ninjas who could make Sarutobi Hiruzen worry less. Call Jiraiya! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted to the empty office. An Anbu appeared from the shadows and left instantly after receiving the order. All the ninjas in the Anbu know that if they want to find Tsunade, they should go to the casino, because the money-giving boy must be gambling. If they want to find Orochimaru, they should go to his secret hut, but it is best not to go in as something bad may happen. If they want to find Jiraiya, they should go to the red light district or the bathhouse, and they can be guaranteed to find the right person. Jiraiya, with lipstick marks on his face, walked into the temporary Hokage's office in the camp, as if he was at home. He sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, stared blankly at the ground, and instantly entered a state of resisting ideological education. Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it wasn't for the purpose of training a successor, I would have slapped you twice. Jiraiya, go to those places of entertainment less often. Sex is a sharp knife that scrapes your bones. Young people should exercise moderation. Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly. Jiraiya kept nodding, and blurted out 3 times perfunctorily, yes, I understand. I will definitely do it next time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's blood pressure rose, and he muttered a few words, don't be angry, it was all my own choice, before returning to his composure. Go and fetch the daimyo. We will have a signing ceremony next. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Jiraiya stood up and turned away. What a joke, we finally ended the large-scale war, now is a great time to go looking for flowers and willows and search for materials. What the hell, even if the King of Heaven comes today, I will never surrender. I recently invented a telescope technique. Jiraiya's legs could no longer move after hearing these few words. A conflicted look flashed across his face, and finally he became serious and said solemnly, as a member of Konoha, I should contribute to the village. I will accept this mission. No one can escape the law of true fragrance. Even Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, is nothing in front of this law. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a smug smile, successfully winning the heart of a naughty man and making him feel extremely comfortable. But this task is difficult. Only difficult tasks can demonstrate the resilience of the Konoha ninjas. Just leave it to me. Jiraiya said. No, I think Orochimaru is more suitable for this mission than you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, playing hard to get. Jiraiya watched as the telescope technique was about to slip from his hands, and said anxiously, I was here first. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, can you promise not to go to the love street? Can you promise not to drink and take materials? Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said ruthlessly for the sake of future happiness, yes. After nodding with satisfaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, take the Minato team with you, and I will send 2 teams of Anbu to guard in secret. By the way, what do you think of Shirogane Hayama in Minato's team? Jiraiya touched his hair in confusion and asked, hasn't Minato's team always been Inyazuka-e, Akimichi Toyu and Shimura Shinji? Where did Byakumo Hayama come from? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Get out. Go and carry out the mission immediately. Jiraiya ran out of the office in embarrassment amid the roar of his master. As soon as he walked out of the door, he straightened his back, became serious, and walked away amid the greetings of the ninjas he met. After scolding the unreliable Jiraiya away, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up a report in the drawer and read it carefully. His occasional frown showed his unhappiness. This second investigation report on Shirogane Hayama made Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly dissatisfied. Hitaki Sakumo's influence in the camp obscured the authenticity of the Root's first investigation, but as Hayama's strength continued to improve, coupled with his position in Konoha's sensitive star team, Sarutobi Hiruzen launched a second investigation. In the report, the investigation team leader Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote a comment that Hayama had no will of fire, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen alert. He was considering whether to kick Hayama out of Minato's team, but he had no reasonable excuse and was afraid of disappointing his hero, which made him very distressed. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, a ninja who does not support the concept of the will of fire is of no use. Although Konoha is not large, it has many factions and it is impossible to implement meritocracy. Otherwise, how could the powerful Uchiha clan be promoted to the top? Although there is no record of disobeying orders in Yeshan's report, it is easy to find excuses to accuse someone of something. Sometimes, whether you can do something or not is not up to you. If others say you can do something, you have to do it even if you can't. If others say you can't do something, you have to not do it even if you can. The next day, Minato's team, led by Jiraiya, disappeared quietly into the camp to carry out their escort mission. Hayama watched as Jiraiya's tall frame moved through the strongest side of the team, and carefully considered the danger of the mission. It is obvious that the third Hokage sent Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, to carry out the mission not only to train a successor, but also to prevent accidents. From this perspective, it is clear where the potential danger comes from. Kirigakure, which is currently fighting the Uchiha clan at the border, has sufficient reasons to take action. The truce between the Wind Country and the Fire Country had the greatest impact on the Water Country. Once Konoha was free to concentrate its forces to deal with them, the consequences could be imagined. It was reasonable for Kirigakure to send ninjas to assassinate the daimyo, thus preventing the signing of the truce. However, the special status of the daimyo in the country determined that Kirigakure did not dare to take action in the capital, even if they had 10 courage. The first person who jumped out to rebuke Kirigakure for assassinating the daimyo of the largest country in the ninja world in the capital must be the daimyo of the Land of Water. You know, the daimyo is just an ordinary person with power, and can't compete with the ninja. Once Kirigakure sets a precedent of assassinating the daimyo in the capital, it will immediately become the target of the entire ninja world, and even the daimyo of the Land of Water will declare to reorganize the ninja village and completely abandon Kirigakure. There is no other way. As long as you have territory and property, you can have as many ninjas as you want. The entry threshold for this thing is not high. Basically, you just need to have hands. The ninjas' lack of productivity meant that they relied on the daimyo for financial resources. The daimyo's safety and status were determined by the strength of the ninja village, forming a win-win situation of mutual assistance. Therefore, the assassins from Kirigakure would only act after leaving the capital. Of course, we cannot completely rule out the motives of other ninja villages to frame others. The mission of escorting the daimyo was destined to be difficult from the moment he left the capital and returned. 2 days later, the capital of the Land of Fire appeared in Yeshan's sight. The capital of the Land of Fire is located in the center of the continent, with well-developed transportation and flat terrain. With this advantage, it has successfully developed into the largest city in the ninja world. To be honest, this was the first time for Yeshan, who had been accustomed to waiting in the dark for many years, to enter the world of ordinary people. Once, Yeshan and Yamashiro Tatsu had discussed how to identify ninjas on the busy streets, and finally came to the conclusion that those who like to walk in the shade with their hands hanging down by their thighs without moving must be ninjas. At the entrance of the city gate, Jiraiya took out the official letter from the Hokage to the daimyo, and then followed the bowing junior officer to Konoha's exclusive base to rest and wait for the daimyo's summons. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the door, Jiraiya, with a righteous face, patted Minato on the shoulder, said take a stroll, and left in an instant. Minato smiled bitterly. He naturally knew what his master had done, but he couldn't say anything. After all, everyone has personal preferences. Chapter 38. On the night of check-in, Yeshan experienced what it means to live a life of luxury. When it was time for dinner, the first thing served was not the food, but a group of gorgeously dressed musicians. Under the strange gazes of Yeshan and the others, they played the exclusive vocal music of the Fire Nation nobles, and during the performance, several beautiful palace maids danced gracefully, which successfully made Yeshan stay in Bungbu. Yeshan thought of the pomp and circumstance of the emperor's and general's meals in his previous life, and he never expected that he would be able to experience that one day. Perhaps he could write a book titled I'm 50-50 with Qianlong in Naruto. When the dance was over, the musicians changed the music and started to play again. After Minato, who could no longer bear it, whispered a few words to the reception official, the other party withdrew. The dining atmosphere group with a strange look on his face, clapped his hands, and another group of waiters came in with plates. Soon, the long sandalwood table was filled with food, and the aroma made Yeshan swallow involuntarily. Thinking about it carefully, Yeshan has been in the Naruto world for 17 years, and he has never seen such exquisitely presented, colorful, fragrant and delicious food. When he was young, it was basically home-cooked meals, which could only be said to be filling. After going to the battlefield, having a hot meal became Yeshan's daily expectation, but as for the taste, I really can't praise it. Isn't it too difficult for me, Fat Tiger, to expect a group of ninjas who think about how to chop people every day to cook? After the dishes were served, the official in charge of reception considerately closed the door, leaving Yeshan and others space to express themselves freely. Chudeo Tangdong, who was trying his best to endure, jumped up, grabbed the salt-baked crab in the middle with one fat hand, and with the other hand, he grabbed a whole chicken leg and twisted it off, then ate frantically with both hands. Yeshan, who had been staring at the crab, just came to his senses and saw that the basin-sized crab had lost 2 claws. He was immediately anxious. In his previous life, Yeshan loved seafood, especially big crabs, but unfortunately he was short of money and couldn't afford them. Now there was one in front of him, and he didn't have to spend any money on public funds, so he couldn't let it go. Thinking of this, Yeshan directly held the crab in his arms, removed the shell with a kunao, and started eating it as if no one was around. It smells so good. Mom, I've made it. I can eat crabs as a meal. With a chicken leg in his mouth, Tangdong Kayamichi looked at the crab claws in his hand and wanted to slap himself in the face. As a professional foodie in the Kayamichi clan, he actually took the claws instead of the crab roe. It would be embarrassing if he told others about it. With no other options, Chudeo Tangdong changed his target and started eating other foods. Hiccup. Yeshan burped comfortably, and was very satisfied with the big crab. He was just a little thirsty and wanted to drink something. So, he naturally looked at the soup bowl on Minato's left-hand side. This bowl of soup was a bit strange, with only some radish-like things piled in it and no other side dishes. Yeshan took a little and tasted it, his face turned strange. This soup was clearly deer penis soup. Feeling that he was in great shape, Yeshan gave up drinking the soup and poured himself a bowl of water to drink. Minato had long been curious about the soup in front of him, and seeing the look on Yeshan's face, he couldn't help but ask, "Yeshan, what kind of soup is this?" Yeshan looked into Minato's eyes and said seriously, "The soup made from radish-shaped soy products has a crunchy chicken flavor. It's suitable for you to drink." Although Minato was a little skeptical, he still chose to believe Yeshan and poured himself a bowl of soup and drank it. After a while, under Yeshan's gaze, Minato's face turned red and his buttocks twisted restlessly. Yeshan laughed. His noble status as a daimyo did not allow him to serve inferior products to his guests. Deer penis was a top-quality dish. It was probably because he had heard of Jiraiya's reputation that he specially added this dish to please him. It was a small gift. However, Jiraiya was out and was unable to appreciate the daimyo's kindness, but Minato felt it firmly. The physical fitness of a ninja is far superior to that of an ordinary person. After drinking a bowl of nourishing soup, Minato felt hot all over and the blood was concentrated in a certain part of his body, which made him extremely ashamed. In the world of Naruto, ninjas mature early and generally get married early. For someone like Hayama who is not married at the age of 17, it is definitely a late marriage and late childbearing. If it were 20 or 30 years ago, he would be punished. So Minato quickly understood the function of the soup he drank, and couldn't help looking at Hayama with resentment. Sure enough, the people who betray teammates most frequently are always their own people, not the enemies. The small incident did not affect the appetite of the few people. Most of the dishes on the table were eaten up, and Yeshan, who had strong self-control, ate until he was 100% full. Anyway, the capital of the Land of Fire was as safe as Konoha village, and there was no possibility of attack by enemy ninjas, so the few people ate to their heart's content. It has to be said that overeating can indeed relieve people's depression. After eating, Yeshan felt extremely refreshed all over. The fatigue brought by days of high-intensity fighting was also swept away, and he felt like going out for a trip. Minato agreed with Hayama's proposal. As for Inyazuka and Akimichi Toyu, one wanted to walk the dog alone, and the other was simply too lazy to move. Hayama didn't force it. After changing clothes with Minato, he went to visit the capital of the Land of Fire. The capital was bright in the dark night. The widespread use of electricity enriched the lifestyle of the common people and made nightlife popular. Unlike Konoha village, which was essentially a military stronghold, the capital was a political and economic center and was extremely prosperous. Yeshan and Minato walked through the busy streets, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if they had come to another world. Here, people lived a simple life away from killing and war, and everyone's face was filled with a smile from the heart. From this point of view, the one country one village system created by the first Hokage was successful. At least it kept most ordinary people away from the wars between ninjas and achieved the goal of peace to a certain extent, of course, with the exception of civilians in small countries. The first Hokage did not unify the entire ninja world with absolute strength, but pointed out a relatively peaceful path for other ninja clans through demonstration and negotiation. The establishment of the one country one village system ended the chaotic warring states period that lasted for thousands of years and prevented ordinary people from being involved in the battles between ninjas. On the other hand, the ninja villages formed by large and small ninja clans undoubtedly made the scale of wars between ninjas larger and the mortality rate higher. According to the historical knowledge that Yeshan knew in his previous life, the first generation of Hokage's approach was the safest way. Although the alliance between Senju and Uchiha had great hope of unifying the ninja world, it would also leave endless troubles. The characteristics of ninjas determined that even if the first generation of Hokage spent his entire life, he would not be able to integrate all the ninja clans. If he couldn't win, he could still hide. History achieved a qualitative leap in the hands of the first Hokage. Even though he was hailed as the god of ninja, he could not completely eliminate war in one step. Each generation has its own mission and responsibility. The stage has been set for the first generation of Hokage. It depends on who among the 5 major countries will have the last laugh and unify the ninja world. But more than 40 years have passed, and the most promising Konoha village has now lost the strength to annex other countries. It has to be said that the third Hokage played a good hand badly. You know, in the First Ninja World War, Konohagakure still won a great victory despite fighting on 3 fronts. By the time of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Second World War lasted for 6 or 7 years, and the victory he achieved could only be called a tragic victory. It is foreseeable that war will not stop because of the bloodshed of World War II. After each country accumulates strength, it will still come to every ninja. Yeshan estimates that the Third Ninja World War will break out in 10 years at most. However, all of this is based on Yeshan's analysis and judgment from the perspective of his previous life, and there is no guarantee that it conforms to the actual situation in the Naruto world. Perhaps one day in the future, a weapon that can instantly destroy the world will be developed, and the entire ninja world will suddenly be unified. With all sorts of random thoughts in his mind, Yeshan strolled around with his whole body extremely relaxed. Gradually, a roadside game attracted him, or perhaps attracted his inner G-spot. This is a small game called scooping goldfish, and you can participate once with only 10 taels. The method of the game is very simple, that is, use the net provided by the stall owner to scoop goldfish. It is easier said than done. Yeshan saw more than a dozen people trying and failing, and gave away more than 100 taels in vain. The reason is that the net provided by the stall owner is very thin. After it gets wet, its toughness becomes even weaker. It cannot withstand the goldfish's struggle and often breaks in mid-air, leaving the players with nothing to gain except regret and a face full of water. Yeshan showed interest in participating, and successfully contributed 50 taels to the stall owner under Minato's strange gaze. The failure in the goldfish catching activity made Yeshan narrow his eyes. After paying the money again, he started cheating. A thin layer of chakra attached to the bottom of the net, successfully bearing the goldfish's struggling force. After cheating successfully, Yeshan dispersed the chakra at the last moment and gave up the goldfish. Outsiders were unaware of Yeshan's actions, and the onlookers even mocked him. After all, in their opinion, the young man in front of them was simply a fool with a lot of money. Amid the mockery of the crowd, Yeshan got angry and pulled the stall owner's clothes to make him pay. Knowing that he was in the wrong, the stall owner didn't want to ruin his business, so he reluctantly compensated Yeshan with 3 goldfish. Only then was Yeshan satisfied and left with the goldfish. After walking to an empty corner, Yeshan's eyes flashed, and he said softly, "Minato, there is a situation." Minato nodded silently. The two had been a team for some time, and he knew Yeshan's character. He would never give money to others for no reason. After all, Yeshan was not a fool. The little girl who caught 2 goldfish in one breath is a ninja. There was a hint of chill in Minato's words. Not only that, her chakra control ability is very strong. Yeshan added. After Yeshan's personal practice, he confirmed that the stall owner was a profiteer and that only by using chakra could the goldfish be successfully caught. For this reason, the steady Yeshan verified it 50 times, and there was no way there would be any mistakes. Things became interesting. After dinner, a ninja of unknown identity sneaked out, which made Yeshan and the others alert. Now is a sensitive period, and the appearance of any ninja will arouse Yeshan's vigilance. Immediately, the two gave up their sneaky activities and quietly followed the female ninja. Chapter 39. The little girl who was happily shopping with the goldfish in her hand didn't notice that there were two people following her. After buying many snacks with great interest, she returned to her residence. Yeshan and Minato were like passers-by, walking behind openly. When they saw the other party walk into the house, they didn't stop and walked straight over. As the night deepened, the bustling night market came to an end. Just when most people were immersed in sleep, a dark shadow flashed across the street. The well-trained patrol officers were completely unable to detect any abnormality and continued to walk along the fixed route, with a few complaints heard from time to time. Yeshan, who had been waiting in the shadows for a long time, suddenly became excited. "I finally waited for you, my friend. I have been bitten by mosquitoes several times." Then, he followed the other person from a distance, watching him perform stealth skills with cold eyes. He followed the other party from the south to the east of the city before the other party stopped in front of a majestic and solemn mansion. After skillfully climbing over the high wall, he disappeared from Yeshan's sight. After thinking about it for a while, Yeshan did not dive in immediately, but waited for a whole meal before sinking into the ground and groping over. It's always a good idea to be safe. If the opponent is a perception ninja, he will definitely sense it at the first moment, and it would be a disaster if your whereabouts are exposed. The earth escape technique of sailing underwater is Yeshan's specialty. This technique does not have lethality, but it allows the practitioner to cruise in the soil, approach the enemy silently, and launch a fatal blow. Of course, it can also be used as a means of escape and sneaking when necessary. In a hidden house in the mansion, two people were talking, completely unaware that there was an eavesdropper hiding underground. After a long time, the conversation ended and Yeshan returned to his residence quietly. Jiraiya, reeking of alcohol, sat upright in a chair, sipping tea quietly and listening carefully to Yeshan's mission report. After Yeshan finished speaking, Jiraiya angrily threw the teacup to the ground, stood up, and had murderous intent in his eyes. It's not Jiraiya's fault that he lost his composure, but the information that Yeshan heard was indeed shocking. Who could have thought that the daimyo would sell food to the Uegakure village at a low price? In times of war, it is considered treason for the head of state to give food to the enemy at a low price or even for free. However, from the perspective of the country, the daimyo of the Land of Fire is the master of the Land of Fire, and the Hokage is his subordinate. It is the daimyo's freedom to sell food to whomever he wants, and the ninjas have no right to interfere. This involves a very realistic question, that is, are the ninjas of Konoha the ninjas of the Land of Fire or the ninjas of Konoha village? There seems to be no difference, but in fact there is a world of difference. According to the one country one village system created by the first Hokage, the ninja village is under the leadership of the daimyo, and the ninjas of Konoha must obey the orders of the daimyo. However, the will of fire, which has been used for propaganda and education, emphasizes that all Konoha ninjas belong to the village and must obey the orders of the Hokage, regardless of the feelings of the daimyo. The two are not only in conflict in theory, but also in reality. For example, the daimyo's aiding the enemy this time, in Yeshan's opinion, although not very good, did not touch his bottom line. Some shameful transactions between countries are too common. The relationship between countries cannot be measured by benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Interests are the main theme. But in Jiraiya's heart, the daimyo's behavior was a complete betrayal of Konoha village and the system and rules left by the first Hokage. He must be dealt with seriously, otherwise he would not be worthy of being a qualified Konoha ninja. In the final analysis, Jiraiya was only defending the dignity and interests of the village. As a legitimate he had the obligation to protect the interests of the village. But for Yeshan, the daimyo had not harmed his own interests, so he had no intention of revenge. Even if he took a step back, the entire Land of Fire belonged to the daimyo, and selling some food was his right, and it was not the turn of Konoha village to make decisions. The will of fire is no better than a pile of dog shit in Yeshan. The daimyo of the Land of Fires aiding the enemy is 10,000 times better than the naked suppression of dissidents by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, compared to the surplus and moldy food every year, the retreat of the Senju clan has brought greater losses to the Land of Fire. But human nature is so complicated. Even if one does something bad, it can be forgiven, but if others make a mistake, they will make a big deal out of it and accuse them of treason. It is extremely ugly that they only allow the officials to set fires but not the people to light lamps. Jiraiya calmed himself down and did not rush into the palace to question the daimyo. Instead, he wrote a letter and reported the matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen through the toad. Although it was late at night, the Hokage, who had been working diligently for the development of the village, still did not rest. After a cup of tea, Jiraiya received the latest instructions from the Hokage. After reading them, he handed them to Minato Namikaze, asking him to take a look as well. Soon, the Hokage's instructions were circulated among everyone and returned to Jiraiya's hand. Jiraiya pinched his fingers expressionlessly, and a flame suddenly appeared in the air and swallowed the note. Yeshan's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiraiya's unintentional action surprised him. He didn't know how the other party could use fire attribute chakra without seals. You know, chakra released without the guidance of seals is just pure energy and has no attributes. From this point of view, Jiraiya, the least prestigious among the three ninjas, is likely to be the hidden boss. The order from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was very concise. There were only 7 words written in a flamboyant style, but they revealed a hint of chill. These 7 words were, "Got it, but continue to act accordingly." The most important thing at the moment is still to escort the daimyo safely to the border and fulfill his duties as head of state, which Yeshan had expected. A lack of patience will ruin a great plan. Once the armistice treaty is signed, it will be time to settle accounts. After a few days of eating and drinking every day, Jiraiya received a summons from the daimyo and went to the palace early one morning, leaving Hayama and others nervously preparing for the mission. It was not until the evening that Jiraiya's hearty laughter was heard from outside the room, as if he was saying goodbye to some officials. When the outside was quiet again, Jiraiya walked in with a stern face, looking unhappy. Everyone looked at each other, and finally Minato, who was closest to Jiraiya, came forward to ask about the mission arrangement. "Teacher Jiraiya, how do we get back to the camp next?" Jiraiya saw that it was his apprentice who asked the question, and his expression softened a little, saying, "My proposal to set off in 2 groups was rejected by the daimyo, who demanded that we go to the border in a grand manner. Should we ask Lord Hokage to send reinforcements?" Minato asked after thinking for a moment. Jiraiya shook his head slowly and replied, "It's too late. We'll leave tomorrow." Yeshan frowned his bald eyebrows, looking somewhat displeased. It would take at least half a month to walk from the capital to the border with the average person's walking speed. This would undoubtedly greatly increase the difficulty of the task. He couldn't help but rub his brows in distress. But what Yeshan touched was bald eyebrows and the space between his eyebrows. The physical damage caused by the sand ninja had not yet recovered, which made him very unhappy. The daimyo's request was completely impeccable. Aristocrats should have aristocratic etiquette, and traveling secretly was not in line with etiquette. As for safety issues, it was naturally not something the daimyo should consider. Yeshan was not surprised by this result. Given the daimyo's status and position, there was no way he would agree to be carried all the way to the border by someone. At the very least, he would have to be carried to the destination in a sedan chair carried by 8 people. Thinking of this, Yeshan said, "Master Jiraiya, can you summon the ninjas from the Anbu to carry the daimyo's sedan chair to the border?" Jiraiya was startled, stared at Yeshan for a while, and asked calmly, "What should we do if the daimyo disagrees with the rapid advancement?" Yeshan smiled slightly and said the countermeasure he had thought of, "Direct and act it yourself." Jiraiya, who was wise but appeared foolish, had his eyes lit up, and he obviously understood Yeshan's plan in an instant. Yeshan's method was very simple. He had the Anbu ninja carry the sedan chair, and when they were out of the capital, he would stage an accident of encountering an enemy, using this as an excuse to speed up their progress and avoid being attacked by the real enemy. In this way, even a daimyo who values etiquette would not say anything. This not only saves the daimyo's face, but also allows the task to be completed quickly and safely. Jiraiya admired Yeshan and was very satisfied with his strategy. He was a little dissatisfied with his master. A civilian ninja like Yeshan should be reused and used to suppress the family ninja. But according to Jiraiya's investigation, although Yeshan had made great achievements on the battlefield, the top leaders still had no intention of reusing him and even sent an investigation team to investigate him. Haha, which grown-up ninja dares to say that he doesn't have any little secrets? Even Jiraiya himself has his own little thoughts and secrets. Yeshan, your idea is very good. I will give you credit for it after the mission is completed. Jiraiya promised. Yeshan showed just the right amount of joy, but he also thanked her reservedly. "Thank you, Master Jiraiya." Jiraiya smiled and nodded, then went out to contact the Anbu ninja. Yeshan sneered in his heart, not directed at Jiraiya, but at the Konoha high-level officials. Recording merits might attract the attention of the higher-ups, and if Jiraiya recorded his merits himself, it would certainly cause quite a stir. But so what? How could the higher-ups take a civilian ninja like Yushin who had struggled to rise from the bottom seriously? They just wanted to use him like a tool. Yeshan will never forget the injustice he suffered in the early days of the war, the blockade of resources, and the humiliation of Sarutobi Karakata. He will remember every single one of them in his heart. He, Byun Yushin, was able to be promoted from the bottom to the rank of Jonin, entirely due to his cautious character and the assistance of the Uchiha. The resources provided by the Konoha high-level officials were only the three-body technique. Hundreds of enemy ninjas died at his hands over the years, and they had already repaid the favors given by the high-level officials. But he did not return a penny for the embarrassment and humiliation given by the high-level officials. The slogan of the Will of Fire had no effect on the mature souls that came through, and might even cause resentment. The duplicity and nepotism of the top management had already planted deep dissatisfaction in Yeshan's heart. Chapter 40. The next morning, the daimyo's sedan slowly left the capital amid the farewell of many officials and headed to the border to sign an armistice treaty. As one of the guards, Yeshan stood guard around the sedan, guarding against any accidents. Such a high-profile farewell scene, I believe that anyone with ulterior motives can detect it unless they are blind, but there is no way. The nobles are concerned about pomp and circumstance. After all, the head can be cut off and blood can be shed, but etiquette cannot be lost. In this regard, Yushin and others had already prepared a plan to deal with it. Jiraiya had even found the actors and was just waiting to start the performance when they were far enough away. That afternoon, an attack that came and ended suddenly interrupted everyone's steps. After costing the lives of Hayama and Minato, Jiraiya was heartbroken and decided on the spot to rush to the border without letting the daimyo say a word. After the daimyo and his entourage walked away, Yushin, who should have died from the shattered internal organs of the ninjutsu, reached out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. Yeshan walked up to Minato's corpse, kicked his hand and shouted, "Stop pretending, get up and work." Minato really couldn't help laughing. He sat on the ground and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. He praised Hayama for the dirty trick he came up with and called Hayama an old actor. Yeshan was a little speechless. Are the ninjas nowadays so easy to laugh at? If I tell you 100,000 bad jokes, you will die of laughter. No, Minato doesn't seem to get the joke. Forget it, you don't deserve to hear it. Everything went as planned. Although the daimyo was a top noble, he was not a desperado. Hayama's superb acting skills deceived him, but Minato's acting was a bit fake. The two of them, one in the light and the other in the dark, headed towards the border very quickly. If nothing unexpected happened, they would reach their destination the next night. However, how could there be no accidents? In the morning of the next day, Yushin and Minato encountered the enemy, or it could be said that the enemy took the initiative to find them. Although he was mentally prepared, Yushin still felt a little uncomfortable because the Kirigakure ninjas did not take him seriously. Looking at the mist ninja duo who showed up directly without launching a surprise attack, Yeshan narrowed his eyes and thought about how to send them to the Pure Land in a very uneasy way. However, the appearance of the mist ninja was a bit weird. The one on the left was tall, and his clothes were barely normal, but the weapon behind him was huge, like a coffin board, with a big hole on the blade. Ninjas pursued agility, and for this reason, each ninja village removed the steel plate armor and used light vests as combat clothing. The weapon of the mist ninja in front of him was so huge that he didn't know if he could swing it. The weapons of the mist ninja on the right are normal, consisting of two forked swords, but they are too ugly. Yeshan thought that he was ordinary looking, but he didn't expect that when compared with him, he was more handsome than Panin. The two mist ninjas stood there carelessly, looking at Yushin and Minato as if they were looking at corpses, and seemed to be particularly confident in their own strength. Unfortunately, Yeshan is also a confident person, but he will not underestimate the enemy, and once he takes action, he will go all out. Yeshan leaned down and entered a fighting state, then whispered to Minato, "A quick battle and a quick decision. This battle is destined to be fast-paced. The enemy's target is the daimyo. Hayama needs to eliminate the enemy in time and then go back for support. He has no time to accompany the strangely looking mist ninja to test ninjutsu." Minato threw out a few kunao, while Hayama quickly formed seals. The Mist Ninja casually knocked down the kunai thrown by Minato and was about to say something when Hayama's ninjutsu interrupted him. Earth Escape, Earth Lung Continuous Gun. To this day, Yeshan's most proficient skill is still the most practical Earth-style ninjutsu, and after completing the training of changing the nature of Earth attribute chakra, his Earth-style ninjutsu has improved qualitatively. More than a dozen earthen spears with a metallic luster stabbed towards the Mist Ninja with incredible swiftness. The Mist Ninja who was carrying the coffin board snorted coldly, grasped the hilt of the sword with his right hand, swung the sword around, and smashed the earthen spears into pieces. A look of surprise flashed across Yeshan's face. He didn't take on a job without the right tools. The Mist Ninja wielded the sword with such ease that he was obviously a master of physical skills. However, before physical skills are cultivated to the extreme, they will always be suppressed by ninjutsu. Minato appeared behind the Mist Ninja like a ghost, and stabbed his neck with the kunai in his hand. Yeshan was not idle either, and he made a few more seals, ready to launch the next ninjutsu. The Mist Ninja holding the big sword seemed not to notice Minato's movements and let the kunai stab him, but at the last moment, the double swords in the hands of another Mist Ninja flashed with lightning, and then a lightning ball came from behind and hit Minato in the face. Minato was shocked. The Mist Ninja actually released a ninjutsu without forming a seal. However, the thunder ball that ordinary ninjas could hardly dodge could not cause any damage to Minato. Minato easily used the Flying Thunder God technique to fly back to Yeshan's side. Yeshan naturally caught Minato's thought, and without saying a word, a vast amount of chakra poured out, turning into a wave of fire in front of him, and pressed forward with great momentum. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Unfortunately, the ninjutsu with a wide range and great power failed to cause any burns to the Mist Ninja. A water dragon spewed out of the Mist Ninja's mouth and extinguished Yeshan's fire escape. A large cloud of mist rose up, covering the figures of both parties. Yeshan narrowed his eyes, and the lightning on his body was eager to try. However, the Mist Ninja did not launch an attack in the most suitable combat environment, but stood still and waited quietly for the mist to dissipate. The Mist Ninja was in no hurry to decide the winner and wished they could just drink and chat here, but Yeshan was in a hurry, so the rhythm of the attack would be one link after another to ensure that there would be no idle time. While the mist was still hazy, Yeshan, covered in lightning, appeared in front of the Mist Ninja who was wielding two swords, and slashed from bottom to top with the short swords. The Mist Ninja raised his eyebrows and swung his sword without hesitation to block Yeshan's short sword. Then he realized that something was wrong, because Yeshan's sword swing was very weak and it was obviously a feint. As expected, Yeshan raised his lips, and disappeared abruptly. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Mist Ninja. Then, he stabbed the Mist Ninja in the heart with the short knife in his hand. The Mist Ninja was in an unbalanced state at this time. He exerted too much force on his right hand, causing his upper body to fall down, and he had no time to defend himself. At the critical moment, the Mist Ninja's left hand frantically input chakra into the short sword, and lightning gushed out from the tip of the sword, turning into an electric net covering Yeshan. In front of the thin electric net, Yeshan chose to continue swinging his knife forward. He thought very clearly that at most he would be paralyzed by the electricity. Even though there was a Mist Ninja carrying a coffin next to him, Yeshan believed that Minato could hold the other party back. Lightning wrapped around Yeshan's palm, and numbness quickly spread throughout his body, and Yeshan's short sword stabbed into the body of the Mist Ninja as expected. It was just off by an inch and failed to pierce the heart. The face of the Mist Ninja who was stabbed was full of murderous intent. He never expected that he would be stabbed with a hole after just a few rounds of fighting. He didn't know where this freak came from and how he was so fast. Although he was stabbed, he also captured the other party. In the case of serious injuries, a one-for-one exchange is definitely worth it. Don't underestimate the Mist Ninja. The Mist Ninja, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, roared wildly, stuck the two blades into the ground, and after making a few seals, several bolts of lightning fell from the sky and hit the two men. Yeshan wanted to draw his sword and retreat, but he was paralyzed and couldn't move. He could only watch the lightning appear above his head. In the critical moment, the lightning chakra in his body instinctively surged, and a large amount of lightning bounced out from his body's surface in an attempt to reduce the damage. Boom! The lightning brought down by the Mist Ninja was so powerful that it blasted a large hole in the ground. The scattered lightning even ignited several tall trees, and thick smoke rose into the sky. Minato, who was fighting with the Mist Ninja, flew out in time, but the slightly clumsy Mist Ninja was electrocuted by the aftermath. His hair stood up and smoke came out of his open mouth. Minato didn't bother to kill the paralyzed mist ninja. He anxiously came to the center of the lightning strike and looked around for Yeshan's trace. After a while, a hand holding only the handle of a knife emerged from the pit. Minato recognized that it was the handle of Yeshan's knife. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the hand, and pulled Yeshan out like pulling a carrot. At this time, Yeshan's whole body was charred black, his hair was completely gone, he was gasping for breath, and spitting out black blood from time to time. Minato knew that this was the dirty blood produced after his internal organs were broken. Without having time to thank him, Minato took out the life-saving potion given to him by Jiraiya and injected it into Yeshan, hoping to repair his extremely poor body functions. As the drug spread throughout his body, Yeshan felt a stream of fresh air flowing from his heart throughout his body. The cells in his lungs also regained some vitality, bringing precious oxygen to his body. At the same time, his body felt numb, and a large number of new cells replaced the dead cells. He actually showed a great self-repair ability in a short period of time. Although he didn't know what kind of medicine Minato injected himself, Yeshan was sure that it must be a very precious medicine, the kind that was kept to save his life. Yeshan was lying on the ground, extremely shocked at the determination of the mist ninja. He had only stabbed him, but he was so cruel as to cause a heavenly thunder to kill himself together with him. He deserved to stay on the broken island and play in the mud for the rest of his life. As for the injuries on his body, Yeshan didn't take it too seriously. With Minato's medicine, it would not be a problem for him to survive. But all the hair on his body was gone, making him even uglier. "Thanks, Minato." Minato breathed a sigh of relief, patted Yeshan's shoulder, and without saying anything, jumped away with a whoosh. After a while, the sound of metal collision stopped, and a yellow light flashed in front of Yeshan's eyes, and Minato flew back again. In fact, the two mist ninjas were very powerful, but they met their nemesis. The mist ninja who used the broadsword met Minato, who was proficient in space ninjutsu, and was doomed to be defeated, and couldn't even touch the corner of Minato's clothes. As for the mist ninja who used the double swords, as a ninjutsu-type ninja, his death was even more aggrieved, and he was purely killed by Yeshan. There is no if in the battle between ninjas, only life and death. In just a few minutes, two mist-hidden ninjas died on the spot, partly because they wanted to delay time and did not use their full strength, and partly because they died of insufficient intelligence. If the mist ninja knew the information about Hayama and Minato's ninjutsu before the fight, they would definitely use the mist-hidden technique to hide at the first moment, instead of choosing to fight head-on. It's a pity that they don't know, so they can't die anymore. Chapter 41. After a long time, Yeshan felt that the damaged cells in his body were completely replaced by new cells, and he couldn't help but sigh at the wonderful medical skills in the Naruto world. Strictly speaking, the peak of the ninja profession in the past 1,000 years was not the extreme development of ninjutsu, but the popularization and application of medical ninjutsu. The purpose of ninjutsu is to kill the enemy. Samurai in the old days and even ordinary people with agility can do this. It's just that the emergence of chakra has made it more efficient. Fundamentally, it's the same old thing in a different name. However, the emergence of medical ninjutsu has truly expanded the application scope of chakra. Using water attribute chakra as a medium, damaged cells can be repaired in a very short time to complete a new round of metabolism and thus save lives. This was something that was unthinkable in the highly technologically developed world of the previous life, but it is commonplace in the relatively backward world of Naruto. After all, as a non-human energy body, chakra is indeed omnipotent. It is said that the first generation Hokage could automatically repair damage in battle and drag powerful enemies to death alive. However, cell repair can only keep the ninja alive temporarily, and the consequences are irreversible. There is an upper limit to the number of cell divisions in the human body. Once the upper limit is reached, the ninja will inevitably die. Yeshan speculated that this is also an important reason for the untimely death of the first Hokage. The career and lifespan of ninjas are generally short because of the long-term stimulation of abnormal cell division in the body. Although this practice is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst, it is still loved by the majority of ninjas. After all, most ninjas think it is better to live a few more years than to die now. The injuries that would have been fatal in Yeshan's previous life were rapidly healed by a shot of a magical potion. After just one meal, all the blackened skin on Yeshan's body that had been electrocuted had fallen off, replaced by new white and tender skin, and even his organs had recovered as before, and he exuded a strong vitality. After the numbness inside and out disappeared, the seriously injured and dying Yeshan stood up, looked at his white and tender palms, as if he was dreaming, and couldn't help pinching Minato. Minato, who was immersed in joy, was pinched and said in pain, "Why are you pinching me? I was afraid I was dreaming, so I just wanted to confirm it." Yeshan's words made Minato speechless. "Why pinch yourself instead of me?" But then he thought of his teammate who had saved his life, and he was secretly happy. After a period of fighting, Yeshan gained Minato's recognition with his strength and brains. He sincerely regarded Yeshan as a companion and did not want any more team members to die. However, Yeshan was very distressed when he touched his bald head. It was already very strange without eyebrows, and now, without hair, his whole temperament was as wretched as an old gangster. The attentive Minato noticed Yeshan's melancholy and comforted him, "It's okay, bald people are more energetic." Yeshan. In the past, working 996 would at most make you look bald. If you were completely bald, you would at least be a top IT professional. What would your situation be? It wouldn't even be considered a work-related injury. At most, it would be considered a show-off and get struck by lightning. The battle with the Mist Ninja alerted Yeshan. Since he mastered the lightning release secret technique, he has become increasingly unstable and even arrogant. The ninja world is full of hidden talents. Although the Jonin has stood at the top of the pyramid, he is not invincible. If he is not careful, he may be killed by the genin. Be steady, you must be steady. Don't rush to the front in everything. It's best to use ninjutsu to bomb. Anyway, there is a lot of chakra, and there is only one life. As for the mission, Yeshan said that he never took it into consideration. His principle is to complete it if it can be completed, and to do nothing if it can't be completed. Wouldn't it be better to let the ninjas who want to complete the mission work hard? Even if the mission fails, it is not the interests of Byun Yeshan that are harmed. Working hard for a pitiful subsidy is purely stupid. Maybe one day when the Suana sounds, your parents will raise you in vain. In essence, Yeshan was an ordinary person in his previous life. Although he often fantasized about being able to fly and become a superhero admired by all people, his ordinary mentality limited him. In simple terms, he was too narrow-minded and had no concept of sacrificing the self for the sake of the collective. He only thought about his own little piece of land. Although Yeshan's behavior is a bit selfish, it is also human nature. If a person does not care about himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth, isn't it? Compared to politicians who pursue their own interests under the guise of charity, Yeshan is a kind-hearted person who keeps his word. After resting for a while, Yeshan and Minato started to return to help. With the help of Flying Thunder God technique, they could return to help in an instant. Before returning, the cautious Yeshan used the hardening technique to prevent any accidents. On another battlefield, a mist ninja rushed towards the Anbu of Konoha with a grim smile, and the kunao in his hand was about to pierce the Anbu's heart, but accidents always come unexpectedly. The mist ninja only felt a flash before his eyes, and then his palm shook, and there was a block sound as if he had stabbed on an iron plate. Although he didn't know what happened, the mist ninja twisted his feet on the ground and jumped back. In an extremely unhappy mood, Yeshan rushed to the unknown mist ninja like lightning and smashed him on the head with his pitch-black fist. The kunao in the mist ninja's hand broke in front of Yeshan's highly practiced hardening technique, and in his horrified eyes, his fist hit his face. Boom! After a crisp sound, the mist ninja's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, and red and white splashed all over Yeshan's head and face. Combined with his bald head, the mist ninja around him couldn't help but take a step back, fearing that they would be the next unlucky ones. You can't blame Yeshan for his cruel methods. Anyone who was electrocuted half to death and then stabbed in the back for no reason would be furious and want to tear this group of mist ninjas to pieces. Taking advantage of the mist ninja's daze, Yeshan quickly returned to Minato's side, staring at the mask of the Anbu. The Anbu felt uncomfortable being looked at by Yeshan and stammered, "Thank you." Yeshan was stunned when he heard the voice. He didn't expect that the person he passively rescued was actually a girl. Suddenly, he felt that it was not too difficult to accept. "You're welcome," Yeshan said proudly with a wave of his hand, but he didn't know that in the eyes of the Anbu, his image and waving action were no different from those of a gangster. The situation on the field was very bad. The mist ninjas were suppressing the Konoha ninjas. If it weren't for Jiraiya's hard holding on, the battle might have been over. Looking at the daimyo who was protected by the barrier, Yeshan felt relieved. The next task became simple, which was to wipe out all the mist ninjas. Thinking of this, Minato and Hayama formed seals at the same time. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind escape big breakthrough. The most commonly used combination of ninjutsu by Konoha ninjas shines in the hands of the two. Fire borrows the power of wind, which not only increases the power, but also crushes the conventional fire escape in speed. Every technique has its shortcomings, and combination ninjutsu is no exception to this rule. Its shortcomings are obvious. It is difficult to hit a ninja who is on full alert, but Yeshan's hands slapping on the ground make up for this shortcoming. Earth release and hell. The mist ninjas standing in a group were completely attracted by the powerful fire release in front of them and did not notice that the soil under their feet was becoming soft. By the time they reacted, the high-speed rotating soil had already firmly sucked their legs and was sinking rapidly. This is the secret technique of earth escape from the rock village. Everyone, release water escape from the rock village. The leading mist ninja made the most correct judgment at the first moment. The cluster water escape technique can indeed destroy the ant hell and block the fire escape technique at the same time, but it depends on whether Yeshan gives him time to form the hand seal. The spinning soil flashed a few enchanting blue lightnings, and suddenly jumped up and smashed into the mist ninjas in front of their desperate gazes. Although it failed to cause effective damage, the paralyzing effect of the lightning chakra made them slow down in forming seals with their hands, and the whistling fire escape had already pounced on them head-on. Thunder escape earth walk. The name of the cold spitting technique from Yeshan's mouth sentenced this group of mist ninjas to death. The painful howls of the humans only lasted for a moment before stopping. Yeshan, who had experienced it, knew clearly that it was not that the mist ninjas were not in pain, but that the high-temperature flames immediately poured into their mouths, destroying their vocal cords and roasting their internal organs. Releasing 3 different chakra attributes of ninjutsu in one breath made Yeshan a little breathless, and the tingling sensation in his meridians came as expected, making him grimace in pain. This kind of ninjutsu connection tests the speed of the practitioner's seal and chakra release ability, which is extremely difficult, but the effect is also very good. When the flames died down, the mist ninjas who were alive and kicking just a moment ago all turned into charcoal. Their deaths were extremely miserable and they left in a particularly unpeaceful way. Even their biological mothers could not recognize who their sons were. The Anbu standing behind Yeshan stared at his bald head for a long time, as if he wanted to remember it in his heart. She knew Namikaze Minato, a rare genius ninja in the village, but she really had no impression of the bald head squatting in front of her. "What's your name?" Although it was impolite, the Anbu's occupational disease made her ask. Yeshan touched his bald head and replied, "Yeshan, Bayun Yeshan." "Are you Bayun Yeshan? Don't you have hair?" Yeshan stood up and looked at the Anbu unfriendly. "Even if you are a female ninja, you are still annoying when you are impolite." The Anbu was at a loss and wanted to say something to make up for Yeshan's sensitive mood, but he didn't know where to start, and the situation became awkward. The good old Minato played Tai Chi and said, all right, we'll talk about it later. There are still a lot of mist ninjas left on the field. Work harder and eliminate them, and the mission will be completed. Look, is this human language? Can you destroy the mist ninja just by trying harder? You have to try harder anyway. It's not that Minato and Hayama are arrogant, but although there are many mist ninjas, most of them are chunins, and there are few jonins who are still besieging Jiraiya. If it weren't for the 4 Anbu who were setting up a barrier to protect the daimyo, it is estimated that they would not even need to do anything, and this group of chunins would have been defeated. The attacking mist ninja encountered Hayama who had just become bald, and became the object of his anger, which was very miserable. Chapter 42. The hidden mist village in the land of water has never been ranked in the top 5 ninja villages because it is an isolated island country. For some reason, all island countries are eager to be recognized by others and hope to have a piece of land as their territory. The land of water has a particularly strong desire. Yeshan couldn't understand Kirigakuru's behavior. Isn't it good for you to sit at home and watch other countries fight each other? Why did you have to interfere and send ninjas to die? In the end, it is very likely that you will get nothing. It's really disgusting. If the Mizukage knew what Hayama was thinking, he would definitely sneer at his sneer. It's too small scale. If Kirigakure doesn't participate in the war, it will be embarrassed to say that it is one of the 5 major countries. Island countries have their own difficulties. On the one hand, the territory is safe and few enemies invade their homeland, but on the other hand, the sense of existence is too weak and will be forgotten by everyone if you are not careful. Therefore, the Mizukage feels that Kirigakure cannot be absent from every ninja world war, and must play in the style of Kirigakure and show the prestige of Kirigakure. The Mist Ninja was pinned to the ground in front of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, which made the Mizukage very embarrassed. Yeshan rushed into a Mist Ninja team, propped his left hand on the ground, twisted it hard, and spun his whole body like a top. With his legs spread out, he kicked the Mist Ninjas like a god of war, disrupting their formation. The two Mist Ninjas looked at each other, a cruel look flashed across their faces. They thought they had found Yeshan's flaw, and then they jumped high, and chopped at Yeshan's open crotch with the ninja swords in their hands. Yeshan, who was immersed in his invincible posture, saw that there were two Mist Ninjas who were so unsportsmanlike as to be the vanguards in crushing the eggs. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and without thinking, he slammed the ground with his right hand. As his body flew into the air, several seals were formed instantly. Thunder escaped pseudo-darkness. Yeshan, who was below the two Mist Ninjas, suddenly opened his mouth and a bolt of lightning shot out, hitting their bodies in front of the Mist Ninjas' horrified gazes. The powerful lightning technique directly turned the two into two pieces of charcoal, and a burning smell filled the air. The remaining two Mist Ninjas had no time to feel sad for their teammate who had just died and was still warm. Water dragons gushed out of their mouths, forming horns and smashing towards Yeshan who was in mid-air. To be honest, the combat power of the same level of Kirigakure ninjas is really not as good as that of ninjas from other villages. Take the Uegakure ninjas, whose individual qualities are relatively poor, for example. It would be too much for an Uegakure ninja who is proficient in earth escape to fight against the Kirigakure ninjas. Of course, there is the reason of attribute restraint, but the main reason is that the Kirigakure ninjas have too little combat experience, are too vicious in their bones, and lack the ability to judge the situation. For example, now, Yeshan is in the air with nowhere to gain leverage. The safest approach is to use ninjutsu that can trap the enemy, rather than such a soft water jutsu. Sure enough, the seemingly powerful water dragon had no effect except for making Yeshan's chest feel stuffy. The two Mist Ninjas could only watch Yeshan fall to the ground gracefully, and even his bald head became even shinier after being washed by the water. Rubbing his chest, Yeshan said to the Mist Ninja, "Excuse me, what is the bloodline limit in your village?" Yeshan asked this purely out of curiosity. According to his usual style, he would never say anything if he could take action in a battle, but only a fool would refuse if he could openly take advantage of the opportunity during a mission. However, this sentence obviously caused great psychological trauma to the fragile Mist Ninja. The Mist Ninja, who had just looked helpless, had an abnormal blush on his face and roared, "Asshole, never underestimate the Mist Ninja." After saying that, two Mist Ninjas took out their kunao and rushed forward, howling. Without defending themselves, they slashed at Yeshan's body frantically. Yeshan was a little confused, he just wanted to find an excuse to chat and fish, similar to the daily expressions like "have you eaten?" and "the weather is nice today" when they met in their previous life. He really had no intention of humiliating their village. There is no way, ninjas from island countries are so sensitive and like to give away for free. Faced with the insane attacks of the Mist Ninja, Yeshan had nothing to say. He let them cut his clothes, and then sent them to see the Sage of Six Paths with one punch each. Sclerotherapy, YYDS. After completing the Earth Attribute Chakra training, Yeshan's hardening technique became even harder, and he had no problem with withstanding the detonation tag. The Mist Ninja team, who had a single attribute, was unable to break the hardening technique on him, and they died uneasy. This wave can perhaps be called, Turtle Shell Ninja Can't Get Hurt. After dealing with a team of Mist Ninjas, Yeshan estimated that the situation on the field was in favor of Konoha and did not want to continue fighting. He walked carelessly to the outside of the barrier protecting the daimyo and looked at the barrier carefully, leaving several Anbu members confused but they did not know what to say. Yeshan is affiliated with the 1st Combat Battalion, which can be called a regular force in layman's terms, while the Anbu is directly under the command of the Hokage and only listens to the Hokage's orders, and can barely be considered a special force. Although everyone is working in Konoha village, there is no clear relationship between superiors and subordinates, so the Anbu naturally has no right to ask about Yeshan's slacking behavior. This was the first time Yeshan observed the barrier up close. He had seen it from a distance a few times before, but it was too far away to see any of the mysteries. In the final analysis, barrier is still an extended application of chakra, the same as medical ninjutsu. The difference is that barrier technique requires more than one attribute, or in other words, chakra of each attribute can form barriers with different functions. Thanks to the destruction of the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools, sealing techniques and barrier techniques spread in the ninja world, and the Konoha village, which did not help the dying, made a lot of money. After a few years, there were even ninjas who used sealing techniques to fight. The barrier in front of him was all light black, and from a distance it looked like a large semicircular bowl hanging on the ground, but if he looked closely, he could clearly hear the sound of chakra flowing at high speed. Yeshan was in a good mood, so he bent down and picked up a small stone. He flicked his finger and the stone flew out of his hand and hit the barrier. However, a sudden lightning shattered the stone, and at the same time, a subtle fluctuation appeared on the barrier. The four Enbu who were continuously outputting chakra to maintain the barrier were a little annoyed. They didn't know where the bald guy came from and how he dared to play tricks on them like this. They would definitely report him after they got out. Yeshan, who had no idea that he had offended the Hokage's favorite, tried it from underground again and then lost interest in the barrier. Although the barrier technique was extremely magical, it was not very useful in combat. Yeshan did not have the time and energy to practice the barrier technique. After the war was over, he would practice the lightning escape technique taught by Hotaki Sakumo seriously. There is no comparison between Hotaki Sakumo's lightning release secret technique and Hotaki Sakumo's lightning release secret technique. After Hotaki Sakumo's lightning release secret technique is performed, coupled with the Hotaki clan's unique swordsmanship, it can often kill the enemy between the flying thunder and lightning. At best, Hotaki can increase his own speed and agility. The two are one in heaven and one in the ground, and the difference is so big that it doesn't seem like the same ninjutsu. But there is no way. Hotaki Sakumo's own lightning escape technique can be taught to Yeshan, but the sword technique of the Hotaki family must not be passed on to others. That is to be passed on to his son, and Yeshan's last name is not Hotaki. There was no other way. Yeshan could only find a way to incorporate new things that suited his own abilities into the lightning release secret technique. Otherwise, his achievements would have stopped at the level of a jonin. Just as Yeshan was daydreaming, he suddenly felt a chill coming from the side. He looked over involuntarily and felt something hurting his eyes. There was a smooth ice mirror hanging on the left side of Yeshan. Through the mirror, Yeshan could clearly see his shiny bald head and bald eyebrows, and he was immediately filled with sadness. Although Yeshan used to look ordinary, he was also about the average appearance of Konoha village, at least within the acceptable range. Now, he is a bald and wretched man who will be taken to the security office for tea by Uncle Yu when he goes out at night. The surface of the ice mirror was emitting extremely cold air, and a light flashed. A young mist ninja appeared in it. He swung his hands, and dozens of senbon shot towards Yeshan. Yeshan took out a kunao and knocked down the senbon, then threw out dozens of detonating tags, blowing the annoying mirror into pieces. After the smoke cleared, two mist ninjas appeared in front of Yeshan. They were both around 20 years old and exuded a very sharp aura. With the previous experience as a lesson, Yeshan was much more cautious this time and asked carefully, "Who are you two?" A strange look flashed across the eyes of the two mist ninjas. They didn't understand why the Konoha ninja in front of them was so polite. After thinking about it, they still answered Yeshan's question. "Water without moon. Kagaya Shoichi." Yeshan's eyes were filled with tears. Today's battle lasted for several hours. Finally, he met a mist ninja who could communicate normally. He said happily, "I am Byun Yeshan, and I will kill your man." Kagaya Sho got angry and fought back decisively, "Stop talking big, bald man." Yeshan. Sure enough, the best way for ninjas to communicate after meeting is to fight directly. It is very uncomfortable to keep complaining and be ridiculed. Yeshan turned around and asked the Anbu in the barrier, "What bloodline limits do they have?" The Anbu was stunned for a moment, and didn't want to answer Yeshan's question, but when he saw that the daimyo was also curiously waiting for the answer, he said helplessly, "Mizuno Tsuki is the ice release bloodline, and Kagaya is the corpse bloodline. It's really better to listen to your words than to listen to your words alone. It turns out that you didn't say anything. The only useful words are ice escape and corpse bone veins." Yeshan, who originally wanted to catch some fish, encountered two ninjas with bloodline limits. What could he do? He was also desperate. Chapter 43. The atmosphere on the field became grim, and the three people confronting each other released their murderous aura at the same time. Since the verbal conversation made both parties unhappy, they had to compete in skills to see who would win. Earth escape, splitting the earth and turning the palm. Yeshan's hand seal speed was definitely top-notch. He formed several hand seals in an instant, and then slapped the ground with his right hand. The purpose of this earth escape ninjutsu was to force the two mist ninjas to retreat. Only after they were away from the barrier could Yeshan fight freely. The mist ninja saw through Yeshan's thoughts, but did not force himself to stay where he was. Instead, he quickly retreated and distanced himself. It was obvious that he was very confident in his own strength and thought that he could quickly get rid of Yeshan and free up his hands to break the barrier. The mist ninja's actions were exactly what Yeshan wanted, and he immediately used the hardening technique to follow. There was no other way. As a ninja of Konoha, if he backed down in this situation, he would never be able to eat in the village again. Soon, the three of them came to a remote corner. Yeshan looked around cautiously, trying to prevent the mist ninja from setting a trap to trick him. He had done this many times before. "Byun Yeshan, you are a Jonin, right?" Mizuno Sora asked, looking at the dark green combat vest on Yeshan. Not knowing what the other party was going to say, Yeshan chose to remain silent, crouched down, and prepared for the next battle. Seeing Yeshan remain silent, Mizuno Tsuki Sora's handsome face flashed with murderous intent, and he began to make seals with his hands. Yeshan stared at his hands closely. The other party's seal sequence was very strange, first the water escape seal, then the wind escape seal, and finally the 11th seal. A large amount of cold air emerged from in front of Yeshan, and instantly formed a rectangular icicle, whistling towards him. Yeshan pursed his lips, knowing in his heart that Mizuno Tsuki Sora's attack was just a feint, and the real killing move would be launched by the mist ninja named Kagaya Shoichi. This was also the tactic that Yeshan used when he partnered with Yamashiro Tatsuya before. Sure enough, just as Yeshan swung his fist to smash the icicle away, Kagaya Shoichi appeared at his side like a ghost, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and after gathering strength, he swung them out violently, actually using his finger knuckles as a hidden weapon to shoot over. 10 fingers pierced the bullet. Yeshan was startled and amazed at Kagaya Shoichi's special attack method. He quickly judged the powerful penetrating power of ninjutsu. He exerted a little force with his feet and stepped back to avoid it. The penetrating power of Kagaya Shoichi's finger joints was extremely strong. A piece of hard stone was shot with several small holes by the bullet-shaped knuckles, causing Yeshan's eyes to shrink slightly. This mist ninja has a terrifying throwing force, which is greater than the destructive power of ordinary escape techniques. I'm afraid that the opponent's physical skills are very strong, and he is likely a ninja who specializes in physical skills. And the mist ninja named Mizuno Tsuki Sora, at present, is obviously a ninjutsu-type ninja. Thinking of this, Yeshan came up with a plan in his mind. He dissipated the hardening technique he had been maintaining and formed a lightning escape ninjutsu seal. Secret lightning escape technique, flying thunder kill. Wisps of electric arcs spread out from the surface of Yeshan's body. As the chakra increased, they became thicker and thicker, and soon completely enveloped Yeshan's body. Feeling the abundant power in his body, Yeshan didn't know if it was his illusion, as if after being electrocuted by the mist ninja with 2 swords, his ability to resist the pain brought by the lightning release secret technique had actually improved a lot. However, he was in the battle now and had no time to think carefully. He could only think about it after returning. Yeshan looked at Mizuno Tsuki Sora with electric eyes, and a flash of lightning appeared under his feet, and the whole person disappeared from the sight of the mist ninja. Mizuno Tsuki Sora knew something was wrong when she saw Yeshan's gaze, and she started to make hand seals without waiting for Yeshan to take any action. However, she had just made 3 seals when she suddenly felt the air behind her being squeezed away in an instant. Then her hair stood up, and she didn't bother to make hand seals or release ninjutsu, and rolled out on the spot. But how could Yeshan, who was determined to win, let him go easily? Looking at Mizuno Sora who had just stabilized his body on the ground, Yeshan's body was filled with lightning and he disappeared on the spot again. The familiar feeling of death once again enveloped Mizuno Sora. He knew without looking back that it must be the Konoha ninja who followed behind and launched the attack. He was horrified and had no choice but to duck his head and bent down, hoping to avoid damage to vital parts. Although Kagaya Shoichi's eyes could not catch any trace of Hayama's figure, he could not hide his teammates' actions from him. After years of partnership, the two of them naturally had a tacit understanding. Kagaya Shoichi used his 10 fingers to shoot at his teammate's empty back without thinking. The short knife in Yeshan's hand was about to pierce Mizuno Sora's heart, but the whimpering sound of the bullet piercing his 10 fingers at high speed forced him to give up the fatal blow and jumped away with a flash of lightning. Seeing the figure of the god of death twice in just a few seconds made Mizuno Sora sweat all over. When he saw that it was Kagaya Shoichi who saved his life, he didn't even bother to say thank you and quickly completed the half-formed seal, trying to protect his body before launching an attack. Ice Escape Secret Technique, Hexagonal Magic Mirror. Several transparent hexagonal ice mirrors surrounded Mizuno Sora's body, and at this time, Yeshan's slash that appeared in front of him again was blocked. Mizuno Sora placed both of her hands on the ice mirror, a cruel smile flashed across her lips, and she coldly spat out the name of the next technique. Ice Release, Bee Sting. Ripples appeared on the surface of the ice mirror that protected Mizuno Sora, and then dense ice needles shot out and flew towards Yeshan who was close to her. A look of regret appeared in Yeshan's eyes. He helplessly distanced himself and avoided the attack of the ice needles. Looking at Mizuno Tsuki Sora hidden in the ice mirror, Yeshan once again felt the strength of the bloodline ninja. Not only did the opponent have a unique talent in ninjutsu training, but he could also use bloodline to do things that conventional ninjutsu could not do, such as the magnetic ninjutsu bloodline and the ice ninjutsu bloodline in front of him. Since the first day that Yeshan became a ninja, he has been thinking about how to master the ninjutsu that can attack and defend at the same time, so he is so obsessed with the hardening technique. To be honest, the hardening technique is really practical, but from the perspective of attack and defense, it is far inferior to the ice escape bloodline. At least, when using the hardening technique, Yeshan cannot release any ninjutsu and can only rely on physical skills to kill the enemy, while Mizuno Tsuki Sora can maintain the ice mirror while releasing powerful secret techniques. The gap between the two is obvious at a glance. Mizuno Sora's ninjutsu surprised Hayama, while Kagaya Shoichi's ninjutsu terrified him. Kagaya Shoichi took off his shirt and threw it on the ground, then leaned forward, put his right hand behind his head, and pulled out his spine like a sword. After waving it a few times, he nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Yeshan with ill intention. Yeshan's scalp itched, and he was frightened by the corpse bone vein's bizarre fighting style. He had no idea whether the other party had bone hyperplasia or was gifted, so he could only silently touch his spine to brush away the numbness. The rhythm of the battle was reversed when Yeshan was unable to immediately resolve the ninjutsu-type ninja Mizuno Tsuki Sora, and the aggressive Yeshan fell into a passive position. However, Yeshan, who had struggled up from the bottom, would not give up easily. He grasped the new short sword in his hand, and the lightning on Yeshan's body rose, and he attacked Kagaya Shoichi. Kagaya Shoichi smiled bloodthirstily, and waved the extremely hard spine in his hand to protect himself. At the same time, the fingers of his other hand twisted abnormally, ready to shoot several holes in Yeshan at any time. Clang! There was a sound of metal collision, and Yeshan appeared behind Kagaya Sho, and the short knife he swung was blocked by the flexible spine. The latter smiled coldly, waved his hand fiercely, and the knuckles of his 5 fingers shot out. Yeshan, who had anticipated this, tried hard to jump away, but found that his feet were frozen by frost without him knowing when, and the white frost was freezing towards his ankles at a speed visible to the naked eye. Faced with the attacks of the two mist ninjas who cooperated well with each other, Yeshan no longer mobilized the chakra in his body without reservation. The lightning on his body was dazzling. After breaking through the ice and frost, he perfectly avoided the fatal combo. At this time, Yeshan was surprised to find that a large area of land had turned into an ice field under Mizuno Tsuki Sora's ninjutsu. No matter where he landed, the opponent could quickly sense it and use secret techniques to restrict his movements. After fighting for several rounds, a feeling of powerlessness surged into the hearts of the 3 people. They were surprised to find that they seemed to have no way to deal with the opponent. Because of his great speed, Hayama lacked destructive power, which resulted in him being unable to cause damage to Sora Mizuno Tsuki in the ice mirror, and unable to break Kagaya Shoichi's bone armor. The 2 mist ninjas were unable to completely restrain Hayama's body and were unable to inflict effective damage. Yeshan's speed in the state of lightning release secret technique exceeded the limit of ordinary jonin and was completely beyond the capture of the naked eye. It was precisely because of this that Yeshan was able to remain unscathed under the attacks of 2 bloodline ninjas. If it were another jonin or even an elite jonin, his body would probably be cold by now. Not only will the turtle shell ninja not be injured, the mechanical ninja will not be injured either. It may just be that the battle cannot be ended. Chapter 44. The tacit cooperation between Mizuno Sora and Kagaya Shoichi made up for their own shortcomings and demonstrated the ninja effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Gradually, the frost in the air became thicker, and every breath of Yeshan would bring chill to his lungs. Knowing that he would be defeated sooner or later if he continued like this, Yeshan forced back Kagaya Shoichi who was waving his spine, and then dissipated the secret technique of thunder release. Ordinary ninjas are naturally at a disadvantage against bloodline ninjas. This is the law of the ninja world, and no one can refute it. This theory of bloodline makes Yeshan feel deeply powerless, but he doesn't know how to break it, so he can only passively accept this fact. Yeshan took a deep breath and began to make hand seals to release ninjutsu. The cold air made him very uncomfortable, and just getting beaten was not in line with his fighting style. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With Yeshan's full strength, a fire dragon that had taken shape pounced on Mizuno Sora, who was hiding in the ice mirror, charring the frozen land. A scorching heat wave followed, making Yeshan's lung cells cheer and greedily enjoy the different air. Mizuno Sora sneered and ignored the terrifying sound of the fire dragon. He placed his hands on the bottom of the ice mirror, and the chakra in his body rushed into the ground frantically. After reaching a certain amount, he slowly said the name of the technique. Ice Escape, Ice Spear. A huge ice spear shot out from under Yeshan's feet and lifted his body into the air. Then, Mizuno Tsuki changed the seal in his hand, and the surface of the ice spear squirmed. A large number of tiny ice spikes poured out irregularly, trying to trap Yeshan's body. Yeshan, whose soles were attached to the ice spear, had an extremely ugly look on his face. He had no choice but to use the hardening technique. After bending his legs to accumulate strength, he rushed towards the densely packed and madly growing ice spikes like a cannonball. However, Mizuno Sora was not fighting alone. When Yeshan just rushed out of the coverage of the ice spikes and was in mid-air, Kagaya Shoichi, whose arms were wrapped in pale bones, jumped up from the ground. The sharp bone weapon rotated at high speed like a drill and pierced Yeshan's body fiercely. The imagined scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not happen amidst Kagaya Shoichi's cruel smile. Instead, there was splattering mud and the hissing sound of the detonating tags. In the crisis, a piece of ice appeared in front of Kagaya Shoichi. It was Mizuno Tsuki Sora who had been paying attention to the battle situation and condensed it in time to let him borrow the force. Kagaya Shoichi raised his right leg and stepped on the ice. Then the chakra under his feet exploded, and under the action of the force, the whole person flew out diagonally. Yeshan's style has always been to take the initiative and then fight according to the system he had planned in advance, one step at a time, to ensure that the enemy is sent away as soon as possible. Since Kagaya Shoichi rashly rushed into the air, if he didn't take the opportunity to attack a few more times, it would be a shame to the detonating tags he had saved up with great difficulty. Thunder Escape Pseudo-Darkness. Lightning attribute chakra condensed into a gun shape swarmed out of Yeshan's mouth and shot towards Kagaya Shoichi, who was flying backwards at an angle. This was not over yet. Yeshan's fingers changed quickly and a fire ninjutsu seal was completed in a short time. The chakra gathered in his chest propped up his chest high and then sprayed out along Yeshan's mouth. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Kagaya Sho felt a flash of blue light in front of his eyes, and the piercing sound of thunder penetrated his eardrum and was reflected by his nerves. His face changed drastically, and he used the huge bone drill on his arm to block in front of him without thinking. The lightning attribute chakra encountered the bone drill, as if it was fake, and dissipated under Yeshan's gloomy eyes. The fire escape was intercepted by a water dragon, and except for evaporating a large amount of water vapor, it did nothing. As if remembering something, Yeshan raised his right hand and slapped himself. Due to his excitement, 5 clear finger marks were printed on his fair face. Dry bones do not conduct electricity. Yeshan actually forgot such simple physics knowledge. The 9 years of compulsory education he received in his previous life wasted. He really deserves to be beaten. After another round of fighting that still yielded nothing, the three chose to stand there quietly and confront each other, each recovering the chakra surging in their bodies. The battle scene that had just been so noisy fell into silence. Yeshan was a man who valued his life, and he did not want to take too much risk to protect a daimyo he had never met. According to the current intensity of the battle, if he was careless, he would probably die without leaving any trace. The 2 mist ninjas were both experienced in combat, one used a large-scale ninjutsu to force out the enemy's flaws, and the other took the opportunity to launch a violent attack at close range, which really gave Yeshan a headache, and he had no way to deal with the two. Standing outside the ice mirror, Kagaya Shoichi retracted the bone in his arm and asked in a low voice, "What should we do next?" The division of labor between the two in the battle was very clear, and the not-so-smart minds of the Hyuga clan determined that the decision-making power was in the hands of Mizuno Sora. There was no way, the battle between ninjas required more than just martial arts, and sometimes relied more on a smart brain. If possible, Just keep it like this and wait for that adult to exert his strength. Mizuno Sora said lightly. Their mission was not to kill as many Konoha ninjas as possible, but to kill the daimyo. There was no need to care too much about the life or death of a Konoha ninja, even if the ninja was young but strong. The two sides stood facing each other in their own little calculations, quietly waiting for the outcome of other battlefields. With Jiraiya, one of the three great ninjas, in charge, Yashin felt that he didn't need to worry about the outcome. Unless the Mizukage came in person, there would be no suspense about the outcome of the mission. After all, no matter how unreliable Jiraiya was in his daily life, he was one of the few ninjas who stood at the top of the Konoha village, a true cage-level powerhouse. Killing a Jonin was as easy for Yashin as killing a Chunin. However, reality soon slapped Yashan in the face, the kind that pressed him to the ground. The Hidden Mist Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. It does not have many cage-level warriors, but it has all the necessary trump cards. Without this wealth, they would not have the confidence to come and kill the daimyo. Although it was far away, the dull roar still reached Yashan's ears clearly, making his head go black and he almost fell to the ground. What the hell is this? Yashan muttered to himself, covering his ears. Then, a white line visible to the naked eye appeared from a distance, uprooting the towering trees along the way. It turned out to be a strong wind caused by a roar. Yashan's face turned pale in an instant, and without thinking, he pulled out 6 or 7 earth walls from the ground to block in front of him. Then he used the hardening technique, curled up his body, crossed his hands to protect his face, and released a large amount of chakra with his feet to absorb the ground, welcoming the howling wind. The extremely violent gust of wind with a disgusting stench instantly pushed down the earth wall created by Yashan, and then blew on Yashan with the same force. Yashan closed his eyes and felt as if he was encountering a force 10 gale. His soul was almost blown out of his body. He couldn't help but increase the chakra output of the solace of his feet, trying to stabilize his body and not be blown away. However, in the face of inhuman power, everything Yashan did was in vain. The violent wind blew him away with the soil, without any mercy. Yashan's face changed drastically. While in mid-air, he reached his hand into the ninja tool bag hanging behind his butt with difficulty. After tying on the kunao, he pulled the steel wire and swung it onto a big rock with the wind. Then he pulled it hard and his body landed smoothly on the surface of the rock, making a small hole in the rock. Without bothering to spit out the blood caused by the collision, Yashan hurriedly lay down on the stone, with his hands and feet firmly grasped on it, using his back to withstand the impact of debris brought by the strong wind. It was unknown how long it had passed before the strong wind gradually subsided. Yashan slowly straightened up and stood on the stone to observe the changes on the ground brought about by the strong wind that was comparable to a natural disaster. The first thing that caught my eye was a small iceberg with white mist all over it. Its surface was bumpy and shaky, but it perfectly protected the mist ninja duo. The second thing was a large semicircular pit that replaced the original dense jungle. The soil on the surface was blown away, and many rocks buried deep underground were exposed. The entire landscape was changed in an instant. Yashan thought that if he used a water escape technique, a small lake would appear. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yashan couldn't figure out what kind of species could be so terrifying with just a roar, but one thing was certain, the thing that appeared was definitely not done by Konoha, it must be the trump card of the Mist Ninja. Things became tricky, and the Mist Ninja's trump card became a variable in the mission. Thinking of this, Yashan decided to gather some information first and then take action. As for the source of the information, it was of course the Mist Ninja duo who were not far away. "Can I ask, Kagaya Shoichi, what is it that you guys have come up with?" After all, he had to ask for help, so Yashan's tone was very polite. Kagaya Shoichi sneered and said, "You'll know in a moment." Yashan was about to ask more questions, but a huge and cold chakra suddenly came over. Although Yashan was not a perception ninja, even though he was far away, Yashan still saw the owner of this huge chakra. A big turtle with 3 tails appeared in the pit. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to be dissatisfied with the current environment, and opened its mouth and spit out a large amount of water. Yashan stared at the huge turtle in amazement and shouted, "3 tails, is this a tailed beast?" WDNMT. The Mist Ninja was really willing to spend a lot of money to release their own tailed beasts in the Land of Fire. Aren't they afraid that they will be snatched away by Konoha? You know, the tailed beasts are the ultimate weapons of a ninja village. They will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, this thing is a double-edged sword. If you are not careful, you may be killed before killing the enemy. The trump card of the Mist Ninja made Yashan silent, causing him to lose confidence in Jiraiya. After all, the power of the tailed beasts is beyond the imagination of ninjas, and they are real nuclear weapons in the world of Naruto. Chapter 45. One doesn't take on a job without the right tools. Since the Mist Ninjas dared to ambush the daimyo in the Land of Fire, they must have made some preparations. The Three Tails is their trump card. Even Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, is no match for the tailed beast. The leader of the Mist Ninja is named Karatachi Yagura, who has a rather peculiar appearance, short stature, and a natural baby face. He is one of the few powerful men in the Mist Ninja and is also the main force responsible for controlling the Three Tails this time. Seeing the Three Tails roaring to the sky and trying to clear the field as soon as it appeared, Yagura frowned and said coldly, "Hurry up, control the Three Tails to quickly get rid of them." "Yes." Several members of the Kirigakure Enbu responded in unison, and then they made hand seals at the same time. The Three Tails, which was swimming happily, paused, then turned around with difficulty and moved towards Jiraiya's direction. Although he didn't know how the Mist Ninja was able to control the Three Tails without the Sharingan, Jiraiya knew that today was a big trouble. The most urgent task was to hurry up and transfer the daimyo. These ninjas could die in battle, but the daimyo couldn't have any accidents, otherwise Konoha village would be condemned by thousands of people in the Land of Fire. Watergate. Hearing Jiraiya's call, Minato Namikaze flew to his side and answered in a short, clean, and powerful voice, "Yes." Jiraiya looked at Minato's slightly immature but calm face, and his heart was relieved. He said, "Go and take the daimyo away. The situation here is beyond my control." But executing an order. Jiraiya certainly knew what his apprentice wanted to say, which was nothing more than not abandoning his companions. It was too late to talk about this. As a ninja of Konoha, you must be prepared to sacrifice yourself for the village and the mission at any time, otherwise you are not worthy of wearing the forehead protector that symbolizes the glory of your ancestors. Minato gritted his teeth, a desire for power rising in his heart, but he said nothing and flew away directly. Yagura naturally noticed Jiraiya and Minato's actions and shouted, "Others, surround the daimyo." Even if the King of Heaven came today, he would have to complete this task which concerns the future of the Hidden Mist village. Then, the seals in Yagura's hands changed, and the Three Tails opened its mouth and sprayed out a stream of water, rushing towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya calmly slapped his right hand on the water, and the summoning technique was instantly launched. Another huge monster appeared in the field, but it was a toad with a pipe in its mouth and a short knife on its waist. Without Jiraiya's orders, the gigantic summoned beast drew out its dagger and split the water column sprayed by the three-tailed beast, then leaped high and rushed forward. The two monsters fought in a melee, and the already devastated landscape was once again horribly destroyed. The cool-headed Yashan did not immediately go to support Jiraiya. In fact, it would be useless if he went. Conventional ninjutsu on the three-tailed beast was no different from tickling. It was purely a scraping. To use a monster to fight a monster, Yashan was not a monster at this time. At best, he was just a jonin, so he chose to go to defend the daimyo. Yashan was in the state of thunder release secret technique and was extremely fast. After killing two mist ninjas who were blocking his way, he came to the edge of the barrier which was half submerged in water with a short knife in his hand, but saw Minato with an angry face. Yashan couldn't help but feel strange. He had been a team with Minato for a long time, but he had never seen such anger on his face which was always full of smiles. After listening to a few words, Yashan fell silent. These four Konoha Anbu actually disobeyed orders on the battlefield, unwilling to open the barrier and let Minato take the daimyo away. No wonder Minato was so angry, seeing that the mist ninja was about to surround him, but his own people were dragging their feet. Yashan clenched the short knife in his hand, narrowed his eyes, and a hint of murderous intent flashed out. If it weren't for the barrier blocking him, he would have let the Anbu know without hesitation what it meant to be a missing person on the battlefield. There are two types of missing persons in Konoha village. One is that they are truly missing and have disappeared without a trace. The other is that they are ninjas who have fled from battle, are afraid of fighting, or disobey orders on the battlefield and have been killed on the spot by the supervisory team or any other Konoha ninja. Both of these will be treated as missing persons, in the true sense of the word, missing alive and dead. Without this iron rule, would Bai Unieshin have worked hard for the so-called successor of the Will of Fire? He would have been living a carefree life in the rear long ago. The anger on Minato's face gradually faded away. He had no choice but to accept the ANBU's refusal to cooperate. After all, there was no hierarchical relationship between him and the ANBU. Even though he was a well-known ninja in the village and the famous Jiraiya's apprentice, he could only stare blankly at this moment. The daimyo in the barrier seemed to have expected this, and he took out his finely crafted fan calmly to cool himself down. This calm attitude made Yeshan admire him very much. It is said that he was able to manage the huge fire country in an orderly manner at such a young age, while Yeshan was still doing rough work like killing people. Just for his courage to remain calm under pressure, he deserves to be rich. Little did he know that the daimyo had already cursed in his heart and made up his mind that if he could return alive, he would teach the incompetent third Hokage a good lesson and tell him what a qualified leader is. Although the daimyo is not a ninja, he knows the structure of Konoha village very well. In his opinion, the so-called Anbu who are directly under the Hokage are all a bunch of brainless pigs. They are all pigs who got in through the back door in order to win over the ninja clan. It's okay that they look down on others on weekdays, but when something big happens, they still try their best to protect their worthless family pride in their hearts, and say that the barrier is infallible. Even if the three-tailed beast comes, there is nothing they can do. If the daimyo hadn't read the records in the classics, he would have almost believed the lies of the Anbu. To give a simple example, if the tailed beasts were easy to deal with, would it be necessary to seal them inside the Jinchuriki's body? Wouldn't it be more imposing to tie them to the gate with a rope? Even though Minato had countless ways to take the daimyo away safely, he was helpless at this moment. Yeshan, who had been silent the whole time, lowered his voice and asked, "You are ninjas from the root, right?" The Anbu wearing the animal mask froze but didn't say anything, but Yeshan already knew the answer. Haha, they are actually the Anbu affiliated with the root. No wonder they would refuse reasonable arrangements. Their purpose is not to protect the daimyo, but for politics. As we all know, the current Konoha village has become a one-man show for the top leaders. Although there are 4 people on the surface, there are actually only 2 who have real power, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Both of them are apprentices of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a man who hides a knife behind his smile. He is calm and generous in daily life, but he is indecisive and lacks courage when facing major events. He is a typical whore who also wants to be a saint. So the second Hokage thoughtfully assigned him an assistant, Shimura Danzo. Completely opposite to Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality, Shimura Danzo only looks at the results instead of the process. He is cruel to others and even crueler to himself. As far as Yeshan knows, the entire Shimura clan was almost wiped out in the Second Ninja World War, and even Danzo's sons and daughters died in the Rain Country. According to Yeshan's idea, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was a poor judge of people. It was better to choose Shimura Danzo as the Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. What Konoha Ninja Village needs is not Yuan Shao, but Cao. What is needed is an iron-blooded and tough leader, not a sheep Hokage who talks about the glory of ancestors and the will of fire all day long, which is not as good as theory. It seems that Shimura Danzo has long been dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions, and the behavior of the Anbu in front of him confirms this. As expected, a strong fortress is often destroyed from the inside. The first-generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who were once close friends, were not immune to this, let alone Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Yeshan sneered a few times, and in the face of Minato's puzzled look, he grabbed his arm, indicating that they should not waste any more words and that it was more important to fight the enemy. The only Konoha ninjas who could fight outside the arena were Jiraiya, Minato, and Hayama. The Anbu ninjas were already dead, and Akimichi Toyu and Inyazuka were also incapable of fighting and were placed in a relatively safe place by Minato. The Kirigakure side had 2 teams, 4 of which were responsible for restraining Jiraiya, and the remaining 4 surrounded Hayama and Minato. Of the 4 mist ninjas, Yeshan knew 2, Mizuno Tsuki Sora and Kagaya Shoichi, whose tacit cooperation caused him a lot of trouble. The other 2 carried strange-shaped swords, and were obviously at the same level as the mist ninja who had committed suicide earlier. 2 against 4, the lakes created by the 3 tails around are more conducive to the battle of the mist ninjas. The situation is not optimistic. If things go wrong, Yeshan will die here today. Yeshan took out 2 Bing Liang pills, threw one to Minato, and swallowed it whole, preparing for the next battle. Yeshan knew that Jiraiya could not be relied on, and the 3-tail was not made of clay. The only one he could rely on for the next battle was Minato Namikaze. Facing the fierce mist ninja, Yeshan not only had to win, but also had to maintain his own condition as much as possible, otherwise it would be difficult to guarantee his survival under the rampage of the Three Tails. The war was about to end, and Yashan did not want to die in frustration, so he could only try his best to send the enemy to death, that's all. Yashan made a combat gesture and briefly shared with Minato the intelligence he knew about the Mist Ninja. When the other party nodded, he locked his aura on the Mist Ninja carrying the strange sword. As the deafening roar of the Three Tails was heard, the chakra under Yashan's feet exploded, leaving large ripples on the water surface. At the same time, he rushed towards the Mist Ninja. Moving at such a high speed, the Mist Ninja could only capture the ripples on the water surface and could not see Yashan's body at all. Yashan was once again forced into danger by the game between high-level officials. The difference from before was that he now had a certain ability to protect himself and no longer had to rack his brains to survive like an ant. After all, the ants have already been engraved on the memorial tablet, haven't they? Chapter 46. Yashan's speed was beyond the ability of the naked eye to capture, which made the Mist Ninja secretly shocked, but he was not too panicked. No matter how fast the ninja was, he still had to get close to kill the opponent, and close combat was their forte, so he was not at all nervous. The Mist Ninja on the left, who was holding a broadsword that looked like a rolling door, sneered. Since he couldn't see the enemy with his eyes, the best thing to do was to protect himself and counterattack at the same time. He placed the broadsword upright on the water with his left hand, and then began to form seals with both hands. After a moment, a stream of water gushed out of his mouth, forming a water wall that firmly protected the two men. Yashan, who was diving, narrowed his eyes. The Mist Ninja's action was within his calculations. He flicked his wrist and threw out a few kunai with detonating tags tied to them. He took a wrong step and rushed over from another direction. The kunai was blocked by the water wall, but the detonating tag exploded as expected, tearing a hole in the thin water wall. The Mist Ninja hiding behind it snorted coldly, saying that it was just a trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, not worth mentioning. As the Mist Ninja had expected, Yashan rushed in from behind them, and the short knife in his hand flashed with cold light like a poisonous snake and slashed down. The Mist Ninja grabbed the sword again and shouted angrily, blocking Yashan's short sword with the blade. Then several explosive tags suddenly appeared on the sword and exploded before Yashan could dodge. Boom! The detonating tags that exploded at one point blew the water wall into pieces, revealing the figures of two Mist Ninjas, while Yashan stood beside them, squinting his eyes and wondering what he was thinking. As for the one who was hit by the Mist Ninja, it was the Earth clone created by Yashan. Being able to test the enemy's abilities in battle is an essential quality for a ninja. Yashan will naturally not rush in foolishly with his real body. Using his clone to let the Mist Ninja expose some of their abilities and then formulate a reasonable battle plan is Yashan's best option at the moment. Yashan unconsciously raised his hand to touch his bald head, thinking about the ability that the Mist Ninja had just displayed. If he guessed correctly, the sword he held had the ability to summon explosive tags, and judging from his unfazed look, he could probably summon them infinitely. Or maybe the ability of this sword was to turn the user's chakra into an explosive tag. In any case, it would explode once it came into contact, similar to the explosion release bloodline limit of Uegakuer. After only one round of fighting, Yashan analyzed the abilities of one of the Mist Ninjas in detail. The reason why Yashan was able to grow up in the cruel war was not only because of his stable character, but also because of his excellent analytical ability. Without these two things, he would have been killed by the unpredictable ninjutsu. To be honest, the swords of the Mist Ninjas are very practical, and can be regarded as a wonderful use of the detonating talisman, which makes Yashan salivate. You know, if a survey of my favorite ninja tool is conducted in the entire ninja world, most ninjas will vote for the detonating talisman. Not only is the power good, but the chakra consumed is negligible. It is jokingly called the fire release that can be carried away. Who would not like such a ninja tool? The Mist Ninja, whose ninja sword not only had a strange shape but also had a more distinctive appearance, smiled ferociously, stepped forward, and chopped down Yashan's head with a whimpering sound. The heavy weapon made the Mist Ninja's movements extremely obvious, and he couldn't flexibly hide his moves. His ninja sword ability was indeed powerful and practical, but if he couldn't touch the enemy, it would obviously become a decoration. Yashan dodged the Mist Ninja's attack by leaning sideways, then shook his wrist, took out two detonating talismans and stuck them on the sword, then kicked the Mist Ninja's arm, using the force to quickly distance himself. However, the detonating tag placed by Yashan was destroyed by the Mist Ninja before it could work, which made Yeshan more certain that the opponent was one of the few ninjas who were proficient in detonating tags. Yeshan did not think about taking the opponent's ninja sword for his own use, but using the enemy's weapons in battle was a taboo, especially the precious and rare ninja tools, which often had traps. Yeshan did not dare to take that risk, and it was not in line with his stable character. While Yeshan and the two mist ninjas were still testing each other, Minato had already gotten really angry. A large number of ice trees bloomed from the water, looking extremely enchanting. Yeshan withdrew his gaze from the ice tree, felt the chakra that was not yet full in his body, twisted his neck, and formed a seal with the sound of bones crackling. The familiar blue lightning jumped on his body, and then disappeared from the sight of the mist ninja like a flying lightning. Seeing this, the mist ninja, who had already learned of Yeshan's intelligence, quickly stood back to eliminate the blind spots behind them and stay alert to the situation around them. Yeshan seemed to appear out of thin air, and came in front of the mist ninja who was holding a bandaged ninja sword. He squatted down cunningly and slashed at the opponent's knee with the short sword. The fat mist ninja grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, and held the ninja sword horizontally in front of him to block Yeshan's short sword. After missing the first attack, Yeshan's chakra surged and he wanted to distance himself to launch the next attack, but he was horrified to find that the lightning chakra on his body had dissipated. Not only that, but even the chakra in his body was rapidly lost. What is going on? Yeshan's eyes narrowed and his gaze fell on the mist ninja's ninja sword. He immediately knew that it was the ninja sword that caused trouble. He thought to himself that something was wrong and wanted to get away, but how could the mist ninja easily let go of such a good opportunity to kill? Immediately, another person came to Yeshan's side and smashed the ninja sword with explosive tags on the blade towards his back. A ninja's character can be best seen in desperate situations, and his ability to respond is also tested the most. Since Yeshan became a ninja, he has experienced countless desperate situations, and his heart has long been tempered to be calm and extremely tough. Yeshan dissipated the chakra that supported him standing on the water, and at the same time decisively threw down the dagger. He formed seals with his hands extremely quickly. The chaotic chakra in his body was stabilized under the guidance of the seals, and then condensed under Yeshan's skin, forming a hard protective film. Boom! The detonating talisman exploded on Yeshan's back. With the thrust, Yeshan, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, was shot to the bottom of the lake, bringing out a series of bubbles. Tisk, you hid beautifully, but in the water, I am the strongest. The fat mist ninja squatted down and placed his right hand on the water surface. Visible chakra gushed out from his fingertips, and 5 lifelike shark-shaped water bullets condensed. After shaking their tails a few times, they swam towards Yeshan. So far, Yeshan has fought in battles with complex terrains such as night battles, mountain ridge battles, rainy battles, and desert battles. This is his first time to fight in water. However, no matter how things change, the essence remains the same. As long as you seize favorable conditions to fight, the balance of victory will eventually lean towards your side. So it seems that Yeshan is in an extremely dangerous situation now, but don't forget that Yeshan is best at earth escape, not thunder escape. The nearly 5-meter deep water blocked the mist ninja's vision, but Yeshan could clearly see the mist ninja's whereabouts. This was the advantage in dangerous situations. Yeshan formed a seal to create an earth clone to mediate with the shark, while he himself used the earth navigation technique to pass through the side of the pit and quietly came behind the mist ninja. Lightning attribute chakra will be absorbed by the ninja sword, because it is essentially still a chakra body, but fire escape has a physical body, and strictly speaking it is not a chakra body, but a high-temperature flame that extends and changes from it. Thinking of this, Yeshan formed a fire seal. Fire style, unburned fire technique. The mist ninjas obviously did not expect that Yeshan would attack from behind right under their noses. It was too late for them to use ninjutsu to resist. A semi-enclosed earthen house surrounded them. The ensuing fire instantly consumed all the oxygen. The high temperature and oxygen-deficient environment made the mist ninjas dizzy. Water style, great waterfall technique. Although the mist ninja released water jutsu in time to break through the earthen house and extinguish Yeshan's fire jutsu, the damage caused was irreversible. In just a short period of time, their faces turned red and their clothes were burned to tatters, making them look extremely miserable. Just when Yeshan wanted to continue attacking, an extremely cold aura appeared behind him, and then a hoarse voice came over. Yeshan-jun, your vigilance is too low. A pale hand grasped Yeshan's raised wrist, and then a face leaned over to the side and licked it with its tongue. Yeshan! It's really boring. Orochimaru withdrew his hand and tongue in boredom, turned to look at the two mist ninjas, and asked coldly, 7 ninja swordsmen. The two mist ninjas standing with knives in their hands felt the air around them tighten, as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. They twisted their bodies unconsciously and fell behind in terms of momentum. Yeshan pursed his lips, not daring to breathe, and stood cautiously in place, waiting for Orochimaru's orders. No matter how well Yeshan performed just now, and no matter how famous the mist ninja on the opposite side was, they were nothing in front of the cold Lord Orochimaru. After thinking for a while, Yeshan still bit the bullet and asked respectfully, Lord Orochimaru, may I ask why you are here? Because you caught goldfish a few times. Orochimaru glanced at Yeshan and said sinisterly. Yeshan laughed awkwardly a few times and didn't dare to take over the conversation at all. He couldn't let Orochimaru deal with the person who found the problem, right? You go support Minato, I'll take care of this. Yeshan, who was relieved, quickly agreed, bowed, and left. As for the information about the mist ninja, Yeshan did not mention a word, and there was no need to remind Orochimaru at all. For the strong, the biggest difference between knowing the information and not knowing the information is nothing more than using a few more ninjutsu. Anyway, they have plenty of chakra, no, chakra. The arrival of Orochimaru put Yeshan's heart at ease. A man's name is like the shadow of a tree. The 3 words Orochimaru represent authority to the Konoha ninjas. In a word, there will be no accidents as long as the snake is around. It seems that if things go wrong, the 3 tails of Kirigakure will be named Konoha from now on. Chapter 47. With the support of Orochimaru, the battle took a long time, but ended with Konoha's great victory. Except for the mist ninja named Yagura, Minajiki Sora, and Kagayasho who escaped in a panic, all the others, including the 3 tails, became Konoha's spoils of war. As for the victims of Konoha, they will be compensated after they return to the village, but the dead are dead, and at most someone who happens to mention them will sigh at some point in the future. After repelling the Kirigakure attackers, Orochimaru sneered at the daimyo for a few times, then left alone, and did not follow the team back to the camp at the border of Konoha. Yeshan knew that Orochimaru would definitely go to investigate the daimyo's sale of food to the enemy country. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the personalities of his disciples too well. He chose Jiraiya, who was lustful but calm, to welcome and escort the daimyo, and appointed Orochimaru, who was gloomy and unscrupulous, to investigate the daimyo. He can be regarded as a typical example of knowing people and using them well. But all of this has nothing to do with Yeshan. He just wants to end the war quickly and return to Konoha to live a stable life for a few years. Apart from that, he has no control over the game between the top leaders. The mission of protecting the daimyo was successfully completed. As expected, Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze were assigned to participate in the treaty signing ceremony. However, Yeshan did not receive any mission notification and stayed in the camp doing nothing for a few days. A few days later, after many negotiations, the Fire Nation and the Wind Nation signed an armistice agreement. It was called an armistice agreement just to save the Wind Nation's face. Judging from the content of the treaty specially publicized by the top leaders, it would be more appropriate to call it a surrender agreement. The agreement included a huge amount of gold compensation to Konohagakure, and also included the cession of a large area of the Wind Country's territory, including Akihabara, which was truly a loss of sovereignty and humiliation. Under the instigation of some people, the credit for the defeat of the Wind Country became the political achievement of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, which made his momentum reach its peak for a time. No one in the village dared to question his orders anymore, not even the Uchiha clan. Laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the essence. Thanks to the highly democratic political environment in his previous life and countless current affairs commentary columns, Yeshan's political sense has always been very sensitive. On the surface, Konoha village did make a lot of money, after all, gold and newly acquired territories cannot be faked. However, the Kingdom of Wind or the Hidden Sand village did not hurt its bones, and even aroused the blood of the people. It can be predicted that a large number of elite ninjas will grow up with resentment in this environment, waiting for a fuse, and will return all the humiliation to Konoha with interest. Karma will always pay off, and I wonder if the complacent Sarutobi Hiruzen has thought about this. After signing the treaty and fulfilling the obligations as the head of state, the daimyo returned to the capital of the Land of Fire under the escort of Jiraiya, while Orochimaru quietly returned to the border camp and reported the details of the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. 80 million taels were used to sell 400 million caddies of grain, and it was all rice with no other grains. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in disbelief. Orochimaru looked at him, said nothing, and just nodded slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. What does it mean to sell 400 million caddies of grain for 80 million taels? For example, even in the extremely stable Konoha village, a caddy of grain costs at least 17 taels. The Fire Country daimyo is not selling food, but giving it away, doing charity. What should we do next? Orochimaru licked his tongue and said maliciously. After thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, I will write a proposal to increase Konoha's military expenditure, just increase it by 80 million ryo every year. Orochimaru laughed twice and turned to leave the Hokage's temporary office. In his opinion, his teacher's actions were completely insignificant and a clear sign of weakness. As for the task of submitting the proposal, he had no interest at all. It would be more refreshing to go back and do something meaningful. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead with a headache and turned a deaf ear to Orochimaru's dissatisfaction. The actual situation did not allow him to try to assassinate the daimyo, so giving him a warning was the best approach at the moment. In the capital of the Land of Fire, the daimyo was sitting in a pavilion admiring the goldfish of different colors in the pond. He would occasionally sprinkle fish food in his hand, causing the goldfish in the pond to scramble for food, which was very beautiful. Behind him, a middle-aged official stood respectfully. Terasaki Tadamichi, what do you think? Although the daimyo's questions were incoherent, Terasaki Tadamichi, his confidant, immediately understood his question, which was nothing more than the sale of grain. My lord daimyo, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Oh? Tell me in detail. Daimyo became interested. He threw away the fish food in his hand and picked up a cup of tea to drink. Terasaki Tadamichi took a look at the calm expression on the daimyo's face and said cautiously, I'm worried that Konoha will send an assassin. Puff. The sound of an object falling into the water interrupted Terasaki Tadamichi's words. It was the daimyo who threw the teacup in his hand into the water. He was frightened and knelt down quickly, while secretly memorizing the point where the teacup fell into the water. This was the daimyo's favorite teacup, which was extremely valuable and could not be lost. The daimyo stood up, stared at the cup that was gradually sinking into the water, and asked, Are you afraid of ninjas? Terasaki Tadamichi pursed his lips and did not dare to answer. He had witnessed the battle between the Mist Ninja and Konoha that day, and the destructive energy contained in the ninja's body made him extremely afraid, and he had no intention of resisting at all. Seeing that his most trusted confidant remained silent, the daimyo, who had already received the answer, could not help but sneer and asked another question. Do you know how many ninja villages there are in the ninja world? Probably more than 100. Terasaki Tadamichi answered unconfidently. He had indeed never counted the number of ninja villages, so he couldn't help but feel a little lacking in confidence. There are more than 100 ninja villages. How many have earned the title of Kage? Terasaki Tadamichi knew this, and anyone with a little common sense would know this, and he immediately said, 5. Yes, then do you know why there are 5? Daimyo continued to ask, but this time he did not embarrass his confidant who was kneeling on the ground, and gave the answer himself. Because there are only 5 big countries in the world, there are 5 big ninja villages. Terasaki Tadamichi, who was awakened, suddenly understood and said in a lost voice, You mean? The daimyo did not say anything, but turned around and slowly walked to Terasaki Tadamichi and stretched out his hand as if to pull him up. Terasaki Tadamichi hurriedly stood up, but due to his tall stature, he always bent over and was lower than the daimyo. Just remember one sentence. It's not because there are 5 major ninja villages that there are 5 major countries, but because there are 5 major countries that there are 5 major ninja villages. The rest are irrelevant. Do you understand? Yes. Terasaki Tadamichi responded. He was a very smart person. After being enlightened by the daimyo, he understood the mystery and felt relieved. Are you still afraid of ninjas now? The daimyo asked softly. Don't be afraid. Go do something. After the daimyo calmed his confidant, he grabbed the fish food on the table and scattered it, while Terasaki Tadamichi bowed respectfully and left the pavilion. Looking at the goldfish vying for food, the daimyo had a playful smile on his face. An increase of 80 million taels in military expenditure? He was too narrow-minded. He sponsored 800 million out of his own pocket. Otherwise, if other daimyo knew about it, they would think he was a stingy person and it would be embarrassing. Although the daimyo had not been in charge of the Land of Fire for a long time, he was the successor who had been trained since childhood. Naturally, he understood the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning, but so what? In his eyes, ninjas were just goldfish in a pond. Even if they were extremely glamorous, they still had to be fed by him, right? The Fire Nation can lose Konohagakuer, but Konohagakuer cannot lose the Fire Nation. This is what the previous daimyo said to him before he died, and it is also the reason why he is so confident. The reason is very simple, it comes down to the issue of productivity and production relations. Ninjas are also human beings, and as humans they get hungry, sick, tired, and need food, medicine, and shelter, and all these things cannot be created by non-productive ninjas, and can only be provided by the Fire Nation. It all comes down to money. Ninjas are a profession that possesses absolute power. Like farmers and businessmen, they are just a part of the vast land of fire. The only difference is that they are very powerful. However, they still have not reached the level of ignoring other professions and are still under the rule of the daimyo. Perhaps ninjas can plunder everything they need through force, after all, ordinary people are nothing but ants in front of chakra, but remember, there is not just one ninja village, but hundreds of them, large and small. When one of them destroys the order and covets all the power and resources, it is bound to cause fierce resistance from other ninja villages and hostility from all other professions. The daimyo who controls the production resources will call on all professional leaders to unite, offer conditions that cannot be refused, and destroy the ninja village that breaks the rules. If Konoha village breaks the rules, the daimyo believes that he only needs to declare that whoever destroys Konoha first will get the full support of the Fire Country. Then not only the impoverished Sand Village, but all the ninja villages that think they have the strength to settle in the Fire Country will use all their strength to besiege Konoha village until the daimyo is satisfied. Therefore, the daimyo will unscrupulously assist the Uegakuer village, and he will also assist the Sand Village and the Rain Village in order to weaken Konoha. What the daimyo needs is a Konoha village that is one level higher than other ninja villages, not a Konoha village that can unify the ninja world. Only in this way can the daimyo's rule be passed down from generation to generation without any accidents. After all, the riot of ordinary people is a joke in the eyes of ninjas, isn't it? The economic base determines the superstructure, which is an unbreakable law in any world. Chapter 48. Yushin had vaguely guessed that the Fire Country daimyo was secretly trying to weaken Konoha village, but he didn't take it seriously. The current post-war construction of Konoha village needed the support of the daimyo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was unlikely to have the intention to kill the daimyo at this critical moment. At most, he would give him a warning, which would not hurt him much. Although Konoha village has its own businesses, most of them are controlled by civilians and ninja families. The annual tax revenue is pitifully small. The funds earned by ninjas from performing missions are not enough for post-war pensions alone, not to mention the establishment of a complete medical system. The money needed is calculated in billions, and it is completely inseparable from the support of the daimyo. After the Wind Country and the Fire Country signed a treaty, the Hidden Mist Village, which lost 4 ninja swordsmen and the Three Tails, also announced a ceasefire. At this point, the large-scale war in the ninja world was basically over. Although the remaining small-scale battles continued, the Second Ninja World War was definitely over. The Second Ninja World War lasted for decades and spanned Yushin's teenage years, from his graduation from the ninja school to his early adulthood. He was promoted from a small genin to a jonin, successfully survived and became famous among the civilian ninja community. But Yushin never felt that he gained more than he lost in the Ninja World War. At least, he was the only one among his classmates who survived until the end of the war. The same is true for Konoha. The pain brought to the village by the war will take time to heal. The dead will become the objects of remembrance, while the living have to actively prepare for the next war that may break out at any time. It has to be said that this is a great irony. From the beginning to the end, the war brought Yeshan only unspeakable pain, without a trace of pleasure. He now just wanted to return to the village to have a good rest for a while, adjust his mentality, and carefully plan his future. But things always go against one's wishes. Yushin was transferred from the Minato team that returned to the village to rest, and stayed to stand guard at the border of the Fire Country. The reason given by the command was very reasonable. The war had just ended, and the border needed strong senior ninjas to be stationed to guard against emergencies. A few days later, the Konohagakuer returned to the village under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving about 300 ninjas stationed there, and Hayama was one of them. As one of the jonins left behind, Hayama had the right to make some demands, so he asked the headquarters to transfer Yamashiro Tatsuichi as well. He thought there would be some twists and turns, but he didn't expect the headquarters to agree to his demands on the spot. So, 2 years later, Yeshan formed a team with Yamashiro Tatsuya again. It must be said that Yeshan trusted Yamashiro Tatsuya very much, but he felt a little guilty for interrupting his plan to return to the village. After the ninja army withdrew, the camp became empty. Yeshan unceremoniously occupied an unusually spacious tent and waited for Yamashiro Chen's arrival. The sky gradually darkened, and the peculiar boredom of summer disappeared with the setting sun, replaced by the refreshing evening breeze and the chirping of insects. Yeshan leaned outside the tent, his hands clasped on his chest, quietly looking at the stars in the sky, his mood rarely relaxed, thinking about the ordinary life in his previous life. It's time to get off work at this time. A smile appeared on Yeshan's lips. In his previous life, he was a young man who lived a life of idleness and waited for death. What he loved most was to call 3 or 5 friends after get off work, go to a lively barbecue stall, order some skewers, a plate of cucumbers, and most importantly, a bucket of draft beer, and vent the depression in his heart. The cool girls who passed by from time to time, international disputes, the exciting moments of games, and even bragging about slacking skills were all the topics that Yeshan and his friends talked about most. However, in the world of Naruto, Yeshan had to bid farewell to the leisurely life of his previous life and took up arms to fight. The ordinary person's thinking in his bones made him yearn for a comfortable life. He was unwilling to participate in the battle, nor was he willing to be involved in the vortex of power games. He just wanted to live a simple life. Now that the war is over, Yeshan plans to go back to the village and use the mission money he has saved over the years to renovate the old house. The Japanese style inside the house will be completely replaced with Chinese style. The land in the yard cannot be wasted, so he can grow vegetables. He can also raise a cat and a dog so that he can relax after his daily practice. Thinking of this, Yeshan couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his bald head, and his mood became better. As for the high-risk profession of ninja, Yeshan planned to retire at the age of 30, open a hot pot restaurant, and live a good life in the second half of his life. Yeshan is not unaware of the plight of civilian ninjas, but he is powerless to change it, nor does he want to make a change. The difficulty is very great, and it is tantamount to a foolish dream for him to change the current situation alone. Perhaps, when Minato truly becomes the Hokage, he will truly make up his mind to reform all this. Yeshan's dream is so simple, to survive in the ninja world, to survive in the village, and to live until the day he dies. That would be enough. A cool breeze blew by, interrupting Yeshan's thoughts. It turned out to be Shan Chengchen who had arrived. Even though they hadn't seen each other for 2 years, their feelings had not faded, and had even become stronger. Yeshan opened his arms, hugged Shan Chengchen, and patted him hard on the back a few times, then pulled his arm and looked at him carefully. "Chen, you've worked hard all the way." Previously, Yamashiro Tatsuya had fought against Kirigakura on the eastern front of the Land of Fire, while Hayama had fought against Sand Village in the west. There was the Land of Fire in between, so the distance was not short. Shan Chinchin's face was filled with excitement, and he said emotionally, "Captain still remembers me, so it's not hard no matter how far away I am." Yeshan smiled and said, "Let's talk in the tent. Have you eaten yet? I'll go to the cafeteria and get you some." Shan Chengchen waved his hands repeatedly, indicating Yeshan not to rush, and the two of them walked into the tent one after the other. Although the tent was large, there were not many furnishings. There was only a low table that Yeshan had brought from somewhere else. On the table were 2 teacups and a kettle. It looked extremely shabby. Inviting Yamashiro Chen to sit down and rest, Yeshan poured 2 cups of water from the kettle and handed one to Yamashiro Chen. "Chen, you are 25 years old this year, right? It's after August 26th. Shan Chengchen said after taking a sip of water. "Have you ever thought about getting married?" Yeshan asked with concern. Being unmarried at the age of 26 makes him a typical bachelor in the world of Naruto. Being a ninja is a physically demanding profession, and if he doesn't get married, it will be difficult for him to marry a good girl. Shan Chengchen didn't want to hide it, and said seriously, "No, I still have a younger sister. Over the years, I have saved a lot of money, enough for her to live a stable life." Yeshan put down the teacup he had just picked up, frowned, and said unhappily, "She is her, how can you not get married? Don't worry about money, I have saved a lot." Shan Chengchen felt a warm current flowing through his heart, but he still refused, "Captain. Call me Yeshan." Shan Chengchen opened his mouth, but couldn't call out the name after all, and said helplessly, "Captain Yeshan, I really don't want to get married." "Why? What's the difficulty?" Yeshan continued to ask. But Yamashiro Tatsuya did not answer his question, but said something that surprised Yeshan. "Captain Yeshan, how long do you think the ninja world will remain peaceful?" Yeshan groaned and said, "About 15 years. In fact, according to Yeshan's estimation, peace would only last less than 10 years, but he still deliberately said more, wanting Chen to get married first. After all, the worst of the three unfilial acts is to have no descendants, and housing prices in the Naruto world are not expensive, so people can still afford to get married. Shan Changchen smiled faintly, and did not refute, but said, 15 years, my child is old enough to go to the battlefield. There was silence in the tent. Yeshan pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Not to mention 15 years, in just 10 years, Yamashiro Tatsuya's child could go into the war as a Konoha cannon fodder, and there's a high probability that he'd die inexplicably at the hands of a ninja, or even lose his corpse if he's unlucky. As someone who crawled out of a pile of corpses, Yeshan naturally knew how horrible the death rate of low-level ninjas was. Being able to survive depended not only on strength, but also on the illusory luck. "Captain, what's wrong with your hair and eyebrows?" Shan Changchen asked to change the subject. Yeshan touched his bald head, smiled bitterly, and briefly told the other party about his miserable experience, and then asked, "Chen, is Yamanaka Ura okay?" In the Hayama team, Yamanaka Ura has never been truly trusted by Hayama. The reason is simple, she is a ninja from the Yamanaka clan, and the Yamanaka clan is a die-hard supporter of the third Hokage. However, despite the distrust, the three of them still have some feelings for each other. Shan Changchen's eyes flashed with gloom, and he said bitterly, Yuoluo had her entire calf chopped off by the mist ninja on the battlefield. When I went to visit her a few days ago, she looked very bad. Yeshan squeezed the cup in his hand and said with a forced smile, "It's good to be alive." The war brought only bad news to Yeshan, but never any good news. After counting in his mind, Yeshan found that there were not many people he was really familiar with. In front of him were Yamashiro Tatsu, Kanashi Kakui, and Hitaki Sakumo who had returned to the village, plus Namikaze Minato and Yamanaka Ura, and that was it. One by one, familiar people died on the battlefield, and Yeshan seemed to be accustomed to it all. Chapter 49. The summer night was extremely cool. Since there were no other Konoha ninjas living nearby, Yeshan simply lifted the curtain of the tent and let the cool breeze flow into the tent, making him feel cozy and comfortable. There was no light in the tent. Under the moonlight, Yeshan could clearly see a hideous knife wound on Yamashiro Tatsuya's back. He couldn't help but ask, was the battle with Kirigakure fierce? As if he noticed Yeshan's gaze, Yamashiro Tatsu slightly turned his body and replied, "The mist ninja is cunning and loves to fight in thick fog. They are also extremely fierce. They are cruel to the enemy and even more cruel to themselves. The battle is very tragic." Thinking of the mist ninja who wanted to drag him to death not long ago when he saw the situation was not good, Yeshan nodded with deep understanding. Perhaps, the people of the island country are like this. The small land makes them ruthless and unscrupulous in doing things. They are morally corrupt, just like a country in the previous life. However, for the mist ninja who is good at killing people silently, encountering the Sharingan and the Byakugan is like lighting a light in the toilet seeking death. The little tricks of Kirigakure are nothing but clowns in the face of the bloodline limit. Yeshan said sarcastically. Yamashiro Tatsuya said and then said, the Hyuga clan threw a white eye. Yeshan was shocked. The Byakugan is different from the Sharingan. It only enhances personal strength. It is no exaggeration to say that the Byakugan is the radar in the Naruto world. If used well, it can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the army. Konoha was able to win the Second Ninja World War with great difficulty, largely relying on the continuous logistics and the reconnaissance methods that crushed other ninja villages. The loss of the Byakugan is definitely a major event that shook the village. The village didn't send out ninjas to retrieve them. Haha, the reply from the third Hokage is very interesting. He said that the recovery of the three tails will be postponed for the sake of peace between the two countries. Not only that, I also heard that he wants to sell the three tails back to Kirigakure to strengthen the relationship. Yamashiro Tatsuya's words made Yeshan silent. According to his way of thinking, there was no peace between Konoha and the Hidden Mist village. The operation of the top leaders was truly a cerebral hemorrhage. The war between the two sides had lasted for several years. How could the hatred be wiped out with just a roll of the eyes? What's the Haiga clan's reaction? Yeshan asked. The Haiga clan today is not at the same level as the Haiga clan before the war. They are not even as prosperous as the Sarutobi clan. They can only bite their teeth and swallow their anger. How can they dare to put pressure on the top leaders? Strictly speaking, the Haiga clan is a hardcore Hokage family. Since the Warring States period, the Haiga clan and the Senju clan have been allies and have a close relationship. After the establishment of Konoha village, the Haiga clan was also the first ninja clan to take the lead in joining the village. Even if a Hokage with the surname Haiga appeared, Yashin would not be surprised. But now, the Senju clan has retired, and the Uchiha clan has withdrawn from the decision-making level, marking the complete farewell of the old era in Konoha village and the ushers in a new era of governance headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. A new emperor appoints new ministers, and the Senju label on the Haiga clan cannot be shaken off in a short period of time, so it is normal for them to be suppressed. But no matter how much they fight for power, they are all fighting behind closed doors. The Byakugan must not be lost. At the very least, Konoha will gain by using the three tails to exchange for the Byakugan. At the very least, the Haiga clan will be grateful to the top leaders from now on and firmly support the ruling position of the Hokage. The bloodline family attaches great importance to their own bloodline to the point of madness. In order to protect the Byakugan from leaking out, the Haiga clan even developed a sealing technique called the bird in the cage, cruelly dividing the flesh and blood of the closest relatives into the main family and the branch family, and strictly managing every member of the clan who has opened his eyes. This is no secret in the entire ninja world. But the village's top leaders refused to recover the lost Byakugan for the sake of ridiculous peace. Yeshan could only sigh that his vision was too small. I just don't know if Sarutobi Hiruzen would cut his own neck cleanly if Kirigakure proposed that the third Hokage would not participate in the war after committing suicide. Yeshan's originally pleasant mood turned unhappy. Today, the top leaders could sacrifice the core interests of the Haiga clan to please the Hidden Mist village. Who knows if they will order Yeshan to commit suicide tomorrow to please other ninja villages. After all, compared with the Haiga clan, the death of a civilian jonin can win the favor of the enemy. The top leaders of Konoha simply made a fortune. The two of them stopped talking about sex, feeling uncomfortable, and fell into a deep sleep. The days passed as Yeshan and Shan Chengchen were on boring patrols. When light white snowflakes floated down from the sky, Yeshan suddenly realized that he had been at the border for a very long time, so long that the people in the village had forgotten he existed. The garrison ninjas in the camp had already been replaced twice, and Yeshan became the one with the longest seniority. Sometimes, seniority means being forgotten, suppressed, and excluded, rather than being loved and valued. Although Yeshan had no intention of fighting for power, he was disgusted by the actions of the higher-ups. Yeshan asked himself that he had done his best to fight for the village during the war. Although he did not make great contributions, he had worked hard. Being excluded for no reason would make anyone uncomfortable. Yeshan's mood became worse day by day. During this period, he proposed to Shan Chengchen many times to let him return to the village, but was firmly rejected by the other party. This made Yeshan's cold heart feel a little comforted. Winter passed and spring came, and all things revived. Yeshan stayed in the border station for 8 months. Just when he could no longer bear it and wanted to write a letter to Minato Namikaze, hoping that he would help him return to the village to rest, a letter from Konoha village was delivered to him first. At night, in the chilly late spring weather, Yeshan opened the letter, read it silently, and a murderous look appeared on his face, which scared Shan Chengchen who was standing beside him. Yeshan handed the letter in his hand to Shan Chengchen with an expressionless face, and he walked out of the tent, feeling the cold wind blowing on his face, and was furious in his heart. The letter was from Uchiha Fugaku. It didn't contain much content, just telling Yeshan that his mother was in good health recently and there was no need to worry. It also attached an obviously copied investigation report. In the investigation report, the investigation team leader Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote a vicious comment on Yeshan that he had no will of fire, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's reply of "I know" made Yeshan extremely disappointed. What is the will of fire? On the battlefield, charging even though you know you are going to die is the will of fire? Yeshan certainly knew how he had offended Sarutobi Hakata. During that patrol mission, the Yeshan team led by Yeshan did not choose to support the so-called Konoha elites immediately after realizing the large-scale infiltration and killing intentions of the Iwagakure ninjas. Instead, they annihilated a Iwagakure team and returned to the camp. Since then, Sarutobi Hakata has been targeting Yeshan, using his position to humiliate him from time to time, and his mind is extremely narrow. But the reality is that Sarutobi Hakata sent a large number of civilian ninja teams such as the Hayama team to guard the front line as fishing nets, while those family ninjas stayed behind, waiting for the fish to break through the fishing nets and exhaust their strength to enjoy the harvest. But what came was not a small fish, but a shark, which directly devoured the Konoha ninjas who were like fishermen. In this situation, Hayama, a small chunin, rushed forward to die. Being able to retreat after sending out the signal, Hayama has done his best. He failed to catch fish but was caught by grass, a kind of plant. Could he also be considered the successor of the Will of Fire? Or is it that Sarutobi is only allowed to light the lamp but Hayama is not allowed to set the fire? Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the supreme leader of Konoha, was biased and nepotistic. Without any in-depth investigation, he placed Hayama on border patrol for 8 months. Could it be the so-called Will of Fire? What Yeshan couldn't understand was why the top brass would use such an illusory and standardless criterion as the Will of Fire to select ninjas. It was obvious that the ninja world relied on strength, bloodline, and ninjutsu. Could it be possible to just talk the enemy to death on the battlefield? At this moment, Yeshan felt a deep sense of powerlessness, and the scene of Uchiha Kagami's sudden death once again came to his mind. Even someone as powerful as Uchiha Kagami became a victim in the power struggle. He, Byun Yeshan, was just a civilian ninja. If the top leaders wanted to discipline him, they only needed to write a few simple comments, which was enough to suppress Yeshan and make him eat dirt on the border. Yeshan was like an insect trapped in a spider web, with all the energy but nowhere to vent. He felt extremely depressed and could only watch himself being injected with venom by the spider and becoming a meal. Chapter 50. Yeshan, who was extremely angry, clenched his fists and punched the wooden stake supporting the tent beside him. The skin on his hands turned red immediately, but Yeshan felt no pain at all. Yamashiro-chen walked out of the tent slowly, came behind Yeshan, patted him on the shoulder gently and said, "Can you try to go through the Uchiha back door?" Yeshan's reaction was a little slow at this time, and he replied mechanically, "Uchiha. Captain Yeshan, what is the purpose of Uchiha Fugaku's letter?" Yamashiro Tatsu asked, waving the letter in his hand. Yeshan gradually calmed down, reason returned to his mind, and he quickly thought about the meaning of Shanchang Chen's words, and then narrowed his eyes. Shanchang Chen, who was very familiar with Yeshan, knew that his captain obviously had a good idea. Shanchang Chen hugged Yeshan's thigh tightly. Even though he was ignored by the top management, he had no intention of leaving. In addition to Yeshan's own strength, what was more important was that Yeshan had a mature and strong heart. A ninja who was weak but brainless was just a reckless man and was destined to go nowhere. If you want to get along in the Konoha village where there are so many masters, strength is the stepping stone, and emotional intelligence and intelligence are the ladder to rise. The fate of a brainless person will only be like Uchiha Kagami, being played around by the top management. Do you mean to completely side with the Uchiha clan? Yeshan asked indifferently. This is the best option right now, isn't it? Yeshan was silent. He knew he had to make a decision. From the moment the letter was delivered to him, he had no other way out. The Uchiha clan was the only one who would protect him. Now, Sarutobi Kakata was hoping that Hayama would die on the border. Since the two sides had openly torn their faces apart, there was no need to cover it up, so the Hokage lineage could be excluded first. The Anbyo group and the civilian ninja group headed by Hotaki Sakumo were also unlikely to stand up for Hayama. After all, the two had parted ways some time ago due to differences in ideas. So, after so many years in Konoha, Yeshan's path has become narrower and narrower. Yeshan took the letter from Yamashiro Tatsuya's hand and looked carefully at the address it was sent from. Only then did he realize that the letter was actually sent through the official Konoha mail. The sender's name was Uchiha Fugaku, and the recipient was Byun Yeshan. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku is determined to tie Hayama to the chariot of the Uchiha clan this time, and the undisguised way of sending the letter is proof of this. Yeshan was fully confident that this letter was delivered to the desk of the third Hokage before it was delivered to him. It was possible that the letter in his hand was a counterfeit. As for the authenticity of the letter, Yeshan had no doubts. After all, the code of odd changes but even does not change, the symbol depends on the quadrant was only known to him and Uchiha Fugaku in this world. With Yeshan's prudentness, how could he not have arranged the code for communication in advance? Not only did he have a code with Uchiha Fugaku, but he also arranged a code for Yamashiro Tatsuya who was beside him. Now it seems that it is a good thing that he had a hand in advance, otherwise he would have been killed by someone and he would not know who killed him. Thinking of this, Yeshan turned around and went back to the tent, and began to write a reply to Uchiha Fugaku under the dim light. What Shan Chengchen said was right. The Uchiha clan was indeed the best and only choice for Yeshan at the moment. If he did not choose the Uchiha clan, as a jonin, the best ending for him, Yeshan, would probably be to patrol the border for the rest of his life, and it was not impossible that his body would be exposed in the wilderness. After writing the letter, Yeshan handed it to Shan Chengchen, motioning him to read it as well. A journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength. Time reveals a person's true character. Shan Chengchen was able to stay by his side unwaveringly during his most difficult days, and he was definitely a staunch ally. Shan Chengchen quickly read the letter written by Yeshan, then put the letter on the table and said solemnly, "Captain, you forgot one thing." "What's up?" Yeshan asked himself if he had forgotten anything and was puzzled. "Forgot to add my name." It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. Yeshan's heart was in turmoil at this moment. This letter was destined to be known by the higher-ups, and adding Yamashiro Tatsuya's name meant that he was completely separated from the Hokage line. After all, there was a big difference between saying it openly and saying it secretly, and as a special jonin, Yamashiro Tatsuya was a valuable fighting force in the village, so there was no need for him to clearly state his position like Yeshan did. However, Yeshan didn't say anything. He tore the letter into pieces neatly and wrote a new one under Shan Chengchen's eyes which seemed to have become clearer. The next day, Yeshan did not carry out his daily training, but went to the mail management office and chose the expedited mail method to send the letter representing his future destiny. If nothing unexpected happened, Uchiha Fugaku would receive Yeshan's letter in 2 days, and at the same time receive the oath of allegiance from the two jonin. In the following days, Yeshan and Yamashiro Chen refused to carry out patrol missions. Apart from practicing every day, they waited outside the letter management office, waiting for Uchiha Fugaku's reply. If it weren't for the fact that ninjas were not allowed to return to the village without reason during the mission, Yeshan would have gone back in person to show his loyalty long ago, and there would be no need to express his determination in words. Only 5.5 days later, Yeshan did not receive a reply from Uchiha Fugaku, but received a transfer order from the Hokage's office. In the transfer order, the so-called senior officials first expressed their apologies for Hayama's long stay at the border, followed by a bunch of nonsense about the will of fire, and finally ordered Hayama and Yamashiro Tatsu to return to the village to rest from the moment they received the transfer order, with no limit on the rest period. Interestingly, the name signed on the transfer order was not Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Shimura Danzo. Hayama is not a 3-year-old child. He saw clearly how Sarutobi Hiruzen was trying to shift the blame. The innocent Danzo Shimura probably didn't even know that there was a ninja like him in the village. It must be said that although the Uchiha clan has fallen into decline, its influence in the village is still great. Especially after winning the war with the Hidden Mist village, its influence in the village has increased instead of decreased. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. After all, the Uchiha clan is a powerful clan in the ninja world. Even if the top leaders suppress it, even if they lose the power to make decisions, they cannot eliminate the influence of the Uchiha clan in the village. Based on the principle of doing it early rather than late, Yeshan and Yamashiro Tatsu immediately set out on the journey back to the village after receiving the transfer order. After a day and a night of traveling, Yeshan and Yamashiro Tatsu successfully arrived at the west side of Konoha. After walking about 20 kilometers, they would reach the entrance of the west gate. But before Yeshan could move forward, 2 ninjas wearing Konoha standard vests stopped him. The 2 ninjas were both young, around 20 years old, and there was nothing special about their looks except for their 2 pairs of pitch-black eyes that shone with dazzling looks. "Are they our companions Byun Yeshan and Shan Chengchen?" one of them asked. Yeshan looked at the Konoha guard logo on his vest and said politely, "Yes, I wonder who you 2 are." "Hayato Uchiha. Uchiha Cg." As the 2 were talking, their dark pupils suddenly turned scarlet. They were all ninjas who had awakened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Yeshan spoke more politely, "Are you 2 Uchiha colleagues waiting for us here?" The ninja named Uchiha Nagayazu smiled and said, "Not only us, the young clan leader was waiting at the entrance yesterday." Yeshan keenly captured the information in his words. He didn't expect that after 2 years, Uchiha Fugaku, who had fled in a panic, had become the young clan leader. He really had found a powerful figure. With a touch of just the right amount of emotion on his face, Yashan said, "Then let's hurry back. It's not good to keep the young clan leader waiting for too long." "That's just what it should be." Immediately, several people rushed to the west gate of Konoha at full speed. Along the way, many patrolling ninjas from the Uchiha clan greeted Yashan in a friendly manner. It was obvious that they already knew Yashan's new identity, which surprised Yashan extremely. He did not expect that the Uchiha clan attached great importance to him. With the speed of a ninja, it only takes a short time to travel 20 kilometers. After about 10 minutes, the towering west gate appeared in Yashan's sight. And standing about 100 meters away from the west gate was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, whom he had not seen for 2 years. When the two were quite far away, Uchiha Fugaku showed a look of joy and opened his arms as if to give Yashan a hug. However, Yashan stopped, knelt on one knee in full view of everyone, and performed the standard etiquette of a ninja subordinate to Uchiha Fugaku. "Young patriarch, I am deeply unworthy of your coming to greet me in person." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with a complex expression, and his outstretched hand froze in mid-air. He said unhappily, "Who do you think I am? A friend? A superior?" Yashan raised his head and answered with clear eyes, "No matter what, thank you very much for your help." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head helplessly, took a step forward and pulled Yashan up from the ground, tightly held his hand, and said sincerely, "Friends, there is no need to say polite words. Let's go home, I will welcome you back." Even when walking on the spacious streets of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku did not let go of Yashan's hand, and pulled him all the way to the Uchiha clan's territory. In Uchiha Fugaku's luxurious home, dozens of people sat down. Yashan sat on the left side of Uchiha Fugaku, Yamashiro Tatsu sat on the right side, and the remaining few were all powerful people with fierce auras. It can be seen that today's banquet was unusually grand, and Yashan couldn't help but feel grateful to Uchiha Fugaku. In the spring of the 42nd year of the Konoha calendar, the 18-year-old Yashan unabashedly boarded the Uchiha clan's chariot. Chapter 51. Before the banquet began, Uchiha Fugaku, as the host, first expressed his gratitude to Yashan for joining on behalf of the Uchiha clan, and then the atmosphere became lively with everyone's greetings. Seeing that the time was almost right, Uchiha Fugaku clapped his hands, and servants immediately filed in and placed the dishes that had been prepared long ago on the table. The Uchiha clan was a powerful clan in the ninja world with a long history and its own etiquette for entertaining guests, which made Yashan feel restrained. "Yashan, there's no need to be restrained. The Uchiha clan doesn't have so many red tape. Just eat and drink to your heart's content. Come on, try this lobster sashimi." Uchiha Fugaku seemed to see Yashan's restraint. He stretched out his chopsticks to pick up a piece of food for Yashan and said enthusiastically. Yashan slowly put the lobster meat into his mouth, feeling the taste of mustard and the tender shrimp meat colliding in his mouth, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Young patriarch. Just call me Fugaku. There's no such thing as young clan leader or not. Everyone here today is my friend." Yashan showed an embarrassment, and seeing Uchiha Fugaku's firm attitude, he said, "Master Fugaku, where did you catch this lobster? It's really delicious." Uchiha Fugaku laughed, pointed at a ninja sitting next to Yashan and said, "Ask our chief supervisor, he will definitely know." The ninja who was named was about 30 years old, and he had an unusually strong murderous aura. He smiled at Yashan in a friendly manner and said, "Yashan, you don't know, this is not an ordinary lobster, but a summoned beast of the mist ninja. After I captured it, it became a delicious dish on the table." "Excuse me, who are you?" Yashan did not dare to be negligent and asked politely. "Hey, no need to be so polite, my name is Uchiha Kiji, just call me Kiji." How could Yashan dare to call him by his name? In the end, the two of them argued for a while, and Yashan stopped talking after calling the other party brother Kiji. After they had eaten half full, servants brought in some wine and the atmosphere of the banquet immediately reached its peak. For a moment, everyone was toasting each other and it was very lively. The banquet did not end until about 10 o'clock. After saying goodbye to everyone one by one, Yashan and Yamashiro Tatsu walked out of the Uchiha clan territory and headed towards their respective residences. When he returned home, Yashan found that there was a thick layer of dust on the floor. In desperation, he had to simply tidy up a place for himself to sleep despite being drunk. Then he lay comfortably on the bed, thinking about how to play his role. Judging from today's banquet, the Uchiha clan has a very deep foundation. Every ninja participating in the banquet is a powerful jonin. According to Yeshan's speculation, they are probably all truly powerful people who have opened the 3 Megatama. In terms of force, Yeshan really can't help the Uchiha clan. He still has this self-knowledge. Since he had decided to choose the Uchiha clan as his backing, Yeshan naturally wanted to give full play to his own value. If force didn't work, he would start with intelligence. Yeshan believed that with the political literacy he had accumulated in his previous life, he would soon find the shortcomings of the Uchiha clan and put forward effective suggestions. Thinking of this, Yeshan could no longer control his slightly tipsy brain and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yeshan came over early and patted his swollen head gently. Yeshan secretly decided in his heart that he should not drink alcohol casually in the future. After all, drinking can easily cause trouble. After a simple wash, Yeshan put on his casual clothes and went out to the hospital to visit his mother. After careful calculation, Yeshan had not visited his mother for 2 years, and he could not help but feel even more hatred towards the higher-ups. Along the way, the ninjas that Yeshan met were like blind people, ignoring him, which made Yeshan's face full of frost. When Yeshan saw his mother in the ward, tears welled up in his eyes, but he forced himself to hold them back and choked up as he cried out, "Mother!" When Yi's mother saw her son coming back from the battlefield, a strange blush appeared on her pale face. She was about to speak, but she was choked by the phlegm in her throat and started coughing. Yeshan hurried forward and gently patted his mother's back. It took a long time for Yi's mother to recover. She took Yeshan's hand and looked him over inside and out. After making sure that he was not seriously injured, tears began to flow. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Yeshan, let's not be ninjas anymore, let's open a shop in the village. I've prepared the storefront for you, and we won't go out and fight anymore." Yeshan's nose was sore, but he didn't agree. Now he was standing on the edge of the cliff. He had to do it even if he didn't want to. It was not up to him. Even if he wanted to be an ordinary person, he couldn't. He had to make a name for himself in the village in order to live a stable life. When Yi's mother saw that her son didn't say anything, she knew that he had made up his mind. She seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed on the bed, muttering, "You can't beat them, you can't beat them." Obviously, Yi's mother, who was lying in the hospital, had heard some news, otherwise she would not be so disheartened. Yeshan gritted his teeth secretly, thinking that his mother must have been treated unfairly, otherwise how could she be so thin as a mummy? At this moment, as a son, Yeshan wanted to grab his weapon and charge into the Hokage building, like Sun Wukong, who made a big fuss in Konoha. But the actual situation did not allow him to do so, unless he did not want to live. "Mother, I will arrange for you to be transferred to another hospital in a few days. You won't live here anymore." Yeshan made up his mind and decided to arrange for his mother to recuperate in the Uchiha clan's exclusive hospital. He really didn't want to believe in the moral bottom line of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his gang. The bloody example of the Senju clan was there. Yi's mother didn't want to say a word to Yeshan. She just lay on the hospital bed with lifeless eyes, muttering the name of Yeshan's father like a walking corpse. In the next few days, Yeshan accompanied his mother in the hospital in the morning. When she finished lunch and was ready to rest, he went to the street and watched carefully how the Uchiha clan ninjas enforced the law. The Konoha Guard, formed by the Uchiha clan, has enormous power in the village. Everything from enemy infiltration and invasion to illegal vendors occupying the road are under the jurisdiction of the Konoha Guard. To be honest, the Konoha high-level officials arranged the work for the Uchiha clan with evil intentions. Over the years, the civilians in the entire village were very resentful of the Uchiha law enforcers and had a vague hostility towards them. Yeshan knew what was going on at a glance. After all, who likes urban management? After 6 days, Yeshan came up with a plan in his mind. One afternoon, he visited Uchiha Fugaku, intending to demonstrate his value. After a brief greeting, Yeshan and Uchiha Fugaku sat down in the study. "Yayama, how is your aunt's health?" Uchiha Fugaku asked while casually flipping through a letter. "Not too good." Uchiha Fugaku put down the letter in his hand, sat up straight, and said solemnly, "What's going on? The doctors in Konoha Hospital are not good enough." Yeshan smiled bitterly and said nothing, but Uchiha Fugaku had already guessed the reason and shouted out the window forcefully, "Siaye, take Yeshan's mother to Uchiha Hospital and arrange the best ward and the best doctor. Remember, the best." After a dull yes came from outside the window, it fell into silence, and Yeshan felt a little moved that a man would die for his friend. Lord Fugaku. Call me Fugaku. Yeshan touched his head helplessly and continued, Fugaku, I came to visit you today and want to make some suggestions for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, who had expected this, showed no emotion on his face. He nodded slightly to signal Yeshan to continue. The current dilemma of the family is that we have no decision-making power in the village. I don't think this is the most acute contradiction. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and asked in confusion, what is the most acute contradiction? Yeshan narrowed his eyes and said calmly, reputation. Reputation. Yes, it's the reputation of the Uchiha clan in the village. After a pause, seeing that the other party did not refute, Yeshan narrowed his eyes and continued speaking. I think the current Uchiha clan has little hope of returning to the top, and can only pin their hopes on the fourth Hokage. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is very popular and will not abdicate in the short term, so the Uchiha clan's top priority is to establish their own reputation and prepare for the next transfer of power. But the Uchiha clan's reputation has already spread throughout the ninja world. Why do we still need to establish a reputation? Yeshan shook his head and said, what the Uchiha clan needs is not a reputation for military strength, but a reputation for being close to the people and loving the people. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. He was taught since childhood that the strong are respected, and he didn't understand why Yeshan wanted to please the common people who were like ants. Seeing this, Yeshan narrowed his eyes, smiled slightly, and told him all his suggestions. The suggestion is roughly divided into 3 steps, and each step is designed so seamlessly that it is enough for the Uchiha clan to gain a lot of praise. The first step is to recruit the hooligans in the village to form the non-staff of the security department, responsible for managing the illegal vendors in the village. According to Yeshan, it is to divert the conflict, turning the conflict between the civilians and the Uchiha clan law enforcers into a conflict between the civilians and the hooligans, and the Uchiha law enforcers will punish the hooligans who act rudely in public at the appropriate time, and establish a people-friendly image. The second step is to establish the Fire Country Daily, which will be published for free for the first 3 months, and then only the cost will be charged. The content of the newspaper includes both military and national affairs, as well as anecdotes about public figures. Most importantly, in the corner of each issue of the newspaper, the people-friendly actions of the Uchiha clan ninjas will be published to control the direction of public opinion. The third step was even simpler and more rude. They directly spent a huge amount of money to issue coupons for fruits, vegetables, grains, and other daily necessities, and built a department store outside the Uchiha clan territory, promising that all civilians holding Uchiha coupons could buy goods in the department store without restrictions. This established an image of loving the people. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a long time after hearing Yeshan's suggestion. He had never thought that political tactics could be used in this way. It felt like the door to a new world had been opened. Looking at the darkening sky outside the window, Uchiha Fugaku, who was still reluctant to leave, kindly invited Yeshan to stay for dinner. At the same time, he sent someone to call back his father, the clan leader who was busy outside, wanting to discuss in detail the future development of the Uchiha clan. In the study, Uchiha Fugaku held Yeshan's arm affectionately and praised his wit repeatedly. Looking at Yeshan with narrowed eyes, Uchiha Fugaku felt deeply that he had picked up a treasure this time. Chapter 52. At night, Uchiha Fugaku's house was brightly lit, and servants were walking back and forth in the yard, busy preparing dishes. In the reception room, Yeshan was kneeling below Uchiha Fugaku. At the first seat sat a middle-aged man with a stern face. He was the patriarch of the contemporary Uchiha clan and Uchiha Fugaku's father Uchiha Shinichi. After the 3 of them took a few sips of the fragrant tea, Yeshan bowed respectfully to Uchiha Shinichi and said, Byun Yeshan greets the clan leader. Uchiha Shinichi of course knew that Yeshan was often mentioned in the family recently. He responded calmly and asked, Fugaku. What's the matter with calling me back? Uchiha Fugaku smiled mysteriously and whispered, Father, Yeshan made some interesting suggestions. I think they are feasible, so I am anxious to discuss them with you. Oh? What's your opinion? Tell me about it. Uchiha Shinichi became interested. As far as he knew, Yeshan was born a commoner ninja and his aptitude was not very good. If it weren't for his son's insistence, the Uchiha clan would not even extend an olive branch to him. Yeshan, you tell me what's going on. I'll have a few sips of tea. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to let Yeshan perform in front of his father, so he said this. Yes. After Yeshan agreed, he repeated the plan he had just mentioned in more detail. Uchiha Shinichi's stern face was full of shock. He obviously didn't expect that a civilian ninja would have such a broad view. He couldn't help but look at Ye-shan with admiration, and his attitude became somewhat more intimate. But Ye-shan, how can Uchiha Ying's reputation as a people-friendly place be transformed into a political advantage? As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinichi's questions were very targeted, pointing directly to the core loophole in Ye-shan's plan. Civilians are always civilians and do not have the ability to reverse the political situation, at least in Konoha village. Ye-shan, who was confident, did not answer Uchiha Shinichi's question, but asked, "May I ask, Patriarch, what do you think of the position of Hokage?" The Hokage is the supreme ruler of the village and possesses absolute power. Uchiha Shinichi's answer was very official and could perhaps be included in the textbooks of ninja schools. Ye-shan narrowed his eyes, looked at the tea leaves floating in the cup, and gently said something that shocked Uchiha Shinichi. "In my opinion, the Hokage is just a tool to sign and stamp." The atmosphere in the living room cooled down. Ye-shan took a sip of tea leisurely, feeling the clarity that the slightly bitter tea brought to his brain. He then said, "The goal of the Uchiha clan has never been to become Hokage, and the same is true for what we are going to do next. The Hokage may not have the last name Uchiha, but the Konoha village will have the last name Uchiha. This is my plan. The Hokage may not have the last name Uchiha, but the name of Konoha village is Uchiha." Uchiha Shinichi carefully considered Ye-shan's words, his eyes flashing. He straightened his back and said more politely, "I would like to hear more details. The plan I just mentioned is only the first step. Once you gain a reputation as someone who loves the people, everything will just begin. The power in the village is nothing more than 4 major groups: the Hokage, the Root Anbu, the Civilian Ninja Group, and the Family Ninja Group. The only power we can strive for at present is the Civilian Ninja Group. Once you see this clearly, everything will be easy. First, win the hearts of the people and make the most numerous civilians in the village love the Uchiha clan from the bottom of their hearts. Then let the Uchiha Jonin serve as the leader of the genin and initially establish a bond. After the bond is established, select qualified civilian ninjas, teach them ninjutsu, help them grow, and establish a benefactor relationship. Implement it step by step until the support of the new generation of civilian ninjas is completely won." Uchiha Shinichi frowned. It was not that he looked down on civilian ninjas, but although there were a large number of civilian ninjas, there were few with outstanding qualifications. For those with good qualifications, such as Minato Namikaze, the first choice must be Hokage instead of Uchiha. Ye-shan naturally thought of this, and said calmly, "I suggest the establishment of a ninjutsu development and reform committee, with Uchiha Fugaku as the first president, with the purpose of conducting ninjutsu exchanges. The Uchiha's goal has never been to usurp the throne. There is no need for civilian ninjas to give explicit support. All that is needed is for them to choose silence at the critical moment. That's all." Uchiha Shinichi's fingers tapped the tabletop intermittently, and he agreed with Ye-shan's plan. If the Uchiha clan wanted to have a say in the village, it was useless to rely on themselves. He knew that it was difficult to do it alone. But it was a very long process to win over the civilian ninja group, and it would cost a lot, which made him hesitate. "Okay, let's follow the first step that Ye-shan said and start tomorrow." Uchiha Shinichi stood up and said to Uchiha Fugaku, "As for the rest of the plan, we will decide after discussing it with the clan." After saying that, Uchiha Shinichi led the way to the restaurant. He didn't talk about work at all, but talked to Ye-shan about interesting stories in the ninja world. The 3 of them were in a good mood during the meal. After a sumptuous dinner, Uchiha Shinichi went to the Grand Elder's residence to discuss things, while Ye-shan and Uchiha Fugaku stayed in the living room to take a rest. Uchiha Fugaku looked at his father's departing figure and said, "Your plan is bound to be rejected by the family." Ye-shan nodded, said nothing, and drank his tea quietly. It doesn't matter if he is rejected, Ye-shan has successfully proved his worth. In any group, only those who are valuable will be valued and enjoy sufficient resources. "Fugaku, I'm sorry to bother you with my mother's matter." "No way, this little thing is not worth mentioning." Uchiha Fugaku thought for a moment and said, "Chinitsu, who used to live in your house, disappeared from the village half a year ago. Do you want me to use my connections to look for her?" Ye-shan shook his head and said, "It's just a chance encounter. Let her be." Originally, his relationship with Chinitsu was one of mutual benefit, and Ye-shan didn't care at all whether the other party was dead or alive. What are you planning to do next? Come to the security department and be my deputy. Uchiha Fugaku invited sincerely. As expected, Yeshan still rejected Uchiha Fugaku's invitation. It was not good for him, an outsider, to join the Uchiha Guard. Moreover, he wanted to spend more time with his mother and think about how to improve his strength. Seeing that Yeshan was unwilling to join the security department, Uchiha Fugaku did not force him. Yeshan had brought him enough surprises, so this was not a big deal. Next, the two discussed how to implement the first step of the plan. It was not until late at night that Yeshan left the Uchiha clan territory. The night at the end of March was a little cold. The moon hung lonely in the sky. Yeshan returned home amid the calls of wild cats in heat. The butterfly effect of the time traveler finally appeared in Konoha village 18 years later. Chapter 53. A few days later, before dawn, the vendors began their busy day. Outside the southern market of Konoha, many early rising vendors had already set up their stalls, put out the fruits and vegetables that had just been picked and were still covered with dew, prepared the first tray of steamed buns and other breakfasts, and waited for customers to come. Daisuke Kawabata is one of them. He is 30 years old and has been selling breakfast here for more than 10 years. His business is booming because his buns have thin skin, rich fillings, and low prices. After finishing the preparations, Kawabata Daisuke picked up a large bowl and drank half a bowl of water in one breath. He stretched his body and said to the vegetable vendor next to him, "The weather will be very good today, but I don't know if the security department will come to the stall." The vendor who was spraying water on the vegetables said without even looking up, "Humph, those people are just parasites in the village. They take the tax money we pay and in turn create trouble for us. I really don't know why the Hokage doesn't cancel their organization. Alas, there is nothing we can do. We are all just trying to make a living. There is no need to haggle with those red-eyed people. After all, the Uchiha are all a wealthy family. Het. I just can't stand their condescending attitude. Why are they so arrogant? If you have the guts, go kill the mist ninja. SHH. The person who said that a few days ago was beaten up and is now in the hospital. You better control your mouth." Daisuke Kawabata hurriedly dissuaded his friends, saying that they were all low-level vendors, going out early and returning late every day just to earn a hard-earned living, so they should just endure it if they could, and there was really no need to conflict with law enforcement officers. After a while, Kawabata Daisuke, who was sitting on a stool, brightened up and called out, "Master Hayama, what would you like to eat today?" Yeshan got up early, and although he didn't sleep for long, he was full of energy and exuded the youthful vigor. When he heard the stall owner's greeting, he smiled and said, "Same old, 2 vegetable and mushroom buns, 2 beef buns, and a bowl of rice porridge." "Okay, take a seat first, it will be ready soon." Yeshan nodded, sat on a low stool, placed the dagger in his hand on the spotlessly wiped table, and waited for breakfast to arrive. Recently, Yeshan would eat breakfast at this stall every day, because the buns sold by the boss had the taste of his past life that Yeshan missed. Besides, he didn't just go there for the food, but also wanted to observe whether the Uchiha clan would adopt his suggestions. Just as Yeshan was leisurely eating buns, 4 young men in strange clothes swaggered into the middle of the stalls occupying the road. They wore neat shirts with the words Konoha City Management Office written on them, wide-brimmed hats with the Konoha logo printed on them, and loose black pants on the lower body. It was the dress of the city management uniforms that Yeshan described. The leader glanced around, recalled the content of the training in the past few days, and waved his hand gently. Immediately, someone behind him shouted loudly, come on, stop what you are doing, there is something to announce." The vendors had no idea who these people were, but since they were neatly dressed, they seemed to be the managers of the village. They walked to the stalls reluctantly, stared at them, and waited for them to announce something. Inaba Kamisaburo, who usually stole things and was looked down upon by his neighbors, had never enjoyed so many fearful and respectful looks. He couldn't help but feel a little flattered. He clenched his right fist, put it to his mouth, coughed, and said, "I have 3 things to say. Everyone, listen carefully. I will only say it once. First, from now on, remember the faces of the 4 of us. This street is under our control. No one else can stop us. Do you hear me?" The vendors looked at each other and replied sparsely, "I understand." Inaba Kamisaburo frowned, and the paparazzi next to him immediately shouted, "Haven't you eaten yet? Louder! Got it!" This time the voice was indeed much louder. Inaba Kamijaburo nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "The second thing is that everyone must come to me every day to pick up a copy of the Fire Country Daily. This is given to you by the Uchiha clan for free. There is no harm in reading the newspaper more often on weekdays. The third thing is, every day at 10 am and 4 pm, you can go to the Uchiha Foreign Affairs office on the Nanhi River to get coupons, first come, first served, while supplies last." At this point, the vendors were completely confused. They had no idea what a newspaper or a coupon was, but they didn't dare to ask in person. They could only keep it in mind and think about taking a look at it in their free time. "Okay, let's get started," Inaba Kamisaburo said in a good mood as he experienced the pleasure of showing off in front of others for the first time. Yeshan saw everything and admired Uchiha Fugaku's execution ability. It had only been a few days, and the Naruto World version of the urban management appeared under the other party's organization. From this, it seemed that it would not be long before the hatred of the vendors would be transferred to these urban management, and the Uchiha clan would only need to hide behind and wait to reap the benefits. "Lord Hayama, what is a coupon?" asked Daisuke Kawabata. Yeshan swallowed the bun in his mouth and said, "I heard that it can be used as currency, with different denominations, and it is very popular." Kawabata Daisuke rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "Then I'll let my wife go and get it later." "Haha, thank you, Master Hayama." "Fine." After eating the buns, Yeshan picked up the dagger and walked to the training ground, intending to start his daily training. No matter at any time or place, one's own strength is the most reliable thing, and Yeshan understood this early on. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye it was summer again, and great changes had taken place in Konoha village. First of all, the flow of people has increased a lot. Without the obstruction of war, the number of merchants coming and going has obviously increased, bringing a large amount of tax revenue to Konoha village. Those who don't know would mistakenly think that Konoha village is a commercial village rather than a militarized village. Secondly, the pain brought by the war disappeared from the faces of the villagers, and everything seemed to be thriving. Of course, the biggest change was the villagers' reputation for the Uchiha clan. After several months of hard work, and with the Uchiha clan's wealth, the villagers fell in love with the justice-seeking, wealthy Uchiha clan. For a time, the security department received countless silk banners, and Uchiha Fugaku was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. As for the money that was distributed, the Uchiha clan didn't care at all. You know, a large area of land in the northern part of the Land of Fire was the private fiefdom of the Uchiha clan, and they were not short of money at all. This amount of money was just the mining fee from digging a few shovels. If you have mines, you can do what you want. Unfortunately, Yeshan's proposal to establish a ninjutsu development and reform committee was rejected. According to Uchiha Fugaku, it was rejected by several stubborn elders in the clan. After all, civilian ninja groups are still not favored by all parties, and there is nothing that can be done about it. In the minds of the powerful ninja clan, it is better to train a few ninjas within the clan instead of spending effort to train ninjas from other clans. After all, the Uchiha clan is not short of geniuses. In any case, the stubborn, arrogant and rude image that the Uchiha clan left to the villagers has been changed, and Yeshan has also repaid part of Uchiha Fugaku's kindness of taking him in. However, what Yeshan didn't know was that an undercurrent was surging in the village, and he was about to lose something important again. Chapter 54. After the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation reached its peak. He had the final say in the village and made drastic reforms. Every stroke of his sword made the ninja clans, big and small, tremble with fear. However, due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence, no one could resist. After all, the example of the Senju clan was there, and they could not say no. Civilian ninjas were still not valued and most of them were sent to patrol the border. A small number of elites were stuffed into the Anbu, whose power was decreasing, to serve as errand ninjas. In response to this, some civilian ninjas became dissatisfied with Hitaki Sakumo, believing that as their leader, he was too weak in front of the third Hokage and had not fought for their due power. Yeshan had heard similar remarks in many public occasions, and wondered in his heart whether there was a shadow of high-level officials involved. Otherwise, with Hitaki Sakumo's strength and military achievements, how could such unfavorable remarks appear out of thin air? However, Yeshan was not too worried. At present, Hitaki Sakumo holds a high position of power in Konoha village and also serves as the head of the Anbu. He is a veritable powerful figure and is also the backup candidate for the next Hokage. It is normal for some rumors to spread. If you are not envied, you are a mediocre person. It is normal for a figure like Hitaki Sakumo to be criticized. Yashin is still exploring ways to improve his strength every day. Now his chakra amount is far beyond that of ordinary jonin. The timing and intensity of his ninjutsu have also been greatly improved. If Uchiha Fugaku does not use the Sharingan, Yashin's victory is a sure thing. At noon that day, Yashan, who had just finished training, came to the commercial street. He wanted to have a quick meal at Ichiraku Ramen, which Yamashiro-chen praised highly, and then continue training. As a corporate slave in his previous life, Yashan was no stranger to ramen, and he was a frequent customer of Lanzhou Ramen restaurant. After all, it was cheap and filling. The only problem was that the beef was as thin as a cicada's wing, but corporate slaves had no right to choose, so it was good enough to have anything to eat. The location of Ichiraku Ramen is very interesting. If you look at the map, it is located right in the middle of Konoha village. To the north is the Hokage building, and to the south is the increasingly prosperous Uchiha clan territory. It has a large flow of people, so it is easy for it to become famous. Since it was lunchtime and the Ichiraku Ramen shop was not big, people had to queue up to eat. Yashan looked at the long queue and estimated that it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to eat ramen. He felt a little impatient and turned around and left immediately. Time is precious. Instead of queuing up for a bowl of ramen, it is better to save time and practice more. Developing strength is the hard truth, and everything else is just a passing cloud. Just as Yashan was looking at the restaurants lined up on the roadside, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. The white-haired Hitaki Sakumo was walking on the street holding the hand of a little child with the same white hair. Yashin knew that this was Hitaki Sakumo's son, but as for his name, Yashin really didn't know. Yashan quickly smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes, stepped forward quickly, and said respectfully, "Long time no see, Master Sakumo." No matter how strained the relationship between the two had been before, the favor of Hitaki Sakumo in teaching Yashin the secret art of thunder release was there, and Yashin also secretly regarded Hitaki Sakumo as his mentor. Since they had met by chance, it was proper etiquette to say hello. Hitaki Sakumo, who was talking in a low voice to his son, froze. He looked at Yashan in front of him, but said nothing. He just looked at him for less than half a second, then pulled his son and walked over sideways. Expressions of surprise and confusion appeared on Yashan's face, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. On the busy street, Yashan stood there like a transparent man. The midday sun compressed his shadow into a ball and cast it on the ground, proving that he was a human being and not a ghost. After a long time, Yashan came to his senses. After a self-deprecating smile, he walked away with an expressionless face. The alien traveler seemed to have really become a lonely ghost at this moment. The people who were once close to him also left him. A feeling of loneliness filled Yashan's heart. Yashan didn't know what was wrong with this world. He just wanted to live a stable life. Why was he so isolated? Forget it, we are all passers-by after all. All I have to do is to keep living, even if it's a little lonely. Thinking of this, Yashan's heart became lively. Screw the will of fire, screw the Hokage. I want to live according to my own ideas. What's wrong with that? Eating your rice? Everyone says that Byakugan Yashin is just a dog raised by the Uchiha clan, but how could those ignorant people know that in the eyes of the Hokage, they are not even dogs, but tools at most? It's nice to be a dog. At least, as a dog of the Uchiha clan, you will have enough food and warm clothes and will not have to patrol the border for half a year. After they walked away, young Kakashi looked at his father, who was serious and polite, in confusion. He couldn't understand why his father ignored the ninja from the same village who had just greeted him. In his mind, everyone was a ninja from Konoha village, and they were all family, so there shouldn't be any estrangement. "Father, what's that man's name?" Kakashi, who was young but extremely intelligent, of course would not ask his father the reason directly, but asked from the side. A complex expression flashed across Hitaki Sakumo's stern face. He gently squeezed the little hand in his palm and whispered, "Byakugan Yashin." Kakashi's eyes showed a look of realization. He obviously knew Yashan and had heard some bad news about him. He said disdainfully, "So he is Uchiha's dog." Hitaki Sakumo's eyes widened, he looked down at Kakashi in disbelief, and shouted, "Who said that?" "A lot of people say that." Kakashi shrank his neck, extremely afraid of his father's stern look, and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Hitaki Sakumo loosened his grip on Kakashi's hand and turned around to catch up with Hayama to say something, but he didn't know where to start. He stood there helplessly, frowning and thinking. After a long time, Hitaki Sakumo took Kakashi's hand again and whispered, "Hayama is not Uchiha's dog, he is a strong and determined ninja. No matter what the villagers say about him, you can't say anything." Kakashi nodded as if he understood, and took the initiative to reach out and pat his father's big hand, as if he wanted to comfort his sad father. A hint of warmth appeared on Hitaki Sakumo's face. He touched Kakashi's hair and pulled him away. In the afternoon, Yeshan ran around the outskirts of Konoha village with his upper body naked like a madman, 1, 2, 3 laps, until he was exhausted. Lying by the Nanhi River, Yeshan tilted his head and quietly looked at the rushing river water. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and no one knew what he was thinking. The fatigue after the intense exercise came over Yeshan. His calves were trembling slightly from running for a long time. Gradually, he fell into a deep sleep. Yeshan didn't wake up until the moon was at its zenith. He rubbed his hair and felt his body regaining vitality. Then he got up, unbuttoned his pants, and released the urine he had been holding for a long time into the Nanhi River. After peeing, Yeshan simply took off his clothes, dived into the river, and swam happily. Under the moonlight, he changed his swimming postures like a carefree fish. Yeshan, who was a big fan of online novels in his previous life, couldn't help but recall a passage that made his blood boil. "I want this day to no longer cover my eyes. I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart. I want everyone to understand my intention. I want all the Buddhas to vanish into thin air." Yeshan took off the forehead protector, stood in the water, looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, venting the negative emotions accumulated in his heart. So what if his former companions distanced themselves from him? So what if Konoha's top brass ostracizes him? So what if the people in the village slandered him? He, Byunyishin, came to the world of Naruto from that ancient and great country. He could not be loved by everyone like money. The only thing he could do was to live another life according to his own wishes. He was worthy of the village, his companions, his own heart, and anyone who was good to him. Since they all look down on me, let them look down on me. I just want to be alive. As for whether it is good or bad, it doesn't matter. An encounter made Yeshan completely enlightened. In this life, he only wanted to live for himself and for the ideal life in his heart. No one could change his original intention. He wanted to leave the name Byun Yeshan in this Chakra world to prove that he had been here. It doesn't matter if my soul travels to another world or if I am not welcomed. I am who I am, the only one among all living beings. After the long roar, Yeshan put on his clothes refreshed and felt extremely determined in his heart. At this moment, our protagonist Byun Yeshan is both unfortunate and lucky, because he has found the next path to take and does not have to live in a muddle like most people. In this world, no one can accompany you throughout your life. You can only work hard on your own, try your best to live, and live a meaningful life. That's all. I have great ambitions in my heart and I once promised to be the best in the world. Who is not an aspiring young man who grew up under the spring breeze of socialism? Yeshan thought so. Chapter 55. From that night on, Yeshan put everything aside and devoted himself completely to cultivation except visiting his mother every day. He was nicknamed the cultivation maniac by Uchiha Fugaku. Gradually, the results of Yeshan's training became less and less, which made him very upset. Yeshan knew that the profession of ninja was never about hard work, but about talent and blood. If it weren't for Yeshan's several adventures in Hitaki Sakumo's teachings, his body would have stopped at the rank of Jonin at most. But in the ninja world, although there are not many Jonin, there are still many. Only by becoming a cage-level strongman can you truly stand on the top of the ninja world and be qualified to enjoy the scenery at the top. Yeshan wanted to smash his skull open, take out his brain, and question it with a kunao. Where is the system that a time traveler needs? It has been 18 years, and it is time to open the cheat. If he doesn't open it, he, Yeshan, will be old. Unfortunately, Yeshan is not the ruthless person who dares to cut himself, so he can only practice silently with all his strength. The atmosphere in the village became increasingly weird, and rumors about Hitaki Sakumo were increasing. Yeshan wanted to remind them, but when he thought of the other party's attitude, he had to give up. On this day, Yeshan, who was trying hard to refine chakra, made a sad discovery that even if he sat for several hours, the chakra extracted from the cells in his body was still negligible. He knew that his mental power had reached its limit and his strength was about to stop here. Yeshan was very unwilling. His chakra amount was not small, far exceeding that of ordinary Jonin, but there was still a big gap from Jiraiya's magnificent chakra amount. The strength of a ninja is certainly determined by the type and strength of the technique he masters, but the amount of chakra is still very important. A ninja with a lot of chakra is not necessarily a top-notch warrior, but a top-notch warrior must have a lot of chakra. This is the iron rule of the ninja world. At least, Yeshan never found that Jiraiya's chakra was exhausted during the battle. From a realistic perspective, Yeshan's ninja journey is about to end here. At best, he is just an elite Jonin without the power of bloodline limit. Among the tens of thousands of Konoha ninjas, elite Jonins are considered strong. Yeshan's master Kanashi Kakui is an elite Jonin. Strength determines status. The elite Jonin is certainly not weak, but if he wants to become the real core of Konoha village, he is not good enough. The bottleneck in his practice troubled Yeshan, so he had to give up his daily practice and asked Uchiha Fugaku to borrow his collection of books. The Uchiha clan is the top clan in the ninja world, and they have collected books handed down from the Warring States period, which are all-encompassing and of great research value. Yeshan wanted to find a way to break the limit of his body and improve his strength from the books. Uchiha Fugaku readily agreed to Yeshan's request, but the books he lent to Yeshan were all about the life profiles and practice insights of ninjas without bloodline boundaries. Yeshan had no objection to this. He was not coveting the Uchiha clan's eyes. He just simply wanted to refer to the experience of his predecessors and find a path that suits him. For several months, Yeshan lived and ate in the Uchiha clan's library, reading through countless cultivation experiences and insights left by their predecessors, but still had no inspiration at all. Yeshan threw the yellowed book in his hand to the ground in annoyance, and slumped down on the chair, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. When civilian ninjas no longer have the inheritance of the Holy Land, the elite Jonins are the top, and countless ancient books have emphasized this to Yeshan. But the Uchiha clan, the god of the ninja world, does not have the inheritance of the Holy Land, let alone Yeshan, a civilian ninja. Konoha village does have inheritors of the Holy Land, the famous 3 ninjas, but the key is that they will not pass it on to Yeshan. After a long sigh, Yeshan walked out of the library dejectedly. All his efforts were in vain. Perhaps, Byun Yeshan, really stopped here. When Yeshan walked out of the house, he suddenly realized that autumn had arrived. Feeling the cool breeze in the air, Yeshan missed the happy time of eating hot pot and singing in his previous life. He could not help but quicken his pace, thinking about going home to make a hot pot to reward himself. Previous life? Yeshan paused, suddenly remembering that he was a unique time traveler. He could make use of the human body knowledge from his previous life and the cultivation common sense from novels to try to improve his strength. Thinking of this, Yeshan's heart became active again. After all, chakra is just a kind of energy body. Since it is a power body, can he try the methods of cultivation? Just like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw, Yeshan stopped eating and drinking, and went straight to the training ground, eager to verify his idea. After 7 or 8 days, Yeshan sat on the ground of the training ground, pounding the ground with his fists. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy. It was obvious that his ideas were ruthlessly rejected by the energy of chakra. Chakra, as a violent energy body in the Naruto world, cannot be compressed and purified by the user like the spiritual energy in the novels of immortal cultivation. Continuously releasing chakra is a painful thing. Yeshan is simply unable to control the chakra to run according to his own intentions. Yeshan buried his head in his crotch, grabbed his hair with both hands, and rolled back and forth on the ground to vent his frustration. He felt like his liver was about to be exhausted. A book slipped out of the ninja tool bag behind Yeshan's waist. Yeshan, who was covered in dirt, stopped rolling around, picked up the book and glanced at it, only to find that it was the book Chakra Extraction. He became more and more annoyed, took out a kunai, and stabbed the book. Yeshan naturally knew how to refine chakra, and the reason he kept this book was purely for commemoration. The book was soon stabbed into pieces in Yeshan's hands, and Yeshan's irritable mood was relieved. After throwing the book down, he stood up and planned to run a few laps to vent his anger. An autumn breeze blew by, playfully blowing up the pages of books scattered on the ground, which happened to stick to Yeshan's face. Yeshan reached out and peeled off the torn pages. After taking a glance, he was ready to throw them away. However, Yeshan's outstretched hand was retracted by him like lightning, and he opened his eyes wide and read the pages of the book carefully. Chakra is an energy body extracted from cells in the body. Yeshan kept repeating this sentence, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. The extraction of chakra is inseparable from the cells in the body, so, can these cells be accurately targeted? For example, from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, the kidneys in the human body belong to the element of water. So, does the chakra extracted simply from kidney cells naturally have water properties? Yeshan was shocked by his own strange idea, but then he was excited. He had never tried to extract chakra from a single cell group. This idea was feasible. Immediately, Yeshan sat cross-legged, formed a seal with his hands to extract chakra, and entered a state of ecstasy. His mind sank into his body, searching for the location of the kidneys. Then, Yeshan's mental power wrapped around the kidneys, trying to stimulate the kidney cells and extract chakra. Yeshan only felt a pain in his left waist, and his body shook involuntarily, and then a faint wisp of chakra was extracted from his kidney cells. But before Yeshan could show any joy, this strand of chakra directly merged into the chakra in his body and could no longer be distinguished. Yeshan was not annoyed but happy. At least his guess was feasible. As for whether the chakra extracted from kidney cells had water attributes, Yeshan would need to use it to release ninjutsu to find out. But before that, what he needed to do was to solve the problem of storing this special chakra. This matter is difficult to say, but it is actually not difficult. Yeshan, who was a teammate of Minato Namikaze, knows the existence of sealing techniques. It seems that Yeshan will have to find Uchiha Fugaku and try to obtain a sealing technique to store chakra. Yeshan smiled. This was the benefit of leaning on a big tree. With the background of the Uchiha clan, a little something would be enough to benefit Yeshan. Don't even think about expecting the third Hokage to be so generous. As far as Yeshan knew, Sarutobi Hiruzen had made a scroll of ninjutsu from the sealed book, which collected almost all the secrets in the village, and stipulated that no ninja could teach the ninjutsu in the sealed book without his approval. I don't know if he was crazy. The spread and use of ninjutsu will undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of Konoha village, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's move has cut off the path to promotion for civilian ninjas from the root. No wonder civilian ninjas criticize Hitaki Sakumo behind his back. No one can afford to offend the Hokage, so they can fully afford to say a few words about Hitaki Sakumo. However, all roads lead to Rome. Sarutobi Hiruzen's path cannot be followed by Hayama, but Uchiha's path can be followed by Hayama, and that is enough. Thinking of this, Yeshan quickly returned home, changed into clean clothes, and went to the Konoha guard department, found Uchiha Fugaku, and explained his purpose. Uchiha Fugaku has been very successful recently. Thanks to the suggestions made by Hayama, the Uchiha clan has successfully reversed the prejudice of the villagers. Now he has become obsessed with helping old ladies cross the road on a daily basis, and next month, he is getting married. He can be said to have achieved success in both career and love. In response to Yeshan's request, Uchiha Fugaku fully demonstrated what a wealthy man is. He took out a bunch of sealing scrolls from the storage cabinet in his office and let Yeshan choose. Yeshan was very excited and didn't bother to be polite with Uchiha Fugaku. He opened the scrolls one by one and started reading. Finally, Yeshan chose a sealing technique called chakra attribute sealing. This sealing technique is only a B-level ninjutsu, but it is very suitable for Yeshan to use. Its ability is to seal attribute chakra, and when necessary, the caster can open the seal and release the sealed chakra. From this moment on, Yeshan's journey as a ninja began to become strange. Chapter 56. On December 7th of the 42nd year of the Konoha calendar, just 3 months after Yeshan developed his unique training method, an extremely grand meeting was about to be held in the large conference room inside Yinjian. The participants included not only the leaders of all the ninja clans in the village, but also the senior ninjas who had no missions. It was a super large meeting with more than 200 people. The reason why there were so many people was not because the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to make a democratic decision on a whim, but because the things that happened were so big or small that they required a show of hands to vote, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could not act arbitrarily. Early in the morning, Yeshan dressed neatly and came to the outside of the Uchiha clan's territory, waiting for Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Fugaku. There was a strong murderous look on his face, which was very different from his usual cold and calm appearance. The reason was that the topic of the meeting was how to deal with Hitaki Sakumo's abandonment of the mission. Even though Hitaki Sakumo disliked Yeshan, the gratitude between the two was indelible, and Yeshan always remembered who taught him the secret technique of thunder release, which allowed his strength to soar in a short period of time. Without the careful teaching of Hitaki Sakumo, Byun Yishin would not have the strength to rival the elite Jonin. Yishin is a mediocre person. The interests of the village and the country are just a bunch of shit in his eyes. He only cares about the safety of those who are good to him, and everything else is put in the back. The actions of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen made Yeshan very angry. In his opinion, it was just a failure in this mission. There was no need to convene a Jonin conference. Just give a punishment notice and that would be the end of it. What a bullshit meeting. It was all a dirty deal. Not long after, Uchiha Shinichi led Uchiha Fugaku out of the clan territory and naturally discovered Yeshan standing under the tree with murderous aura. They couldn't help but look at each other, both revealing a hint of admiration. Last night, Yeshan visited Uchiha Shinichi overnight, with the purpose of persuading him to mobilize the power of the Uchiha clan and try to protect Hitaki Sakumo at the meeting. At first, Uchiha Shinichi refused, but after Yeshan's eloquent analysis, he agreed to it. According to Yeshan's conjecture, the reason why the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a meeting with great fanfare was not to discuss the gains and losses of the mission and punish Hitaki Sakumo, but to kick him out of the queue of Hokage candidates and pave the way for his 3 apprentices to become Hokage. There are only 4 candidates in the village who are expected to become the next Hokage: Hitaki Sakumo, Orochimaru, Senju Tsunade, and Jiraiya. After the Senju clan retired, Senju Tsunade was the first to lose the qualification, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya's prestige is not enough at present, far less than Hitaki Sakumo, who is known as Konoha's White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen must want to help his apprentice to the throne of Hokage, so as to completely break his faction's fantasy of wanting to get involved in Hokage. If Orochimaru or Jiraiya becomes Hokage, it means that other factions will lose the qualification to become Hokage. At that time, the position of Hokage will be completely passed down from master to apprentice, and no one else can even think about it. Uchiha Shinichi cursed inwardly at what Hayama said. When the village was built, Hashirama Senju promised that the first generation would be Senju and the second generation would be Uchiha. This promise is still recorded in the family's annals. Hashirama Senju's promise is so good that Uchiha Shinichi still fantasizes about helping his son become the Hokage. And the ultimate purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen's meeting is to completely determine the inheritance system of the Hokage. How can Uchiha Shinichi not be angry? Uchiha Shinichi stated on the spot that the Uchiha clan would do its best to exonerate Hitaki Sakumo at the meeting, and even sent messengers overnight to unite many small clans affiliated with the Uchiha clan to work together tomorrow. This is why Yeshan made a special detour to wait here early in the morning. Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Fugaku admired Yeshan not for his political sense, but for his unremitting efforts for Hitaki Sakumo. Every powerful ninja in the village knew that Byun Yishin was completely abandoned by the civilian ninja group represented by Hitaki Sakumo, but when Hitaki Sakumo was suffering, Yishin was able to abandon his small hatred and repay his great kindness, which made the Uchiha father and son very happy. This incident is enough to prove that Byun Yishin is not an ungrateful ninja. If he treats Hitaki Sakumo like this, then the Uchiha clan, who has done him a greater favor, will receive a lifetime of repayment. Yishin, put away your murderous aura. Uchiha Shinichi rarely showed a warm smile on his cold face. He patted Yishin on the shoulder and said, "I am extremely sorry, Patriarch. You and Fugaku are brothers, so you can just call me uncle in private. There's no need to be so distant." Yeshan was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "Uncle." Uchiha Shinichi nodded in satisfaction. The more he looked at Yeshan, the more he liked him. If it weren't for the bloodline family rules, he would have even thought of marrying him. Judging from the potential Yeshan showed, when he retired in the future, he would undoubtedly become Uchiha Fugaku's right-hand man. Looking at the anxiety that was vaguely visible on Yeshan's face, Uchiha Fugaku comforted him, "Don't worry, Yeshan. The forces of the Uchiha clan will completely stand on the side of Lord Sakumo. The situation won't be that bad." Yeshan expressed his gratitude and the 3 of them headed towards the Hokage Rock. Konoha village is neither small nor big, and soon, Yeshan and the other 2 arrived at the Hokage Rock. The envoy who received them took them to the conference room. As they arrived early, the conference room was not full yet, with only a few dozen ninjas sitting sparsely. When they saw Uchiha Shinichi walk in, several ninjas immediately stood up respectfully to greet him. They were obviously ninjas from a small family that was affiliated with the Uchiha clan. "Yayama, this is the chief of the Marino clan, Marino Kauta, and this is the chief of the Gecko clan, Gecko Naoto." You two can get closer to each other in private. Uchiha Shinichi introduced with a smile. Yeshan hurriedly greeted several people, and always regarded himself as a junior in his words, which made several people feel quite favorable towards him. Master Clan Leader, your seat is here. Marino Kauta said to Uchiha Shinichi. Uchiha Shinji nodded and walked to his seat. The others also returned to their seats and sat down, quietly waiting for the meeting to begin. Yeshan's seat was in the fourth row from the bottom, right next to the door of the conference room. He sat upright in his seat, squinting his eyes as he looked at the increasing number of ninjas in the conference room. On the surface, the number of jonins belonging to the Uchiha clan is second only to the Hokage clan, and they are the well-deserved second in command in the village. However, in terms of ninja positions, they are not even as good as the Sarutobi clan. Except for Uchiha Shinichi, who is the head of the security department, no one else, including Hayama, has a position. It seems that the exclusion of the Uchiha clan is more serious than Yeshan imagined. If they have strength but no say, they will be played to death by the upper echelons sooner or later. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to walk into the conference room from the side door, followed by Shimura Danzo, Hitaki Sakumo, Yutane Koharu, and Mito Kato-en. These 5 people were the top leaders who ruled the Konohagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage's divine robe and a hat with the word fire on it, stood in the middle of the room, looking at the crowd. A warm smile flashed across his face, and he said, "Now I declare that today's meeting has begun." Afterwards, the 5 of them sat down. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his hat and placed it on the table. He said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. Today's meeting won't contain much content and won't take up much of your time." Some ninjas chuckled, sweeping away the tense and serious atmosphere in the meeting room, while Yashin stared at Hitaki Sakumo, who was sitting in front of him with an expressionless face. After Sarutobi Hiruzen successfully livened up the atmosphere in the venue with a few witty remarks, he gave the chance to speak to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, who looked grim, narrowed his eyes and scanned the ninjas sitting below the stage, and said, "Today we have only one thing to discuss, and that is about Hitaki Sakumo's arbitrarily abandoning the mission, causing losses to the village and the entire land of fire. Now let Hitaki Sakumo describe the mission in detail." Yeshan suddenly realized that on such a grand occasion today, Hitaki Sakumo was not wearing the Konoha headguard, and his heart sank. Hitaki Sakumo stood up and recounted the details of the mission in a steady voice. In fact, there was no need to repeat it again, as all the ninjas who were going to attend the meeting knew what happened last night. It was simply that when Hitaki Sakumo led a team to relocate the residents of Akihabara, which belonged to the former Kingdom of Wind, they encountered a double siege from Omegakure and Tsunagakure. In order to avoid the destruction of the team, Hitaki Sakumo had to abandon tens of thousands of people and hand them over to Tsunagakure. Did Konoha village suffer any losses in this mission? Not at all. Hitaki Sakumo's compromise in avoiding the battle saved the village's precious jonin combat power in time. Otherwise, after a battle, the village would have lost dozens of jonin. The Fire Nation did suffer losses in this mission, but the losses were the agricultural and commercial taxes brought by tens of thousands of people, and that was all. On the other hand, Akihabara was originally the territory of the Wind Nation, and was only temporarily ceded to the Fire Nation, so it was not a big loss. That is the situation, so there is no need to hold this meeting at all. It is just the product of the selfish motives of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Chapter 57. After Hitaki Sakumo finished speaking without any emotion, people in the meeting room had different reactions. Uchiha Shinichi raised his eyebrows and looked relaxed. Orochimaru laughed sinisterly a few times. Tsunade was concentrating on playing with her hair. Jiraiya sat upright, nodding from time to time, which would have been more convincing if there were not a few strands of saliva hanging from the corners of his mouth. Hayama had a frosty face and was furious. Shimura Danzo saw everyone's expressions but didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and an Anbu appeared in the meeting room, half knelt on the ground and said, "This morning, a small-scale demonstration broke out in the capital, demanding that the daimyo severely punish the ninja who abandoned the mission. The daimyo has sent an envoy to Konoha to hold them accountable, led by the daimyo's confidant Terasaki Tadamichi." The voice of the Anbu was not loud, but it was loud enough for the entire conference room to hear. The quiet conference room became noisy, and everyone was very dissatisfied with the daimyo's reaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted the table to signal everyone to be quiet, and said calmly, "This matter is nothing more than a failed mission, and it shouldn't be brought to the surface for discussion. but the anger of the daimyo and the anger of the people need to be explained. What do you think we should do? Orochimaru, who was sitting in the first row, sneered, and said, Teacher Sarutobi, Master Sakumo is one of the strongest men in the village. Isn't it too much to discuss his mistakes in public? Many people in the conference room nodded in agreement with Orochimaru's point of view, obviously feeling that doing so would undermine the dignity of a strong man. We are discussing how to deal with the aftermath now. Orochimaru, please don't change the subject. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, Danzo Shimura was the first to scold. My opinion is that you can just find an excuse to fool the daimyo. There is no need to mobilize a large number of troops to hold a meeting. Orochimaru said with his hands spread out. Uchiha Shinichi chuckled and said, Orochimaru is right. If the village does not have the funds to compensate, the Uchiha clan will be happy to do it for you. The Merino clan is willing to do it for you. The Moonlight clan is willing to do it for you. Seeing that their main family had made its position clear, dozens of patriarchs of small families affiliated with the Uchiha clan jumped out to cheer for the Uchiha, causing Danzo Shimura to narrow his eyes and scan the few people with a gaze like a knife. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was changing unpredictably, and he called out and asked, Sakumo, what do you think? The person involved, Hitaki Sakumo, stood up and said calmly, the failure of the mission was caused by my decision alone. I obeyed the village's arrangement. After a pause, he asked, Hokage, I don't know whether the ninjas in the village are considered ninjas from the Land of Fire or ninjas from Konoha village. I have always been confused and hope you can explain it to me. Buzz buzz buzz. Hitaki Sakumo's words completely ignited the silence in the meeting room. Everyone could no longer suppress their dissatisfaction and began to whisper to each other. At first glance, Hitaki Sakumo's question was pure nonsense. The ninjas in the village were both ninjas from Konoha and the Land of Fire. Even the children in the ninja school knew that. But everyone present was a veteran jonin who had grown up in battle and naturally knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. In name, if the ninjas in the village belonged to the Fire Country, then their leader would only be the daimyo instead of the Hokage, and Hitaki Sakumo's abandonment of the mission would undoubtedly be an act of treason, and if the ninjas in the village belong to Konoha village, then they have only one leader, the Hokage, and they only need to be responsible to the Hokage and safeguard the interests of the village. From this point of view, although Hitaki Sakumo's actions damaged the interests of the Fire Country, they safeguarded the interests of the village. Not only should he not be punished, but he should be rewarded. This is also the reason why Orochimaru, the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, firmly supports Hitaki Sakumo. Behind this simple matter lies the issue of power ownership. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe, took a deep breath, and scanned the conference room with sharp eyes. After everyone quieted down, he said, Don't make a big fuss and accuse others of anything. Let's discuss the matter based on the facts instead of talking nonsense here. His words were flawless. He neither gave a clear answer to Hitaki Sakumo's question, but instead turned the tables and scolded him for his inappropriate words. Sarutobi Hiruzen solved the difficult problem easily like an old fox. Yeshan sneered, stood up, suppressed his anger and said, Then is it too much for the Hokage to initiate this meeting? Asshole, who are you to dare to question the actions of the Hokage? Where is the Anbu? Get him out! A ninja from the Nara clan stood up suddenly and scolded unceremoniously. Everyone in the conference room looked at Yeshan's young face with amusement, and couldn't help but admire his courage. Since the Senju clan retired, no one dared to question Sarutobi Hiruzen in public. This young man was too brave. Yeshan was pointed at and scolded, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, May I ask, Lord Hokage, you are trying your best to protect the interests of the daimyo and are willing to publicly try Lord Sakumo. Aren't you afraid that the heroes in the village will be disheartened? The Nara clan ninja who stood up opened his mouth, but dared not say a word. The issue of ninja affiliation discussed before could be easily resolved with a few words, after all, it did not conflict with the interests of the ninjas. However, the question raised by Yeshan directly touched upon the core interests of the ninjas. If he dared to say a word, he would offend the powerful ninjas with many military exploits. The Nara clan was a medium-sized family and could not bear the anger of the crowd. The ninjas sitting in the conference room put away their complicated thoughts, carefully savored the chill in Yaima's words, and couldn't help but feel grief for Hitaki Sakumo. Yes, even with Hitaki Sakumo's outstanding achievements, he could not avoid being publicly tried for the failure of the mission. In the future, who can pat their chest and guarantee that they will not make mistakes? What did everyone sacrifice their lives for? Wasn't it so that the village could provide them with protection? Now, the village is blaming Hitaki Sakumo for the so-called interests of the daimyo. Is this kind of village worth protecting? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Yeshan's face, wishing he could kill Yeshan, who jumped out to incite everyone with his eyes, and said helplessly, "The purpose of the village's existence is to protect everyone, there is no doubt about that. Anyone who wants to invade the village is the common enemy of Konoha village. As the Hokage, this is my unshirkable responsibility." After barely calming everyone down with a few words, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "I had already discussed the solution with others before the meeting. Holding this meeting is just for show and to show off. My opinion is to send out ninjas again to complete the migration of civilians. As for this mission, the mission office did not take into account external resistance and it has nothing to do with Hitaki Sakumo." Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the bamboo hat on the table and stood up. Seeing this, everyone below also stood up, waiting for the Hokage to put an end to the meeting. "In view of the dereliction of duty of the mission office, I hereby announce the removal of Sarutobi Karakata as the head of the mission office, and his replacement will be Shimura Danzo. I call on all ninjas in the village to volunteer to participate in the mission. Tomorrow morning, Hitaki Sakumo will lead the team to recapture the lost civilians. That's all for the meeting, adjourned." Yeshan chuckled, narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Konoha's top leaders, formed a seal with his right hand, and with a bang the whole person burst into a puff of smoke and disappeared in the conference room. Danzo Shimura, who had been watching Hayama's every move, was furious and secretly decided to punish Hayama for causing trouble when he had the chance. What Hayama didn't know was that due to his disruption, Hitaki Sakumo, who was humiliated at the meeting and would commit suicide soon after in the original work, had another chance to save himself. Hayama didn't know even more that he disrupted an important step that Shimura Danzo wanted to take to clear the obstacles for himself to become Hokage. An unusually grand meeting ended hastily. The top leaders gained nothing except the impression that they were being abandoned after the rabbit was dead. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation was greatly damaged. The top leaders of Konoha, who were used to bullying others, did not expect that Byunyashin, who was suppressed and had to surrender to Uchiha, would blatantly incite everyone to oppose the will of the top leaders. Byunyashin's name has once again become a topic of conversation, but this time, his image is better. He has been gloriously promoted from a dog of the Uchiha clan to a brainless young man. Many people have concluded that Yashin will not live past the age of 20. Yeshan certainly knew that he had completely offended the higher-ups this time, but so what? He didn't rely on the higher-ups' favors to make a living. It's not that Yeshan is unstable, but the seal painted on his body and the Uchiha clan standing behind him give him the confidence to confront the high-ranking officials. Yeshan firmly believes that he has found a way to break the shackles of civilian ninjas, and it won't be long before he will really use his strength to slap the faces of those high-ranking officials who look down on him. After the meeting, Yeshan went straight to the training ground and continued to refine the chakra. The difference was that he refined the chakra produced by the heart and then sealed it in the sealing ritual drawn on his chest. Time is running out. Tomorrow morning, Yeshan will participate in a mission as a Konoha ninja. He wants to store more chakra to prepare for the upcoming mission. Judging from the original work, the butterfly effect brought by the time traveler seems to have changed Hitaki Sakumo's fate, but who can say for sure? Chapter 58. Yeshan didn't even have time to eat lunch. He just stayed in the training ground and practiced until the sun set, then he left with satisfaction. Walking on the bustling street, Yeshan first went to the ninja tool shop to buy some necessary ninja tools, and then had a simple meal and came to Yamashiro Chen's home. Shanchang Chen's family was much richer than Yeshan's, and they lived in a relatively prosperous area, and their house was also well decorated. After Yeshan knocked on the door, he quietly waited for a response. To Yeshan's surprise, the person who opened the door was not Yamashiro Tatsuo or his brother, but a young girl dressed at home, obviously a member of the family. "Who are you?" The girl didn't know Yeshan and asked puzzledly. "I'm Yeshan, is Yamashiro Tatsuya home?" "Yes, please come in, I'll go call him." When the girl heard that Yeshan was looking for Shanchang Chen, she hurriedly opened the door and warmly invited the guest to come in and wait. Yeshan had no intention of sitting there, so he shook his head and said, "Just call him out, I'll say a few words and then leave." After a while, Shanchang Chen appeared in front of Yeshan holding a long sword and asked directly, "Captain, do you have a mission? Pack up and follow me." "Good." A moment later, Yeshan took the fully armed Yamashiro Tatsuya out of his home and headed towards the Uchiha clan. On the way, Yeshan briefly explained the origin and purpose of the mission to Yamashiro Tatsuya so that the other party would be prepared. There is no doubt that this mission will be difficult, otherwise Yeshan would not bring Yamashiro Tatsu with him. On the battlefield, reliable teammates are like a second life for a ninja, and Yeshan dare not leave his back to a ninja from the Hokage family. It's always better to be cautious in everything. Outside the Uchiha clan, two ninjas were standing under a tree chatting. When Yeshan walked in, he found that they were Uchiha Fugaku and his cousin Uchiha Seiji, and he was a little surprised. Yeshan's purpose of coming to the Uchiha clan was not to seek help, but to explain his whereabouts and thank Uchiha Shinichi for his help this morning. Fugaku, what are you doing here so late? The two were familiar with each other, and Yeshan didn't want to be polite, so he asked directly. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, "Of course I'm waiting for you." "Yeshan, you don't know yet, right? The Uchiha clan will send 2 teams of senior ninja to participate in this mission, and your brother will be the captain." Uchiha Seiji on the side echoed. Yeshan was delighted after hearing this. The participation of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly greatly reduce the danger of the mission. Apart from anything else, it would still be possible to escape unscathed. After all, in front of the famous Sharingan, all ninjutsu could be exposed. The clan leader is very smart. He sent out 2 teams. This is not only inconspicuous but also can win the favor of the civilian ninja group. It's smart, really smart. Since it doesn't cost any money to say nice things, Yeshan immediately gave him a lot of flattery. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and said, "The clan will only send 6 jonin. Kingxi and I will join your team, and the command will be handed over to you." Yeshan shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, no, let Fugaku take charge. I haven't been a captain for several years. It's not appropriate to leave it to me." After that, he pulled Yamashiro Tatsu and called Captain Uchiha Fugaku directly, leaving him no chance to refuse. "You are just too cautious." Uchiha Fugaku pointed at Yeshan with a helpless look. "Hey, I won't go in. We'll meet at the gate at 6 tomorrow morning." After parting with Uchiha Fugaku, Yeshan and Yamashiro Tatsuma rushed to the vicinity of Hitaki Sakumo's house, stood on the roof of a building and looked down at the surrounding affairs. The Hitaki clan was once glorious, and their territory was not small. Even though they are now in decline, they still cannot be underestimated because they have strong men like Hitaki Sakumo to support them. I saw a group of fully armed ninjas sitting cross-legged at the gate of the Hitaki clan's territory. They didn't say a word, but wiped their weapons and waited for dawn. Hitaki Sakumo had been serving as a front-line commander throughout World War II, so he naturally had many fans. Yeshan squinted his eyes and looked carefully in the crowd. Sure enough, he found that Kanishi Kakui was among them, and everyone even seemed to be vaguely following him as the leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen's order is very interesting. It calls on all the ninjas in the village to volunteer to participate in the mission. It is a call rather than an order, which is enough to prove that the top leaders are dissatisfied with Hitaki Sakumo. Otherwise, they would have sent out elite ninjas to sweep away the ninjas from Tsunagakure and Omegakure who were deliberately obstructing them. There would be no need to issue a call. The purpose of the top leaders is nothing more than to test Hitaki Sakumo's influence in the village. They want to see which of Hitaki Sakumo's cronies will come out to follow Hitaki Sakumo to participate in the mission under the special targeting of the top leaders, so as to prepare for the subsequent liquidation. It has to be said that the defeat of the Senju and Uchiha clans was not unjust, as Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously made the decision on the spur of the moment, which shows how cunning he was. People who are good at turning disadvantages into advantages and can ensure that they are always in the upper hand are born to be qualified politicians. Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to come up with such an excellent idea under Hayama's questioning, which fully demonstrated why he would be the Hokage and Shimura Danzo could only be a senior official. Kakui Kanishi, who was wiping his weapon, seemed to have discovered something. He looked towards the direction of Yeshan with his eyes shining, but could not find anything unusual. The 2 ninjas sitting next to him disappeared without a word, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived at the place where Yeshan had just stopped. One of them squatted down, made a few seals to sense the situation, and shook his head at his companion. The 2 returned to Kanishi Kakui's side and reported the situation in a low voice. "Sir, there are 2 ninjas watching us. Judging from the remaining chakra, they seem to be quite powerful. I guess they are the Anbu in the village." Kanishi Kakui sneered a few times, but his eyes looked towards another dark corner and said, "It's okay, just let them watch it." Late at night, Yashan did not sleep, but carefully wiped the dagger given to him by Hotaki Sakumo, with an extremely focused expression. "Captain, will Lord Hotaki be like Uchiha Kagami?" Yashan paused what he was doing and said without even looking up, "Not really. At most, he will lose his position as the head of the Anbu." According to Yashan's speculation, the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen launched the rebellion was nothing more than wanting to push Orochimaru to the throne of the Minister of Anbu. The authority and interests of the Fire Country were all bullshit. The demise of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan were the real culprits for reducing the national strength of the Fire Country. More than 10,000 civilians would not even make a sound in the country. Even if the recapture mission fails again this time, the worst that can happen is that Hotaki Sakumo can just resign and stay at home idle. Anyway, his job as the head of the Anbu is meaningless and as boring as a secretariat. After wiping the dagger, Yashan took out 2 large ninja tool bags, put kunao, shuriken wire and other ninja tools into one, and filled the other with logistical supplies such as medical supplies and military rations pills. Shan Chengchen, who had been watching Yashan's movements, had a look of reminiscence on his face. Before countless missions back then, Yashan's actions were so memorable that he missed them very much after not seeing them for a long time. "Captain, your preparations are as solid and thorough as ever." Yashan smiled and said, "That's nothing. Do you see any difference in my wrist?" Shan Chengchen held Yashan's wrist, and then found a sealing spell on it with the light, and asked, "What is sealed inside?" "Detonating talismans. Thousands of detonating talismans given by the Uchiha clan. The captain has really become rich. In the past, we used each detonating talisman carefully, but now, we use thousands of them at a time. It's nothing. Everyone in the ninja world knows that the Uchiha clan is the largest seller of explosive tags. This amount is just a drop in the bucket for them. Exploding talismans are good things. In the last mission, if Orochimaru hadn't killed the mist ninja holding the explosive sword, Yashin would definitely have shamelessly obtained the explosive sword. Apart from anything else, the huge amount of exploding talismans sealed in the sword would be enough for Yashin to make a fortune. Unfortunately, Orochimaru is not a ninja who can let Hayama get it for free. After packing up everything, Yashan stretched and said to Shan Chengchen, "Take a good rest, maybe you will have to spend many more nights at night." After saying that, Yashan lay down on the ground, simply covered himself with a piece of clothes, and fell asleep. On December 7, the 42nd year of the Konoha calendar, on the night before departure, many ninjas like Hotaki Sakumo, who had received favors from Hotaki, polished their weapons, put on combat uniforms, and waited for dawn. Chapter 59. The next morning, before daybreak, Yashan woke up early and lay on the ground for 2 minutes. After the sleepiness was completely dispelled from his head, he slowly sat up. It was still early, so Yashan did not wake up Shan Chengchen, but quietly walked out of the room, came to the street, and simply stretched his hands and feet. Feeling his energetic body, Yashan was very satisfied. Although he did not sleep for a long time, he slept soundly, which was enough to relieve Yashan's fatigue. After buying breakfast for 2 at a roadside breakfast stall, Yashan returned home. Yamashiro Tatsuya had woken up and was refining chakra in the living room. "Chen, it's time to eat." Yashan called out, and without waiting for Shan Chengchen to respond, he picked up his breakfast and wolfed it down. As he had a mission to perform next, Yashan ate until he was 8/10 full before stopping. After the two finished their breakfast, it was still dark. The sun always rose very late in Konoha's winter, and it was estimated that it would not be bright until 6:30. Just as Yashan and Yamashiro Tatsu were heading towards the gate of Konoha, there was new movement outside the Hotaki clan's territory. The old vermilion door made a teeth-grinding creaking sound and was slowly pushed open from the inside. Many ninjas who had been sitting there all night perked up and stood up neatly, standing in several rows, staring at the door, waiting for their leader to come out. A small foot stepped out from the high threshold of the gate, and the first one to walk out was the young Hotaki Kakashi, while Hotaki Sakumo looked at his son gently and followed closely behind Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the Konoha ninja standing outside the door exuding an iron-blooded aura, shrank his neck, and couldn't help but look back at his father. Hotaki Sakumo smiled dotingly, stretched out his big hand, took Kakashi's little hand as he stepped out of the threshold, and lifted his legs to step out of the threshold as well. Pa, pa. 1 step, 2 steps, the sound of Hotaki Sakumon's footsteps struck the hearts of the ninjas, stimulating their sensory systems crazily. Adrenaline began to be secreted in their bodies, causing them to tremble all over. Although a very long time has passed, so long that it has been diluted by the daily necessities of life, so long that they seem to have forgotten the days of war and battle, but when the tall figure of Hatake Sakuman appeared in front of them, when the heart-pounding footsteps sounded in their hearts, everything seemed to have happened yesterday and was so within reach. Hatake Sakumo held Kakashi's hand and stood on the steps, looking down at the ninjas below. He said nothing, just stood there quietly. Kakashi stared at the excited expressions on the ninjas' faces with wide eyes, totally confused as to why they, who were usually so steady, were so excited. Kakashi didn't understand, and perhaps he would never understand, what the 4 words Hatake Sakumo meant in the ninja world. At this moment, Konoha White Fang was not only his stern and extremely self-disciplined father, but also the ultimate idol of all the frontline ninjas in the Wind Kingdom. When the adrenaline in their bodies reached its peak, all the ninjas knelt on their right knees in unison and lowered their heads, leaving the 2 men on the steps in the sea of heads. "Welcome, my lord." The low shouts of the ninjas startled several stray cats so much that their tails stood straight up and they ran away along the alley whimpering. The taciturn Hatake Sakumo patted Kakashi's head gently, then released the hand that had been holding his, slowly took out the forehead guard from his ninja tool bag and tied it on his forehead. The sharp sword intent on his body soared into the sky, causing the ninjas to lower their heads even more. Set off. Kakashi felt that the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared, and everyone disappeared outside the gate of the Hatake clan's territory and could no longer be found. Several root ninjas who were hiding in the dark and trying hard to suppress their own aura stretched out their hands to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. After looking at each other, they instantly left, apparently to report the details to their master. Yeshan stood at the gate of Konoha, leaning against a bare tree trunk, looking up at the still grey sky, wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes turned blood red, and he flicked his wrist and shot a few kunao towards a dark place, shouting, "A bunch of rats, get out of here!" Yeshan tilted his head and did not move, while several Uchiha ninjas laughed grimly and disappeared in an instant. A brief sound of iron clashing rang out in the quiet morning. After a moment, several Uchiha ninjas threw the limp Anbu ninjas in their hands to the ground like dead dogs, without saying a word, but standing behind Uchiha Fugaku again with expressionless faces. Uchiha Fugaku sneered a few times, walked up to the Anbu who was under the illusion, kicked off the mask on his face, glanced at him casually, and spat a few times. "Danzo's dog! Brother, do you want to?" A murderous look flashed across Uchiha Seiji's face, and he gestured towards his neck with his right hand and said, "It's good that he's useless." Uchiha Fugaku said lightly, not caring at all that his few short words determined the fate of the ninja from the same village. Uchiha Seiji chuckled, took out a kunao and neatly cut the tendons of several Anbu soldiers. Then he wiped the blood with a handkerchief and put the kunao back into the ninja tool bag. Yeshan still looked at the sky expressionlessly, as if what had just happened was not as important as studying the weather. They were just a few of Danzo's dogs. What could he do if they were useless? If he didn't throw their heads at the entrance of the root base, it was already a face-off for Danzo by the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is a powerful family, so it is normal for them to be a little domineering. Just when Yeshan wanted to move his sore neck, an undisguised breath came from a distance. Everyone's expression became serious, and they put away their casual attitude to welcome the arrival of Hatake Sakumo. After a while, Hatake Sakumo stood in front of Yeshan and others, followed by hundreds of murderous ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku bowed respectfully and said, "Konoha ninja Uchiha Fugaku leads the team to apply to join the mission." Given Hatake Sakumo's noble character, he originally did not want to involve the Uchiha clan in the mission. However, Uchiha Fugaku claimed to be a Konoha ninja rather than a ninja of the Uchiha clan, so he could not find a reason to refuse. After a faint hum, he walked straight past the crowd and walked towards the gate of Konoha. Kanashi Kakui looked at Yeshan with a complicated look but didn't say anything. He raised his hand and waved, then followed Hatake Sakumo away. When everyone had walked out of the village, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been standing solemnly, glanced in the direction of the clan's territory and instantly disappeared from the spot. Yeshan touched his nose and was about to use the instant body movement technique, but he suddenly felt a chill on his cheek. He looked up involuntarily and found that light snow was falling from the grey sky. The tiny snowflakes fell lightly on the ground and then disappeared, leaving only a trace of water. Just like the life of a ninja, it was brilliant but fleeting, making people sigh. For some reason, Yashan, who had been looking forward to the first snow for a long time, did not feel any joy at this moment, but only felt heavy-hearted. Yashan stretched out his right hand, staring at the snowflakes falling into his palm melting and disappearing, pursed his lips, and looked back deeply at the Konoha village that was gradually becoming lively because of the snow. He clenched his fists suddenly, his veins bulged, and the chakra under his feet burst out, and he left the village in an instant. The first snow of the winter of the 42nd year of Konoha came earlier than usual, and on this day, Yashan once again embarked on the long-lost road of killing, just to recapture the tens of thousands of civilians who seemed insignificant to him. The road ahead is long, and no one knows how many of the ninjas participating in the mission will be able to stand in the village again, holding a cup of fragrant tea, and leisurely admiring the snow that has dressed the earth in silver. Chapter 60. The snow was falling tirelessly over Konoha, and the children who had crawled out of their warm beds early for the first snow were cheering in the streets, bringing a lot of vitality to the village. For most of the residents of Konoha, today was just another day in their ordinary lives, but for Shimura Danzo, today was a day of being slapped in the face. When several root ninjas with broken tendons knelt in front of him, Shimura Danzo, who was usually very good at cultivating his chi, smashed the teacup in his hand fiercely, causing everyone to lower their heads deeply, not daring to look directly at the furious leader. Who did it? Shimura Danzo asked word by word, clenching his fists. Uchiha. The anger on Shimura Danzo's face subsided a little. If it was the Uchiha clan who did this, he could barely accept it. After all, they had already torn their faces apart and wanted to kill each other. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, Shimura Danzo said in a depressing atmosphere, Team C and Team D will sneak into Akihabara and wait for an opportunity, and the rest of the teams will withdraw. Team A, Team B, Team C, and Team D are the strongest teams in the route, and every ninja in the team has the strength of a Jonin. Team A and Team B are currently carrying out a confidential mission in the capital, and Shimura Danzo cannot recall them, so he can only send out the remaining two ace teams. However, Danzo Shimura sent out the root ninjas not to assist Hitaki Sakumo in completing the mission successfully, but to carry out secret sabotage. If you expect a sinister person like Danzo Shimura to do something good, you will be dead soon. At the same time, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not come to the Hokage's office early to review documents as usual. Instead, he brought Namikaze Minato to the street and watched the playing children with a smile on his face. Minato, do you know how old ninjas had to be to go to the battlefield 40 years ago? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked while watching the children playing. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, then replied, about 5 years old. Yeah, it's really sad that ninjas had to start killing at the age of 5 during the Warring States period. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, pointing at the children running around and continued, when I was their age, I was already a ninja who could stand on my own, and my daily life was full of blood. Do you know why they can play without worries? Before Namikaze Minato could speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, stared at the shadow rock of the first Hokage, and said, it is because of the unremitting efforts of the first Hokage that the one country, one village system was created, and we have this joyful scene today. Interestingly, in his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen attributed the birth of Konohagakure entirely to the first Hokage, but he did not mention Uchiha Madara or the Uchiha clan, who also made great efforts for it. Namikaze Minato obviously discovered the loophole in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, but didn't say anything. He just said yes lightly and then remained silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat dissatisfied with Namikaze Minato's reaction and said, today's peace is hard-won. It was earned by countless ancestors who sacrificed their lives and shed their blood. As a member of Konoha village, you should keep the will of fire in your heart and continue to fight for the peaceful development of the village. After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the yellow-haired young man in front of him and asked, do you have the will of fire? Namikaze Minato was startled, and quickly straightened his back and said, Hokage, I have always been concerned about the will of fire and the development of the village. Haha, I have no doubt that you have the will of fire, but there is always a small group of people in the village who treat the will of fire as dirt and wantonly trample on the hard-earned peace of the village. It is very infuriating. Are you talking about the Uchiha clan? Namikaze Minato asked cautiously. Not only the Uchiha, there are many people who, for the sake of their so-called ninja way, are unwilling to fight for the village and regard their companions as their own private armed forces. They are many times more hateful than the Uchiha. Namikaze Minato lowered his head, not daring to answer at all, he knew who Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about. This morning, Hitaki Sakumo led hundreds of elite ninjas to Akihabara to carry out a mission. Anyone who was not blind could see it. But Minato was a little dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, thinking that it was normal for Hitaki Sakumo, as one of the high-ranking officials of Konoha and the head of the Anbu, to have some loyal ninjas. The ninja world adheres to the principle that the strong are respected, and following the footsteps of the strong has always been the best choice for the weak. What's more, Hitaki Sakumo is not an ordinary strong man, but a strong man who truly stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion silenced Minato Namikaze. From his words, Minato keenly realized that after sitting in the position of Hokage for a long time, people who were originally broad-minded would gradually become narrow-minded. Konoha village is a militarized village. All armed forces should not be controlled by the Hokage, otherwise it is easy to get into trouble. This is an iron rule. But Sarutobi Hiruzen actually became jealous of Hitaki Sakumo's influence in the village and even hated him, which made Namikaze Minato wary. After all, becoming a Hokage was his dream since he was a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Namikaze Minato didn't dare to answer, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. He didn't understand why his disciples and grandchildren couldn't understand his painstaking efforts. As the Hokage, he was just centralizing power to better develop the village. What was wrong with him? Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya are fine, but even his most proud disciple Orochimaru openly sang a different tune at the conference. Can't Orochimaru see that he is paving the way for them to become Hokage? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his temper and slowly walked towards the Hokage building. The Fire Country daimyo called himself a lonely man, and he finally understood what this feeling was. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Shinichi was holding a small private meeting. The meeting had only one theme, which was to clear the front page of the Fire Country Daily and use it all to report on Hitaki Sakumo's military exploits and build momentum for him. Giving timely assistance is always better than adding icing on the cake. Providing help to Hitaki Sakumo when he is in trouble is far better than sticking to him when he is in his prime. Although Uchiha Shinichi is not as shrewd as Sarutobi Hiruzen, he still has this political literacy. The Uchiha clan now needs a truly reliable ally. Everyone in the ninja world thought that after Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha turned against each other, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan also parted ways completely. But people didn't know that once a bond is formed, it will last for generations and cannot be easily severed. Now that the Senju clan has retired, the Uchiha clan has lost its powerful ally and its former rival. A branch of them has become independent in Konoha village and the only thorn in the eyes of the top leaders. This is really an unpleasant thing. If the Uchiha clan can gain the favor of the civilian ninja group, it will undoubtedly benefit them greatly. As the saying goes, it takes 3 to make a hero and it takes 3 to make a fence. After finalizing the contents of the newspaper, Uchiha Shinichi walked out of the living room, leaned against the pillar in the corridor, and looked expressionlessly at the thin layer of snow accumulated in the courtyard, feeling a deep sense of fatigue in his heart. Perhaps it's time to step down and let someone better take over. Thinking of his son who was loved by the tribe members, Uchiha Shinichi smiled and secretly decided that when Uchiha Fugaku returned to the village, he would push him to the throne of the tribe leader, and he would enjoy life as an elder. Yishin, who was hundreds of miles away, had no idea what was happening in the village. He just wanted to get to Akihabara as soon as possible and kill those ungrateful ninjas to pieces so that he could return to the village before the new year. The reactions from all parties made the mission complicated. It was no longer a simple ninja mission, but more like a political mission.